Hey, what's up? It's cute. What if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku was raised as a weapon. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The concrete walls were always cold. Yuki had learned that quickly. No matter how much she curled up in the corner of her cell, tail tucked tight against her side, ears twitching at every distant footstep, the chill seeped in. It gnawed at her bones like a hungry beast. But it was nothing compared to the coldness of the man who took her. All for one. She had not known his name at first. She had only known fear. The 6-year-old girl who once ran wild through the mountain forests with a laugh like wind chimes was gone, replaced by something smaller, quieter, something kept. He took her from the street as she walked home from a friend's house. He drove up in a black car and pulled her inside. She had tried to bite him when he grabbed her, but he did not flinch. He noted that she had spirit as he dragged her into the dark. A year later, Yuki no longer growled, not unless she was told to. The collar changed everything. It was black and sleek, metal prongs resting against her neck. The professor locked it on. The first time she disobeyed, All for One activated it. The pain hit like a white flash, electrical and overwhelming. Her vision blurred and she cried out until her voice faltered. She clawed at her neck in a panic, but the collar stayed tight. Watching. Waiting. From then on, obedience was not a choice. It was survival. At night she lay on a mat in the corner of a concrete room they called her room. It was barely bigger than a closet. No windows, just a metal door and a flickering light above. She would stare at it for hours, tail coiled around her legs, ears drooping. Sometimes she remembered her mother's voice calling her in for dinner. The memory flickered, then the collar buzzed faintly enough to remind her where she belonged. They told her it was her home now. They trained her like a dog. At first it was physical, how to use her claws and fangs, how to track scents, how to leap and strike and move without sound. Then the tactics came. All for One taught her the art of ambush, where to strike to paralyze a hero, how to mimic weakness to lure them in. She was clever. Even they said so. All for One praised her after she took down a practice target with precision. Shigaraki watched and critiqued her, scratching the side of his neck the whole time. Yuki began doing it too, an unconscious tic she adopted like a child copying an older sibling. She smiled when she received praise, despite the marks left by training. The madness came quietly, not all at once but in creeping thoughts that wrapped around her mind like vines. They saved me, she would think sometimes. They gave me purpose. Why should I want anything else? She began to hate the idea of heroes. All for One fed that hatred with words, soft and persistent, truths twisted just enough to become his lies. He told her that they had left her and let her be taken, and she believed him. Sometimes when All for One visited, he would sit beside her and speak in a gentle, parental tone. Yuki leaned into the rare warmth. She was still only 7, a child desperate for comfort in a world that had none. He told her she belonged to him and that she would not have to be alone. The first time Yuki truly felt a bond to All for One, it was not because of any single phrase but because of the way he made her feel in moments when he seemed to see something more than a tool. It had been a year since she was taken 12 months of conditioning, training, and molding into a weapon. The shock collar remained a constant threat. Every mistake, every spike of emotion, brought a searing correction that twisted her thoughts and pushed her nearer the edge. She learned quickly how to avoid those corrections, to think before she acted, to anticipate their expectations, to please them. She wanted to please him. One evening he came to her room in his dark, flowing coat, hands steepled. His red eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Yuki sat on the floor with her ears flat and tail coiled around her legs, having learned not to meet his gaze. He sat down in front of her and asked why she thought he had brought her there. She told him she believed he had brought her because she was useful. He answered that she was useful but also special, that she had been made for something great and he was the one who saw it in her. She flinched at his words, surprised at the possibility that she might be special after all. In the quiet of that room she felt, briefly, something she had not felt since before she was taken belonging. He told her she belonged to him and that he would make sure she never had to feel alone again. She smiled in response, a hollow thing at times, because she had nothing else. Over time, the lessons stuck. She learned how to move like a shadow, how to read a hallway, how to wait and then strike. She practiced until her motions were precise and silent. The people who controlled her praised her when she performed well and corrected her harshly when she failed. Between those extremes, a strange loyalty grew, built from necessity and the few moments of warmth he allowed. It was a fragile thing, held together by fear and purpose. Sometimes Yuki asked herself what she had been before all of this, and the memory of running through trees and laughing like wind chimes surfaced and faded. Those memories kept her tethered to who she had once been, even as she moved further into the role she was forced to play. When gaps opened from removed pieces of her childhood, small neutral moments filled them, brief recollections that let her continue without losing the thread entirely. Her world remained small, shaped by concrete walls, training routines, and the presence of the man who had taken her. She survived by obeying, learning, and searching for the faint moments of warmth that kept her going. The collar, the lessons, and the whispered assurances all reinforced the same idea. She was useful, she belonged, and there was no other path. All for one told Yuki that he would always be by her side. She closed her eyes and absorbed the weight of his words. This was unlike anything her parents had ever told her. No one had ever made her feel this way before. Her parents had always urged her to be strong alone, to stand on her own 2 feet. All for one was different. He made her feel part of something larger, and she had come to need that. In a twisted, distorted way, he had replaced the love she had lost with something else, a darker devotion that demanded obedience and fed on loyalty. He reminded Yuki that she belonged to him. Yuki nodded, her thoughts hazy. She no longer felt the need to think. He seemed to have all the answers and had shown her what it meant to be wanted. She wanted to be needed. The first mission came soon after. Yuki's hands were still small and inexperienced, but all for one assured her she was ready. He told her that her instincts would guide her and that she had learned everything she needed. Now it was time to prove herself. Yuki followed him through shadowed streets, wolf ears flattened and eyes alert. She could sense the heroes before she saw them. 2 figures walking briskly down an alley, one broad-shouldered and the other serious and disciplined. All for one quietly ordered her to act. She moved on instinct, muscles coiled, adrenaline rising. The shock collar on her neck hummed and sent a flicker of panic through her, but she pushed it aside. His command mattered more than the device. She leapt at the heroes, moving with practiced ferocity. In the sudden struggle, she incapacitated the woman and forced the man to the ground, leaving both unconscious without graphic injury. The encounter felt like a proof of purpose. She had done what she was meant to do, and his approval followed. When it was over, she stood panting, scuffed and exhausted but without regret. All for one watched from the shadows and praised her, telling Yuki that she had done well. His satisfaction swelled in her chest. His attention and approval were everything she needed. The days blurred together. On every mission and in every task, Yuki obeyed without question. Her thoughts had been reshaped, and her loyalty was unwavering. She felt no desire to leave and no need for anything else. Whenever doubt surfaced, all for one smoothed her concerns and made her feel needed and important. He became more than a mentor, he became her anchor. Her identity slowly narrowed until there was little left of the girl. She had been only the part that obeyed and craved approval. I'm his, she thought. I was made for him. That thought was enough. Yuki knelt in the center of the observation room. The overhead lights flickered, casting brief shadows across the scratched walls. A small cut above her eye bled faintly. She had been told it was a test for not dodging quickly enough. Shigaraki had muttered that she was getting sloppy. He had not hit her. The shock collar had done the necessary work. Her fingers worried at the raw skin beneath the edge of the device when doubt crept in. All for one entered without a sound, stepping into the room like a phantom. At first he was only a tall silhouette, then the light caught the edge of his mask as he approached. Yuki straightened immediately, shoulders tense and ears alert. Her tail twitched with anxious hope. She kept silent, knowing better than to speak. All for one crouched before her and reached out, brushing a bloodied strand of silver hair from her face with a gentle, controlled gesture. He observed her cut and told her she had been hurt. Yuki admitted that she had failed and that she had let her guard down. He paused, then told her that she was young and still learning, that mistakes were part of the process. His words did not sting like Shigaraki's, they soothed. He asked Yuki if she understood why he corrected her and sat beside her on the cold floor, speaking to her as if they were equals. She answered that she belonged to him and had to be better. He acknowledged that and added, quietly, that he cared for her. The word felt unfamiliar to her, but it settled in her chest. He explained that the collar was not meant to punish but to keep her safe from the world, from instincts she could not always control, and from the chaos inside her that others could not understand. Yuki, voice hoarse with the echo of a scream she could not remember, asked whether she was not broken. He responded that she had never been broken, only wild and lost, and that he had given her order, purpose, and structure. He reminded her that she had once been a frightened wolf in a world that would fear her, and that he had given her a home. Her throat trembled and tears pricked her eyes, but she did not cry aloud. He placed a gloved hand on her head and patted it gently, a calming gesture meant to steady a frightened animal. All for one told her she belonged with him, not with people who feared her claws, because he saw her. He assured her that he cared for her, and those words sealed another piece of her mind. She gasped softly, folded forward with her forehead resting against his knee, her claws clutching the fabric of his cloak. Tears slipped free. No one had told her they cared for her in over a year. She had almost forgotten what it felt like. She had no idea it was a lie one sharpened into a weapon. That night she dreamed of forests, not the cold, gray halls of her room, but real trees stretching tall above her, the scent of moss and rain in the air. In the dream she ran free, silver hair flowing, paws beating against soft earth. Then the collar jerked tight and the sky went black. The trees turned to stone. She awoke choking on a sob and, before panic could take hold, remembered his words. She clung to them like a lifeline. In the weeks that followed, All for One's visits became more frequent. Sometimes he brought small comforts, gloves to protect her claws, warm meals, books about wolves and mythology. He called her his huntress and told her that wolves were regal, loyal, and powerful. He said she had greatness in her blood and that her quirk marked her for service to power, not hiding from it. She smiled. He always seemed to know what to say. He showed her stories and footage where heroes failed or acted selfishly, saying those heroes did not protect people like her but preserved an image. She nodded and absorbed every word, letting the ideas burrow deep like seeds in fertile soil. By the time she turned 8, Yuki had been replaced by Koro. She no longer flinched when he activated the collar. She only corrected herself faster. By 9, she asked to be trained more harshly to be made perfect, to be the tool he wanted and needed. Because she loved him too, or at least that was what she told herself. The next 3 years blurred into violence, commands, punishments, and rare, poisonous affection. Koro's life became a continuous nightmare disguised as purpose. Training, conditioning, brainwashing, and torture fused into a single, relentless process. All for One was not simply raising a weapon. He was crafting a loyal, calculating predator meant to dismantle heroes. That predator had to be broken before it could be made. On the day she turned 8, there was no celebration, only another test in a training hall filled with weighted dummies and fast-moving turrets simulating quirk attacks. Shigaraki sat in the corner, scratching his neck with twitching fingers, and muttered that she was sloppy and had hesitated again. When Koro collapsed, panting and bruised from failed maneuvers, All for One stepped forward and activated her collar. The collar tightened and sent a painful shock through her. She curled in on herself and clawed at her neck until red abrasions marked her skin. When the screaming stopped, All for One simply demanded she try again. Every morning brought more pain, blades across her arms for moving too slowly, jolts from the collar for poor posture during drills. Physical exhaustion was only the surface. The true damage was to her mind. She was not only being trained to fight but taught to feel differently. Compassion was made into weakness, empathy into disease, and heroes into the enemy. Her routine was relentless. Wake before dawn, spar with machines, memorize enemy patterns, and solve tactical scenarios designed to break most adult minds. Punishment drills mixed physical conditioning with mental torment. Sometimes she would be blindfolded and dropped into rooms filled with cruel illusion screams, the sound of fire, a looped, distorted voice meant to unsettle her. They made her watch footage of heroes failing and civilians crushed while symbols of peace posed for cameras. All for One narrated these scenes as if telling a bedtime story, pointing out what he called the truth, that heroes chose the photogenic rescue over real saving. When she argued, especially when younger and still fiercely defiant, All for One would not punish her immediately. He would kneel to her level and speak softly, acknowledging doubt as natural but insisting she was smart enough to see the patterns he described. After those words would come punishment, the collar, a darkened room, and silent observers while the shocks made her body convulse until she could barely make a sound. Then he would return, sit beside her, and behave as if he had not ordered the pain. He would hold her shivering body and slide her matted hair, speaking in a soft, patronizing tone that he hated seeing her suffer but that the world would show no mercy, so he could not either. Each time, Koro nodded through tears and believed a little more. By 9 she stopped resisting the collar entirely and ceased asking questions. She began to smile after missions that proved her loyalty. The operations ceased to feel like missions and became rituals tests she passed without hesitation. She dispatched low-level opponents decisively and watched them fall still without dwelling on it. Each success felt like a step closer to him, to the man who had shaped her. She craved his approval and praise. Those quiet acknowledgments between bouts of brutality affection, however small or manufactured, became what she sought most. He became the center of her world, father, God, and master. By 10, the scratching along her throat had become a habit, a way to quiet spiraling thoughts and replace a scream she could not let out. The skin beneath the collar was often raw. All for One noticed. Instead of stopping her, he used it. All for One would tell her that she was becoming more like Tamura while he stroked her hair after another night of failure and punishment. He called her strong, focused, unbreakable. Those moments were rare, which made them addictive. No matter how harsh the training, sometimes All for One would hold her, rest a hand on her back, or offer a kind word and warm food. Those were the only times she cried. She craved that kindness like water in a desert. Her mind, once vibrant and wild, had been rewired to seek it above all else. She did not care about rest or safety. She cared about his voice telling her she had done well. That was what she lived for. When she was 11, All for One gave her a small silver pendant shaped like a wolf fang and pressed it into her hand, calling it a symbol not just of what she was, but of what she had become, his loyal one, his masterpiece. She treated the fang like something holy and wore it around her neck, just above the collar. But she had not simply grown loyal. She had grown unstable. During combat tests she began to laugh when things fell apart, destroyed scenery, toppled structures, defeated opponents. Her tail would swish with excitement, her eyes going wide and unfocused. Sometimes she prolonged fights, toying with adversaries in ways that made others uneasy. Shigaraki found it amusing. All for One did not. After one mission in which she dragged a hero's capture longer than was necessary, All for One summoned her to his chambers, the only place that ever felt warm to her, however manufactured. She knelt, trembling with anticipation. He did not raise his voice or trigger the collar. He only stared, then told her that if she could not obey, she would not be his asset but a wild thing to be removed. The words cut deeper than any blade. She whimpered and dug her nails into her thigh until the sting overwhelmed her. She apologized in a broken rhythm. When she began to crumble under panic, he stepped forward, knelt beside her, and held her with arms that felt like steel vines. He declared that she was still his and warned that if she ever forgot her purpose again, he would erase whatever remained of the wild girl he had saved. She answered in a small, barely audible voice that she understood. He pressed his forehead to hers, and she wept with relief. Her childlike features remained: soft silver hair, wide yellow eyes, and a small frame that made her look younger than she was, and All for One taught her to weaponize that appearance. On missions she would approach guards and bystanders with terrified eyes, tail tucked and tears welling on command, pleading to be helped. By the time they relaxed, she had already mapped their weaknesses. When they reached to assist, her claws came out. She used fear like a sharpened tactic, effective and efficient. Despite how deep she sank and how twisted her methods became, there was one line she could not cross. She could not harm children. She could intimidate them, bare her fangs, snarl, watch them tremble, but when given an assignment involving a real, frightened child, she froze. Her heart pounded, thoughts spun, and she scratched at her neck so fiercely that her nails tore her skin. Breath caught, she backed away and curled into herself like a wild animal. All for One watched through the cameras in silence. That night he came to her den. She did not know whether he would trigger the collar or end her training. Instead, he knelt and placed a hand on her head without punishment, saying that she remained human and that feeling was why he had chosen her. He explained that the pain and that imperfect sensitivity made her more than a tool, it made her a weapon that could understand. He told her she would learn to overcome the limit someday, but not tonight. Tonight she should rest. She pressed her face into his cloak and did not move for hours. Beneath the programming, the scars, and the conditioning, a faint ember remained, something soft and frightened. Every time she saw a child clutching a toy or remembered her own past, her hands twitched toward her neck, and the small wolf inside her howled. 3 years later, Koro was no longer the girl who had been taken. She had been rebuilt and designed into something else, clever, broken, and loyal, wearing her collar like a badge of purpose and cherishing the brief kindnesses she received after deceit. Behind her eyes there was a glimmer of sharpened madness. To survive a world of pain, she had learned to become part of it. Her tactical thinking developed rapidly. Despite the cracks in her sanity, she became brilliant in the field, planting false trails, rerouting patrols, and manipulating hero responses with near-surgical precision. Shigaraki began to rely on her in messy situations. Koro sat on the cold floor of her den against the wall, knees to her chest and tail wrapped around her ankles. The dim overhead light flickered and buzzed. Her fingers worked relentlessly at the skin beneath the shock collar, leaving red lines. The itch was not on the surface but under the skin, in her bones and mind. The mission had gone wrong. She had panicked. She had seen a small boy hiding behind his mother's legs. She had scared the woman into dropping her weapon, but when the child looked up at her, wide-eyed and crying, something snapped. She could not bring herself to hurt him. Her ears flattened, claws trembled, she whined and froze. The collar delivered a sharp reminder, enough to warn but not to break her, and she realized she had disappointed him again. She scratched to keep from screaming. The door creaked open and she froze mid-motion. He stepped inside, all for one. Even before she saw him, she felt his presence like a shift in the air, a force that made her heart pound with something close to reverence. He moved calmly, like a phantom in tailored shadows. The light above him steadied as if afraid to flicker in his presence. Koro scrambled to her knees but did not look up. She apologized in a voice barely above a whisper and admitted she had failed to do what had been asked of her. She could not bring herself to harm the boy. He did not answer. A quick, precise motion stopped her before she could harm herself again. His hand caught her wrist with a firmness that did not tremble. Koro gasped and looked up. He was not wearing his mask tonight. All for One reminded her in a low, smooth, fatherly tone that she was not to scratch when he was there. She shivered and said she could not help it, that it burned. He released her wrist and set a gloved hand against her cheek in a steadying, paternal gesture. The collar at her throat hummed in response to his proximity but did not activate. He asked if she wanted to be strong and if she wanted to make him proud. She nodded, claws curling into her palms. He told her she had to stop harming herself. The scratching was a weakness that distracted and diminished her. When she explained that it helped when things were confusing, he grew colder and insisted she did not need it. He let the silence hang between them and then leaned in slightly, asserting that she only needed him. She answered him obediently, desperate not to be abandoned. He assured her she would be better next time, watched her, and then left. A few days later she sat on the training field tending to a small scrape on her cheek after sparring with a Nomu that had outmatched her in size. Her claws were cracked and her body ached, but she kept from harming herself while he watched. Shigaraki approached slowly and sat beside her, scratching at his own neck. He told her she had looked terrible out there and accused her of hesitating again. When she acknowledged it, he said she was supposed to be one of them and pressed that she never finished when it mattered, calling that weakness. He suggested, in a rougher voice, that the urge to scratch was part of breaking the old self and becoming stronger, urging her to let it in as a way of shedding soft parts. Koro pointed out that All for One had told her to stop, that he said the scratching made her chaotic and that she needed control. Shigaraki scoffed and claimed All for One wanted control of her. He asked if she believed he loved her and said bluntly that All for One owned her. Koro rejected that, insisting he had saved her and given her purpose. Shigaraki sneered that he gave only crumbs, just enough to keep her obedient. She stood abruptly, tail bristling, and told him to be quiet. She walked away, digging her claws into her palms to keep her hands from rising to her neck. That night All for One came to her room again. He knelt beside her and set a warm hand on her shoulder, saying he had heard Tamura upset her. He observed that whatever was said had driven her back to the habit she was not supposed to have. Her hands showed traces of the struggle. Instead of scolding, he gently moved her hands from her neck and pressed a damp cloth to the skin. He told her not to listen to Tamura, calling him unstable, and presented himself as clarity in the noise of her life. Her eyes filled with tears and she nodded. He told her he loved her. She leaned into him and allowed herself to be held, seeking the steadying comfort he offered. In that moment she felt she would follow him, even if it cost her a part of herself. The days had grown quieter for Koro. Not easier, never easier, but quieter in the way a storm's eye feels still, even though it hides devastation all around. She was 12 now, though she still looked younger. Her body was small, wiry from years of training and hunger, and her eyes were sharper than ever. Her tactics were improving. Her infiltration skills were unmatched among the younger lieutenants. She could get in, map the area, plant a device, and vanish before a single camera blinked twice. But that itch, that infernal, crawling feeling under her skin hadn't left. Not even after All for One had tried to cure her of it. All for One told her to stop scratching, his voice patient but edged with finality. Koro sat with her knees folded and her hands in her lap, though her fingers twitched and her eyes would not meet him. When her hand drifted toward her neck, he intervened to halt the motion. He reminded her that she was more than her urges, that she had trained her body and could train her mind. Koro apologized, saying it hurt inside and that she could not stop. He steadied her with a controlled demeanor and reassured her that nothing was broken in her, only pieces he had not yet finished reshaping. He promised she would get better because she belonged to him and he did not keep broken things. The reassurance felt like sugar laced with poison, and she accepted it. A few weeks later, Shigaraki broke the silence. He found her in the hallway near her quarters, scratching at her neck, the habit visible in the lines of her hands. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, and remarked that she was still doing that. Koro flinched and said she tried not to because All for One did not like it. Shigaraki scoffed and suggested that All for One did not like seeing his tools malfunction. Koro insisted she was not a tool. Shigaraki told her she kept telling herself that. When Koro asked why he cared, Shigaraki said he did not, but that he found watching her fall for the man's lies pathetic. Koro defended All for One, saying he had saved her and given her purpose and comfort. Shigaraki replied coldly that he saw exactly what the man was doing and that it was working. Koro snapped that he was just jealous because All for One did not look at him the way he looked at her. That provoked a brief flinch from Shigaraki and then a low, mean laugh. He questioned whether she believed obedience was the same as love and warned that the man was breaking her. Koro, angry and loud, insisted she had chosen this and that he gave her what she needed. She stormed away, fists clenched until her hands cramped. Behind her, Shigaraki stood and scratched obsessively until his hands ached. That night, she knelt in her room, hands trembling, trying not to reach for her neck. She failed. The door opened, and she froze as All for One entered, his presence making the air feel compressed. He observed the marks on her hands. She murmured an apology. He stepped forward and soothed her with composed words, assuring her that she had no reason for shame and that he would make the world quieter for her. She finally let the tears come, and he remained composed, guiding her back to calm with measured reassurances. So she stayed. Even though the chains were invisible now, they were locked tight around her heart. The name All for One had given her meant Fong in a long-forgotten dialect. It was sharp, short, easy to remember, and easier to fear. In the underworld it spread like wildfire, passed between gangs and villains who said Koro was coming, who said she did not miss, who said she was the little wolf in the dark with eyes like gold. At 14, Koro had become a slim, dangerous shadow of the child she once was. Her figure was lithe, built for speed and stealth, with muscle honed by years of training and hunger. Her silver hair fell long but was usually tied back tight. Her ears twitched at every sound and her tail remained low, still, always ready. She moved with precision. Her presence was nearly silent and her expressions were flat. The shock collar remained. The device had become part of her identity. The skin beneath it was permanently scarred, the mark a constant reminder of who she was and what might happen if she lost control. The collar was not used as often now. She had been conditioned into obedience, but it was always there, a silent threat. That night she was sent alone. The mission should have been clean: plant a device in a secure hero intelligence compound, then disappear before the patrols cycled back. She had done harder jobs before. She had just finished planting the final transmitter when the air changed, and the hallway filled with the scent of smoke. She turned a corner and found Endeavor standing there, with Aizawa and Hawks behind him. They had not stumbled onto her by accident. They had been waiting. She backed into a corridor, breathing shallowly, fingers hovering near her earpiece as she tried to contact base. She reported to Shigaraki that the operation had gone wrong and the heroes were there. Static filled the line. Shigaraki's response came dry and irritated over the crackle. He told her to fight, survive, and return or face punishment. The line dropped. Her lips trembled and her claws twitched. Her heart pounded inside her chest. The collar gave a faint whine, not fully activated but primed. Aizawa moved forward and told her she was outnumbered and to stand down. She cut the comm with Shigaraki before they could trace her signal. She did not speak. She never spoke to heroes unless forced to. Endeavor raised a flame in warning and warned her she had 5 seconds to surrender. Hawks cracked his knuckles and observed that her silence did not bode well. Then she moved. She became a blur of silver and shadow, leaping and slashing in a quick, practiced assault. Flames flared around her, and she rolled under heat to strike at Hawks and then at Endeavor. Aizawa blinked and deployed his capture weapon, and her quirk faltered. She stumbled just as Endeavor sent out a controlled wall of flame that knocked her off balance. The collar activated. An electric shock traveled through her, causing her muscles to seize and a sharp cry to escape her. Fear tightened around her like a hand. That was all the heroes needed. Aizawa's capture weapon unraveled with precise speed and wrapped around her limbs and torso until she was bound and unable to rise. She collapsed to her knees, breathing fast and shallow, smoke curling from the collar where it pulsed. She did not speak or wail. She simply breathed, small and tense like an animal in a trap. The golden glow in her eyes dimmed. Aizawa crouched in front of her, scanning her face. Her ears flattened at his closeness and her tail curled protectively. She did not meet his eyes but stared ahead, trembling. She appeared younger than she was, more like 13 than 14, pale and malnourished and clearly collared. When Aizawa saw the skin beneath the collar, he froze. The skin had been repeatedly damaged until it had hardened. The device hummed and blinked red. Aizawa reached out cautiously and she growled as a warning. Hawks landed beside them and remarked that she looked more like a weapon than an ordinary thug's captive. Aizawa's voice turned heavy as he said she was a child. At the police station she sat in a dim cell, still bound at the wrists and ankles, a muzzle put in place after she had nearly bitten an officer during the transfer. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi stood behind the glass, watching quietly. He said he had seen monsters before but not like this. He tapped the glass and listed the facts. She had not spoken, carried no identification, left no fingerprints in the records, and had no known name. Aizawa added that the collar suggested someone had constructed her as a weapon. They needed to find out who and to do it quickly. Inside the cell, Koro remained perfectly still. Her claws twitched. The collar's presence kept her neck tense. Behind her wide golden eyes the restless, animal part of her still hovered, waiting. The interrogation room was cold and white, with bare walls, a single metal table bolted to the floor, and 2 chairs, one of them occupied. Koro sat calmly, wrists cuffed to the table and ankles chained to the floor. Her ears twitched occasionally. Her long silver hair was damp and pulled back into a lazy braid. Her yellow eyes scanned every surface, but her expression remained eerily calm. The collar around her neck blinked red and remained active. The skin beneath it was roughened and discolored from long use. 2 guards stood in the corner, watching with loaded weapons and tense posture. She liked her lips behind the restraint and leaned forward slightly, enough to make one guard flinch. She enjoyed the reaction. The door opened and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi entered, flanked by Aizawa and Endeavor. Hawks lingered outside the glass, all watching her with varying degrees of caution, suspicion, and something closer to confusion. She did not look like a monster, yet she did not look like a simple victim either. She looked like something else. Naomasa sat across from her and placed a thick folder on the table, opening it to reveal photos, scans, and footage from the aftermath of her missions, along with dozens of redacted reports and no identifying information. Naomasa observed that she had been busy. Koro remained silent. Naomasa asked for her name and where she was from, but she only tilted her head slowly, ears perking and her tail flicking once. He asked who had given her the collar, and she held her silence while the corner of her mouth twitched as if restraining a smile. Aizawa stepped closer and warned that if she did not want to talk they would find out eventually. Then Koro answered in a soft, childlike tone that she belonged to him. The room froze. When Endeavor demanded to know whose, Koro blinked slowly and described him as father, saying that he had made her, raised her, and taught her everything. Naomasa leaned forward and asked the name of that man. Koro smiled and told them that they did not get to know his name. For a moment they all noticed a small crack in her composure, just a flicker that hinted at something darker behind the calm. Her eyes gleamed with an intensity that went beyond anger, absolute devotion. She giggled softly, a sound that seemed too small and too young, which made Aizawa uneasy. Endeavor slammed his hand on the table, the metal groaning under his palm, but she did not flinch. Endeavor demanded that she stop playing games and reveal who had made her or brainwashed her. She leaned forward slowly, close enough for the collar to beep from an emotional spike, and mocked Endeavor as a big fire-powered man who yelled a lot. She told them she found him boring and that he had all bark and no claws, which Tsukachi used to calm Endeavor before addressing her again. Tsukachi asked quietly why she followed someone like that. She turned toward him with something sharper in her gaze and said that she had been chosen because he had seen her and turned a weak, trembling pup into something beautiful. Aizawa stepped forward and reminded her that she was a child who did not even know who she was. Koro responded coldly that she knew exactly who she was, then yanked at her cuffs not to break them, but to demonstrate control, and declared that she was Koro, his Fong, his creation, his pet, and that she liked being his. Naomasa tried to read beneath her surface, but her mind seemed fortified and conditioned rather than simply erratic. He asked about the collar and she looked down before saying that it kept her focused when she felt too much and reminded her of what she was. When Aizawa asked if she felt too much now, she gave a slight twitch and said not yet. Outside the room, Hawks leaned against the glass and noted that she did not flinch and even enjoyed the pressure, as if she had been trained for it. Aizawa agreed and added that the collar was more than punishment, it was a leash. Naomasa observed that this was not mere brainwashing but a deliberate psychological molding and identity erasure. She did not hide who she was because to her this had become normal. Koro hummed quietly and tapped her fingers on the table in an old rhythm, a lullaby from her past. Hawks asked quietly what kind of person would do this to a child. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and said they would find out. Koro stared at her reflection in the glass, aware that she was being watched and wanting them to watch. In her broken certainty, she believed that father would come, as he always did, and until then she would behave like a good pet. A short pause followed as the interrogation continued. The room was darker now. They had adjusted the lighting to reduce stimulus, trying to strip away any comfort she might cling to. Koro, though none of them yet knew the name, sat perfectly still in her chair with her arms cuffed and ankles chained. They had removed the muzzle. The only visible signs of strain were the burn marks on her neck and the tension twitching just behind her golden eyes. Aizawa, Naomasa, and Endeavor had rotated shifts. Hours of silence, hours of questioning had passed, but she gave them nothing useful, only attitude. Tsukachi asked where she had been trained. Koro tilted her head slowly and responded that she had been trained at a spa, then joked about having to settle for a torture chamber under an old man's mansion when there were no openings. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and Endeavor's hand twitched at her flippant answer. Aizawa asked who had given her the collar. Koro replied with a dry joke about Santa Claus, then offered a sarcastic comment about commitment. Endeavor found no humor in it and growled that she was not funny. Koro regarded him with an amused look that bordered on gleeful and taunted him about his lack of subtlety, suggesting he reeked of anger and burning. Endeavor slammed his hands onto the table in frustration. Koro flinched, but the flinch was not from fear, it was from delight. She mocked him for barking and asked what he intended to do. Endeavor stood abruptly and grabbed her shirt, pulling her upright and bringing her close enough that the heat from his quivering flames could be felt. He demanded whether she thought this was a game. Koro kept smiling. She dismissed him as less terrifying than another person he had lost, and then she studied Endeavor as if provoking him further would be entertainment. She suggested pointedly, that he smelled of desperation and was trying too hard to be feared. Aizawa stepped forward and warned Endeavor to stop, but Koro continued, leaning in as if studying a dangerous animal in a cage and comparing him to his son. Endeavor's eyes burned brighter and his grip tightened, but Koro's smile grew wider, her yellow eyes glinting with something feral. She challenged him about his family, naming his children and referencing public records and interviews she had seen. She said she had favored the angry one most. Koro dropped her tone to a whisper and recited the reports she claimed to have read about a burn on Shoto's face, questioning Endeavor's role as hero and father. She accused him of forging his son into a masterpiece of d'Espelin, then suggested that masterpieces could catch fire. Endeavor snapped that she had said enough. Koro then spoke of his eldest, Tuya, insinuating that he had burned brighter than them all and asking if that had been what Endeavor wanted. The room's temperature seemed to spike with the accusation. A guard hesitated to intervene, and Koro kept pressing, her voice reverent and poisonous as she described how, in her telling, Endeavor had built his son in a furnace of rage and then looked away when he broke. Endeavor tried to silence her. Koro continued, claiming the boy had screamed for him when he fell apart and had not called for his mother or siblings. Endeavor snarled and insisted she did not know anything. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with the effort of holding back. Koro said she knew what it was like to be built for someone else's legacy and what it was to be told pain equaled love. Endeavor countered that his own father had never pretended to act for anyone's good and accused her of lying to everyone. Koro called him a monster pretending to be a hero. That finally broke something in Endeavor. With a raw snarl, he slammed Koro down onto the table. The impact rattled the metal and sent a jolt through the room. Her cuffs bit into her wrists and she laughed, grinning, sharp, hungry for a reaction. Endeavor demanded whether she was proud of being a weapon and denounced her as a failed experiment, a creature that sought approval. Her ears twitched and her smile faltered for a heartbeat. Endeavor straightened slowly, watching the tremor run through her limbs and the rising fury beneath her skin. He taunted her, saying that without the collar and commands she was just another scared, savage person pretending the chains made her dangerous. Koro stared up at him and her claws scraped against the cuffs, growing more frantic. The collar on her neck began to beep. She had not noticed it yet. Endeavor said, blunt and brutal, that her father had not loved her but had used her, as he used others. He told her that when she finally outlived her usefulness, he would discard her. A deep, primal growl escaped her in response. The man leaned in closer. His voice sharpened into a blade as he told her she was not the Fong but a scared little girl who barked when he told her to. He released her and stepped back. She growled and glared, and then her collar began to beep rapidly. The collar activated, sending a sharp surge through the probes at her neck. Her body jolted, the cuffs rattled against the table, and Aizawa moved to disable the device, shouting for them to stop. The effect faded. Koro slumped on the table, breathing hard and trembling. After a moment she sat up slowly and shakily. When she looked at them again, the playfulness had gone. She told them that she would answer their questions, her voice low and hollow, as if something inside had been burned out. Naomasa asked if she really would. She nodded and said that she would answer only the questions they asked and that they would get truth, but not the kind they hoped for. Her eyes had lost their games. They were still, controlled, dangerous. Tsukachi then asked for her real name. She said that she did not remember. Aizawa's fingers tensed when he heard that. She explained that he had called her Koro, saying it sounded sharper. Her smile returned, but it was not playful. It was a fixed, uneasy grin. They asked if he had brainwashed her, and she immediately denied it, insisting that he had enlightened her. They accused him of torturing her. She denied that as well, saying he had freed her. When they said she had no choice, she answered that she had chosen him, that she still did. She said he had given her everything she had never had: a name, a purpose, care. Aizawa told her quietly that he was lying to her, that he had trained her to obey and to kill, and that was not love. She insisted with conviction that it was love, because he had not recoiled from her claws or tail. He had seen potential and told her she could be more, and she had wanted that transformation. Her hands began to twitch. She reached at the collar despite the cuffs, trying to soothe the burn and the itch. Aizawa moved instinctively to stop her and urged restraint. She said she had chosen this and struggled with frustration, rage, and loyalty. Her eyes shone wetly, not with simple sadness but with complicated emotion. Naomasa rose slowly and observed that she was not ready to accept the truth. She spat that she already knew the truth. The officers backed away from the table and left the room, closing the door gently behind them. She remained alone, chest rising and falling like a cornered wolf, still chained and still marked by what had been done to her. In the quiet she waited, because she knew he would come. He always came. Through the one-way mirror, silence reigned. Aizawa, Tsukachi, Nizu, Midnight, All Might, and Hawk stood behind the glass, watching Koro, still cuffed and collared, in the sterile gray of the interrogation room. She was alone, and then she was the most revealing. Not in words, but in behavior. Koro sat with her knees drawn to her chest, her arms looped through the ankle chains as if they were toys. She tilted her head and tapped the metal lightly, fingers twirling the links. She hummed a lullaby no one could place and occasionally brought the collar chain close to her face, holding it as if it gave her comfort. Midnight noted that Koro was not what she had expected. Nizu remained expressionless. Nizu explained that deep manipulation could teach someone to love their cage. Hawks observed that Koro treated the restraints like a comfort blanket. All Might watched in silence and said that she should be in school, not in chains. Aizawa said nothing, his gaze fixed on her, and finally he moved. The door opened with a hiss. Koro looked up instantly, the chains still coiled around her fingers. Her body went still, watchful and animalistic. Aizawa entered with Tsukachi at his side and greeted her plainly, asking if she had slept well. Koro blinked and said she had not known she was supposed to. Tsukachi flipped open his notebook and told her they wanted to talk more today. Koro leaned forward and asked whether these were the important questions or the fun ones. Aizawa asked what she meant by fun. Koro, voice light and almost giggling, said she liked the ones where they pretended he had not loved her. Tsukachi gently reminded her that they were trying to help. Koro answered quickly that she did not need help. She insisted she was not lost because he had found her, given her rules, training, and direction. She called it love, something to be earned. Aizawa asked what she meant by earning it. Koro smiled sweet and sharp and described obedience, loyalty, and sometimes pain as the way she had to prove she wanted it. Tsukachi asked whether that included punishment or harm. Koro did not falter, saying he had to when she had been messy and wild, like a stray. She looked down at the chains and said that strays could become pets if they listened. Aizawa said she was not a pet. She tilted her head and repeated that he had said she was his and that she liked being his because it felt right and safe. Tsukachi pressed that she had been a child and that no one should be taught with harm as a method. Koro snapped that she had chosen him because he had not thrown her away, and the sudden break in her voice hushed the room. Without realizing it, her hand rose to her neck and she rubbed at the skin beneath the collar, once, twice, again and again. Aizawa noticed immediately and pointed out that she was rubbing. Koro admitted she knew and explained that it helped when her thoughts grew too loud. He had once told her to stop and she had tried, but sometimes the noise would not shut off and the rubbing made it quieter. Tsukachi leaned forward and asked whether, if the man truly loved her, he would allow that pain or mark on her body. Koro muttered that he did not like messiness and that he had made her better. Aizawa said softly that she had been 6, and no child should be subjected to being broken down. Her hand moved harder now, slow and rhythmic. She did not notice how firmly she pressed until a faint mark began to show on her skin. Her eyes went wide, and her fingers were stained with that mark. Aizawa felt his heart break because beneath the sudden outburst was a frightened child silently pleading for the man not to be taken away. Behind the glass, Nizu murmured that this would take time. All Might looked years older. Midnight wiped a tear from her cheek. Hawks reflected that Koro truly did not know, and Nizu added that she might understand someday. The collar around her neck, charred and cold, remained immobile and silent. It had not shocked her since she arrived. Not since the heroes took her. Not since they put her there. Still, she touched it sometimes, picking at it gently as if it were watching, as if it could love her back. Late at night, when her voice trembled and broke like a child's, she would cry softly. The thought of him had faded after the first few weeks when the voices stopped. She assumed he had abandoned her like so many before all for one found her. She told herself that sometimes, speaking aloud to the stars. She whispered to her master that she had waited, that she had been good, that she had not talked to them and had not broken. She asked him to come and said she would be better, that she would do what he wanted if he only told her. Her fingertips drifted to the collar again. The metal was embedded in her neck with mechanical fixtures, a cruel fusion of technology and control. It was worn and scarred from use. Her fingers ghosted over the damaged area and pressed harder, trying to feel something, anything that would make it real. She murmured that she was still his Fong, that she had not let them touch her, not truly. The scratching became harsher as if she hoped pain would summon him. Her nails scraped along the edge of the collar, delicate at first, then desperate as though she could wake it up. She admitted quietly that she had messed up but had learned, repeating that pain had made her stronger and that she would do better if given the chance. The collar remained cold and unresponsive. Her tail curled tightly around her waist. She whimpered like a frightened child trying to find her way back to someone who had already left. The scratches left a small stain under her nails, but she did not flinch. The discomfort had become familiar home. She spoke in fragments to herself, that she missed him, that it was too quiet without him, that she had tried to scare them as she had been taught, and that she hated being there. She begged him to come get her. Aizawa watched her scratch and whisper, observing the wavering hope and desperation in her voice. She repeated that she had not run, that she had stayed silent, and that he would be proud. She rocked slowly, a motion born of habit rather than comfort, and her voice broke on the last word she never finished. Later that night she curled into the far corner and stared at nothing, eyes half-lidded and face slack. A nurse came to check her vitals. She did not blink, speak, or move when the nurse gently lifted her arm. The nurse looked at the security camera and then at the collar locked around the girl's neck, the collar that had been silent for weeks yet meant everything to her. The nurse thought that the girl was not resisting and not healing, but rather disappearing, fading quietly. Her golden pupils had dulled. She touched the collar with faded fingertips, the only familiar reminder of her past life. Her silence made something clear. Aizawa sat at his desk with his gaze fixed on the screen, the office filled only with the soft hum of machines. Tsukachi worked beside him, scrolling through articles and police reports on a laptop. Tsukachi asked if Aizawa still believed she was simply lost. Aizawa replied that he did not think she was merely lost, he thought she was broken. Koro's energy had drained. Her movements had become mechanical, as if she were waiting without knowing for what. The collar at the back of her neck, a vestige of all for one's control, sat quietly and watched with them. Aizawa's eyes flicked to it, and the silence between them stretched taut. Although removing the collar would cause her pain, it remained a constant threat. Tsukachi had once tried to access the wiring, but a sharp jolt of electricity knocked him back in a dramatic, non-graphic way. Tsukachi wondered whether she would ever open up. Aizawa replied grimly that she did not know who she was without him, so she kept choosing Koro because it was the only thing she had left. The walls of the rehabilitation center were cold and clinical, much like everything else about the hospital's secret wing. A sterile white glow filled the space, but the room itself felt less clinical and more inhuman. The bed was untouched, the table undisturbed, and the chair sat in the center as though waiting for someone to occupy it. At first, Koro's eyes burned with wild intensity, full of anger and uncertainty. During the day, Koro was all teeth and fury. She growled, lunged, and stalked the perimeter of the chain that kept her from reaching the door. Her left ankle bore the weight of the quirk-canceling cuff, chained to the floor but long enough to let her roam most of the room. It clinked with every step, a quiet reminder of her leash. She made a game of terrifying the nurses, especially the new ones. One woman, small and nervous with a high ponytail and shaking hands, dropped the tray on the second day when Koro lunged forward so fast the woman yelped and the food scattered across the floor. Koro laughed a harsh, rasping sound that was more a bark of triumph than anything warm or friendly. The fun did not last long. After that, only a few nurses came, calm, predictable ones who did not blink when she snapped her teeth a hair's breadth from their arms. After 4 days of that, she stopped trying. She still snarled when they entered, still played the beast, still jerked at her chain to look wild. But when they left and she was alone, she changed. The nurse watching the cameras noticed the shift long before anyone else. She did not report it immediately. She simply watched. On the 5th night, Koro crept to the corner of the room, tail twitching, golden eyes cautious, and began pulling apart the paper wrapping from her dinner napkin like it was treasure. Then she began folding it, clumsy creases and odd shapes that suggested a childlike curiosity. She made a tiny triangle and pretended it could fly. When she found a pencil someone had accidentally left behind, she used it to draw on the back of the food tray, just lines, circles, a sun, a wolf with too many teeth. She made a nest out of the blanket and sat in it. She poked her fingers through the grates of the vent and whispered into it as if someone might answer. Sometimes Aizawa would come in. He rarely spoke at first. He simply watched, standing silently in the corner with his arms crossed and his eyes shadowed by fatigue and thought. He never reacted when she snarled or snapped, never backed away when she braced herself as if she might pounce. He repeatedly told her that she was not fooling anyone. She did not reply. Other days he would not enter. He watched from behind the office, speaking quietly to the night shift nurse while sipping the coffee she kept brewing for him despite his complaints about the bitterness. Nizu visited sometimes, mostly in the evenings when the room dimmed and Koro paced like a caged animal. Nizu tilted his head while watching her, tapping his paws together. But Aizawa came almost every day, after his last class at UA or earlier if he arranged cover. Some days he said nothing. Some days he sat down on the floor inside the room and spoke as if they were equals, treating her like a person. She never replied, but she listened. She would sit by the black wall, knees tucked to her chest, tail wrapped around her ankles like a blanket. She no longer barked when the door creaked open. No more lunges. No more snarls. Only silence. Aizawa stepped inside quietly as he always did, his scarf brushing the doorframe. He did not speak at first, he never did right away. Koro sat against the far wall, arms around her knees, head bowed like someone waiting for rain that would not fall. Aizawa placed a small tray on the table, 2 crackers, a thermos of warm broth, 1 tiny spoon. Koro did not move when the tray clicked or when the chair shifted. He exhaled softly and took his usual place across the room. He watched her fingers twitch not with intention, but with memory of holding something sharp, of obeying commands. She scratched her collar once and then stopped. The cameras did not blink, but the nurses did. One nurse muttered that Koro had not spoken in 3 days and not even to herself while scrolling through footage. Another nurse said that she was conserving energy, like a battery running low. They were not wrong. Koro ate enough to stay alive and slept in short bursts. She no longer whispered to the vents or drew wolves with jagged teeth on the backs of her trays. The spark that had made her dangerous had dimmed, but so had the one that made her human. She was not fighting, but she was not healing either. She had become a weapon between missions, a dog between commands. Still, lethal, empty. One afternoon, Aizawa brought something new, a piece of chalk. He set it on the floor between them, near the wall. Koro stared at it as if it might bite her. Aizawa told her she could draw, offering permission rather than a command. She did not answer, but when he left that night the chalk was gone. The next morning he found 3 short lines etched on the wall beside her, uneven, childlike marks that read like a tally of days. He came again the next evening and sat without speaking, legs crossed and arms loosely folded, gaze angled toward the far corner but not on her. 20 minutes passed before Koro's fingers twitched. Then, in a voice dry and cracked like a radio left in the rain, she asked whether wolves missed their masters. Aizawa replied that wolves remembered. She said that someone had told her she was not a wolf unless she bit, and that if she did not bite she was only a stray. Aizawa asked what she thought she was. She did not answer, but her tail curled around her legs. The next day she did not look up when Aizawa arrived, and she did not move when he sat beside her, not close, just nearby. After several minutes she told him she thought she had been wrong. Aizawa raised a brow and asked in what way. She said she had waited for orders, for punishment, for anything. She had waited. Aizawa said that silence was not always bad. She whispered that it was bad when it was empty. That night Koro did not touch her food or the chalk, but she reached out and for the first time, picked up the spoon. She only held it for several minutes before setting it back down. When the nurse came to clear the tray she paused and found a single word scratched into the underside with a fingernail. Still. On his next visit Aizawa sat on the floor again and did not ask questions or offer games. He simply sat. That night Koro did not speak to the collar or ask for her former master, but she kept the chalk and drew a single curved line beneath the first 3 marks on the wall. She fell asleep sitting up, her back to the wall, the chalk still in her hand. The following morning, when Aizawa walked through the door, her eyes lifted to meet his. For the first time they held his gaze for a second, then another, and she did not look away. One day during his visit she was curled under the table when he arrived, hiding rather than on the bed or pacing. Her fingers were tucked against the chain around her ankle, gently twisting it in rhythmic loops. Aizawa said her name, but she did not answer. He told her he had brought something and placed a small stuffed wolf on the floor near the table legs. The plush was gray and white and worn just enough to seem trustworthy. Koro's eyes flicked toward it briefly before darting away. She rasped why, and Aizawa said simply that wolves should not be alone. When he left, she picked up the plush and looked at it, petting its fur with a slight movement of her tail. Another day, when Aizawa opened the door, she moved at once and growled quietly, tiredly. She muttered that he kept coming back. Aizawa sat in the chair across from her and said that he did. She asked whether he thought, if he stayed long enough, she would stop biting. Aizawa said that he did not care if she bit. What he cared about was that she not believe she was only allowed to growl. His words made her eyes narrow. She told him he was confusing. Aizawa explained that people had told her they only wanted her if she obeyed, and that he did not want that. He wanted her to think. She did not answer, but she stopped growling. She began walking again, circling the walls slowly with her fingers grazing corners as if mapping them, not pacing out of instinct this time, but thinking and watching. Aizawa noticed and called her name. She paused mid-step. He asked her to choose that day between cards or nothing, pick, play or do not, no command, just choice. The word choice felt dangerous and foreign. She shook her head and said she did not like that word. When Aizawa asked why, she said it made her feel wrong. He did not push her, he only nodded. That night, a single card from the deck, the Queen of Spades, was left face up on the table. Aizawa had kept coming every day. He never raised his voice or made demands. He offered quiet encouragement and small choices, asking whether she wanted the red cup or the blue one, whether she preferred to sit on the bed or the chair. He always gave her the option to say no. She never said yes, but she did not lash out not until the middle of the 3rd month. That morning began like the others. Koro sat cross-legged on the bed with her stuffed wolf in her lap, eyes distant, fingers tracing at the hollow of her neck just enough to feel. Aizawa entered on quiet feet carrying a tray with 2 muffins, a small cup of juice, and beside it a small plastic flower in a paper cup, bright and oddly cheerful. Aizawa set the tray down and explained that it was a sunflower because the room needed color. He added that this time she could choose which muffin she wanted. He waited for her to respond. Koro's fingers tightened into fists. The motion at her neck grew faster and sharper. Her breathing became tight and shallow and her shoulders rose. She snapped that she did not care about muffins. Aizawa remained calm and said that it was not about the food but about the choice. She stood up quickly, knocking the stuffed wolf from her lap. She shouted that she did not want his choices, that she did not want muffins or flowers or the little rewards for using utensils. She accused him of trying to fix her as if she were broken, of treating her as if she had been wrong before. She insisted she had been made right by someone else and demanded to know how Aizawa could think this was helping. Her hands struck the table hard enough to rattle the tray and send juice sloshing. She told him he was only confusing her, that he expected the right answer and smiled like kindness, but it felt like another test, just like his. Her breathing became ragged and her tail bristled behind her. The collar around her neck started to beep, unnoticed by her because she was spiraling too fast. Aizawa's eyes snapped to the collar. He moved forward, calling her name softly. Koro told him she did not want to think or choose and began to shout that she only wanted to stop. The collar flashed and a sudden pulse jolted through her. She collapsed to the floor, convulsing briefly before falling still, shaken and silenced. The shock lasted only seconds, but the quiet that followed was worse than any scream. Aizawa knelt beside her without touching her, keeping careful distance. Her body curled inward and trembled. Her hands hovered near the collar as if she did not know whether to touch it. He spoke her name gently. When she tried to speak, her voice came out hoarse and weak as she admitted she had not known the collar would go off. Aizawa told her he knew and assured her she was not in trouble. She confessed she had screamed and he said that she was allowed to scream. She said she did not know how to stop, and he told her she was not supposed to know yet and that was why he was there and that he was not going anywhere. She did not answer, but this time she did not curl away from him. When she finally sat up, dazed and with a bitten lip that stung from its soreness, she whispered that she hated the sound the collar made. Aizawa nodded and said that he hated it too. He sat with her, breathing quietly beside her while the sunflower in its paper cup slowly wilted. After the shock, something inside her had closed. She had not behaved like herself since. No growls, no sharp outbursts, no frantic scratching at the collar. She simply sat, usually curled against the wall with her arms around her knees and her tail limp across the floor, like a ghost not yet aware of what had happened. She did not flinch when Aizawa entered the room, and she did not speak, but she also no longer looked away. Aizawa took note of that small change. For several days he said nothing. He did not bring games or colored pens or more muffins. He sat beside her, not too close but within reach, and waited without asking her to move or commenting when her food went untouched. 5 days later she asked him why he had not left. He answered that he had stayed because she was hurting. She blinked and her fingers twitched against her pant leg. She told him he had not punished her for losing control and that she had thought she should have been punished. He said gently that she had been overwhelmed, not defiant, and that there was a difference. She fell quiet again, but she straightened a little and her ears turned toward him when he spoke. The next day she asked about the sunflower. Aizawa explained that he had brought it because it did not belong in a place like this, and he compared that to how she did not belong either. She accused him of trying to confuse her, and he said he was trying to show her something different because he thought she deserved to see it. She watched the withered petals for a long time and murmured that it had died. He acknowledged that it had, but reminded her that did not mean it had not mattered. Later, cameras showed her picking up the paper cup and placing it carefully on the bedside table. On the 108th day, she sat up straighter when he came in and asked what was outside this place. Aizawa answered honestly that there were trees, roads, a couple of cities, and some schools places for kids her age to learn, train, and make mistakes. She said she was not a kid, and he told her age. Their routines continued, small shifts layered into slow change as Aizawa remained a steady presence and Koro began, in small ways, to look outward again. Aizawa told her that made her a kid. She replied that she was his, her voice quiet and uncertain, and said she did not need school. Aizawa answered that she did not need him either. Her eyes flickered. She did not growl or argue, she only looked tired. She admitted that maybe she did not need him, but that she did not know how to be anything else. After a pause, she asked so softly he almost missed it whether he did. Aizawa felt his heart ache, but he answered steadily that he knew how to help her figure it out. Koro blinked. For the first time her voice no longer sounded like a soldier or a pet but like a girl lost in a hallway with too many doors and no idea which one led out. She asked what would happen if she messed up. Aizawa met her gaze and promised he would be there when she did. For the first time since her capture, Koro nodded once. That was enough. After the shock, the wolf grew quiet, not the simmering, coiled silence of defiance, but a colder stillness, numb. She no longer flinched when the door opened. She no longer bared her teeth or growled when Aizawa entered. She did not make eye contact. She did not touch her food until it was cold. She did not pace, did not run, did not lash out. She simply sat in the corner of her room, knees tucked to her chest, chin resting on them, arms wrapped tightly around her legs. Her tail curled lifelessly around her feet. Her fingers idly scratched the rim of her collar, soft and slow, just enough to feel it. She did not speak, and Aizawa did not try to force her to. On the first day he sat in silence across from her. He did not bring games or commands. He did not ask her to choose anything. He read a book, not watching her, while she watched him from the corner of her eye. On the second day she did not shift from the wall once. She scratched, paused, scratched again. Her fingers kept moving and Aizawa watched in quiet. On the third day he placed a single item on the table, a plastic sunflower, and said nothing about it. That night the sunflower had been moved and gently placed in the corner beside her. A small act, but not a meaningless one. On the fourth day she looked at him for a single second, then looked away. It was the first real eye contact she had initiated since the shock. On the fifth day Aizawa brought his scarf but did not wear it. He folded it neatly and laid it across the back of the chair before sitting. Koro stared at it from across the room. After 20 minutes of silence she asked why he kept coming back. Aizawa glanced up from his book and reminded her that he had promised to return. Her fingers stilled. On the sixth day she asked what the point was. Aizawa asked what she meant and she clarified that she meant talking, sitting there, pretending to be normal. He told her she did not have to pretend and that she was allowed to be herself. She muttered that that felt worse. He did not press her. On the seventh day she finally asked why a sunflower. He looked up and said that sunflowers were stubborn. He explained that they grew toward the sun even when it hurt. She did not reply, but her tail flicked. On the eighth day she did not stay in the corner. She sat at the edge of the bed instead, still curled up, still hunched but closer to the chair. Aizawa asked if she remembered her real name. She stared at her knees for a long time and then said she did not. When he asked if she wanted to, she said she did not know. He told her that was okay and that she did not have to decide. This time her look held fear and a tiny thread of wanting to believe him, to hope, and that terrified her more than anything. She said nothing else that day. That night, when the lights went out and the room was cloaked in quiet, she did not call for her master or anyone else. She sat in the dark, pressing her fingers to the edge of her collar, not trying to remove it. She simply held it, like a memory she did not know how to mourn. Days blurred without a clock on the wall. Time passed in meals, in light, and in the mechanical sound of doors opening and closing. A small vent hummed in the ceiling, letting in dry, sterile air. The sunflower on the nightstand had dried into a fragile husk, curling inward, but she had not thrown it away. She had not touched it again either. Koro stayed near the wall, body curled up against it, chin on her knees, tail curled beside her like a ribbon of regret. She scratched her neck absent-mindedly, a slow rhythmic habit. Aizawa still came every day. He never asked her to speak or brought activities anymore, just himself, sometimes his scarf, sometimes tea. He sat across the room and read, or simply rested, quiet and steady like a mountain that would not move even if the wind screamed. Eventually, the silence felt different with him, there less heavy. On one visit after the shock, Aizawa changed his routine. He did not sit across the room. He walked slowly and lowered himself onto the floor against the same wall she sat against, leaving a safe distance between them. He did not look at her or speak, he only let his presence settle like warmth. She did not move away. They sat like that in silence for over an hour. Koro scratched lightly at her neck, fingers brushing below the collar. Her gaze flicked toward him once. He did not react. Later her voice came dry and abrupt as she observed that he always wore black. Aizawa explained that he liked black. She asked whether it was armor, referring to his scarf, his eyes, and the way he moved as if always ready for a fight. He admitted that perhaps he was, but added that he was not readying himself against her. She said he should be, and he answered that he was not afraid of her. She did not know how to respond. Minutes passed and she mumbled that she used to wear white, with red paint so they would know what she was. When he quietly asked what she had been, she replied that she had been a warning. He did not contradict her, he only said that it was not what she was now. When she wondered aloud whether he knew what she was now, Aizawa told her he knew what she could be. He told her she did not have to figure everything out today or tomorrow and that she was allowed to take time. She listened, not ready to answer, but listening. Aizawa told her that she was allowed not to know. Koro replied that he had never let her not know. She added that she was not him. Another silence stretched between them, but this one did not hurt. It felt less alone. Then, so faintly he almost missed it, Koro asked if she could ask him something. Aizawa said she always could. Koro asked what would happen if she said no. Aizawa blinked. He thought about how, to a villain, a refusal meant punishment, to a soldier it meant failure, to a weapon it was not even an option. For the first time Koro was testing that boundary, testing whether she could refuse. He did not smile, but his tone was warm as he told her that then nothing would happen and that she was allowed to say no. Koro did not respond right away, but her hands finally stopped scratching at her neck and her tail twitched once, not from tension but in thought. The next day, Aizawa returned as always and entered without ceremony. Koro was already in her spot, knees tucked to her chest, tail curled near her side, arms wrapped around herself as if to hold herself together. This time, she did not flinch when he sat beside her. Not too close, just near enough to be present. They sat in silence for a long while. Her fingers found the base of her collar again, scratching lightly. It had become a reflexive habit, and Aizawa noticed that she scratched harder when her breathing shifted or when her brows pinched with confusion. The more confused she became, the harder she scratched. She looked confused now. Koro asked why he was still there. Aizawa did not answer right away, then explained that he was there because he had said he would be. She stared ahead with unfocused eyes and said that was not a reason. He told her that it was a reason to him. Koro pressed her lips into a thin line and dragged her nails a little harder across her neck. She recalled that he had used to say the same thing when he wanted her to stop asking questions. Aizawa nodded slowly and asked if that had worked. She answered quietly that sometimes it did, and that sometimes she did not want to know the answer anyway. The question hung in the air. Why was he still here? Somewhere inside that broken web of thoughts, a part of Koro did not hate that he stayed. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. Aizawa sat beside her, quiet and still. Sometimes he read, sometimes he simply breathed. Koro began to ask more questions, small and strange ones, like someone testing the limits of their world. She asked why he tied his scarf the way he did. Aizawa explained that it was part of his capture gear. She wondered if that was why he smelled faintly of metal, and he answered maybe. She asked if he hated villains. He paused, then said that he did not hate villains, but he hated people who hurt others. Koro digested that slowly, fingers twitching against her knee. Later she mumbled that she used to sleep in a cell when she failed. Aizawa asked if it had been cold. She said the cells were quiet and dark and that she had liked the dark because you could not see what was coming and so you did not get scared before it arrived. Aizawa listened, always listening. Her tail flicked nervously. Koro remembered that someone had told her she was lucky to fight, that she had a purpose. When Aizawa asked what she had thought, she admitted that it had hurt, that she had not told him that. Aizawa leaned forward slightly and told her that she could tell him. A few days later she surprised him again. That visit she had not spoken while he settled beside her. She stared at the far wall, arms locked around her knees, still as a statue. Then, without warning, she asked if animals knew when they were pets. Aizawa said he thought some did and that others simply lived within the structure they were given. Koro tilted her head and asked if he thought she had been a pet. He looked at her gently and said no, he thought she had been a prisoner. Her expression did not change, but she swallowed as if something bitter had settled in her throat, and her fingers twitched at the collar. She said that she had not run. He told her that that did not make it her fault. Silence followed, and then she asked what would have happened if she had run. He answered that she might have been hurt. Then she asked quietly if he would have come for her. His gaze held hers for a moment as he admitted that he did not know, but that he would have tried if he had known she was out there. Koro stared at the floor. Her hand moved slowly away from the collar and rested in her lap. Then, softly, she said okay. It was not a dramatic breakthrough, no tears, no collapse, but for the first time she leaned back slightly, not away from him and not closer either. There was a neutral gravity between them. When Aizawa stood to leave that day, Koro looked up and asked if he would come tomorrow. He looked down at her and said yes. She said okay again, then turned back to the wall, and her tail curled slightly at the tip. Another week passed. Each day, Aizawa arrived without fail, always at the same time, always with the same quiet steps, and always with the same tired eyes that somehow softened when he looked at her. And each day, Koro was waiting, still curled against the wall when he entered, knees to her chest, arms looped tightly around her legs like a barrier she did not yet know how to lower. Her tail flicked in slow, lazy motions behind her. Sometimes her fingers scratched lightly at her neck, other times she picked at the inside of her wrist, a nervous tick she did not seem to notice. Aizawa would sit, quiet and present, just far enough to respect the boundary. That was when the new thing began. The inch. The first time it happened, it was almost imperceptible. He had just lowered himself to the floor, sighing quietly as his back leaned against the wall. He did not look at her, he rarely did unless she spoke first. From the corner of his eye he noticed a subtle shift. Koro had moved, just an inch, barely enough to call it movement, a small scoot along the floor with her arms still tight around her knees. She did not look at him, her eyes were fixed on the opposite wall, her body tense with uncertainty. He did not comment. The next day she did it again, an inch, maybe two, still tight-limbed and quiet, hesitant and uncertain, but deliberate. She began to ask questions. They were not deep questions, not the ones that mattered, but small curiosities. Koro asked why he did not blink as much as other people. Aizawa explained that it was called focus. Koro asked whether he ever slept. Aizawa replied that sometimes he did. Koro asked why heroes wore such dumb costumes. Aizawa answered that she should ask present Mike. Koro did not always respond to his answers, but she seemed to catalog them, tucking them away like puzzle pieces she did not yet know how to assemble. Each day, as he sat, she shifted closer, never quickly, never confidently, but consistently. Until one day they were only a few feet apart, close enough that he could hear her breathing more clearly. Koro asked why he kept coming back. Aizawa turned his head slightly and told her he came because he had said he would. Koro objected that it was not a real answer. Aizawa replied that it was the only one that mattered right now. Koro frowned faintly, brow furrowing, and her fingers twitched toward her neck before stilling. She asked whether he thought she was broken. He studied her carefully and said he thought she had been hurt, which was not the same thing. She did not answer aloud, but she did not scoot away. The next day it rained outside. Koro had never liked the sound of rain. It reminded her of dripping water in basements and alleyways, of damp nights, but now, from the safety of her windowless room, it was only a dull echo in the vents. Aizawa entered with damp hair and a half-wet scarf. Koro sniffed at the air and scrunched her nose, remarking that he smelled like a wet blanket. Aizawa raised a brow and noted that it was good to know. She shifted again 1.5 inches until they were almost side by side, not touching and not even looking at each other, but close. Koro asked whether he would tell her if she did something wrong. Aizawa answered yes. She asked whether he would punish her. Aizawa answered no. She stared at the floor and said that he always did. Aizawa told her he was not him. After a pause, Koro said that she knew. It was the first time she had said it without sarcasm or bitterness. It sounded like an admission, fragile and true. Her tail curled slightly and her foot nudged a little closer to his boot. For once she did not move away. The space between them had almost disappeared. Not entirely, but close enough that Koro could feel the warmth of his presence, hear the soft creak of the floor when he shifted his weight, and occasionally catch the earthy scent of his scarf. She never acknowledged it aloud. That would mean admitting something had changed, but it had. She no longer clung to the opposite wall. She no longer sat with her arms locked around her knees like a prisoner trying to vanish into herself. She still scratched when she was confused, but even that had become less violent, more like an unconscious tick. Most days now, when Aizawa entered, Koro was already seated near his usual spot, not right next to it but not even a foot away. Sometimes she tilted her head toward the door the moment his footsteps echoed through the hallway, her ears twitching faintly. She did not greet him, but she waited, and when he sat down she stayed. That afternoon the silence stretched longer than usual. Aizawa leaned back slightly against the wall, stretching one leg out and bending the other at the knee. He did not speak first, as always. Eventually Koro asked whether he always drank black coffee. Aizawa glanced at her and confirmed that he did. Koro asked why. Aizawa replied that he was too tired to care how it tasted. Koro made a soft sound, not quite a laugh and not quite a scoff, more like a breath she had not meant to let out. Her tail flicked slowly and brushed once against the side of his boot. She did not pull it away. She then asked whether he had ever had a dog. Aizawa blinked and said that when he was a child he had a big mutt they found under a bridge during a storm. Koro asked if the dog had bitten him. Aizawa said no, but that the dog had growled during the first few days and hid under the couch until it felt safe. Koro asked whether he had just waited. Aizawa replied that he had sat near the dog and let it come out on its own. Koro did not say anything after that, but she shifted again. Her arm was now only inches from his, and her tail brushed him once more before curling near his boot. She wanted something that made her feel ridiculous to admit. The part of her that clung to obedience and control told her to stay stiff, keep her distance, and not reach. Another part, deeper and older and softer, remembered warmth and wanted to lean in, to feel a hand on her head, not to be pulled or shoved or praised for violence, but to be petted like she was real and safe. She did not ask for that. Her fingers tightened slightly on the hem of her pants, nails brushing her thigh as she scratched once, then again. Aizawa watched the gesture. He recognized it now as a sign of uncertainty, anxiety, and desire tangled with fear. She did not look at him, so he did not move. After a moment, he let his hand rest lightly on the floor between them, close enough if she wanted to bridge that last inch. Koro glanced down at it, her eyes lingering, and opened her mouth. The next few visits followed the same rhythm. Koro asked more questions, small, seemingly meaningless ones, but they came from her, and that mattered. Aizawa answered them all calmly, honestly, without judgment. Koro asked if he ever got bored watching her. Aizawa answered that he did not. She asked whether he hated villains. He said it depended on the villain. She asked why he did not yell. He admitted he only yelled when present Mike was around. She asked whether he would let a stray animal go if it bit someone. He said not if it bit out of fear. Koro never followed up. She scratched less after each answer. Her tail began to rest lazily along the floor. Her body language shifted from mere tolerance to something like leaning in. One visit she shifted until her shoulder almost brushed his. She did not speak that day, but when Aizawa stood to leave her ears drooped slightly. She did not ask him to stay, she only looked. As he reached the door she murmured that she wanted him to come back tomorrow. He paused and then nodded that he would be there. Koro did not respond aloud, but when he left her tail gave a single, small wag. The visits became routine. He came, sat, said little, and answered her questions. She never sat more than a foot away anymore. Once or twice her shoulder brushed his scarf and she jerked away as if burned, but each time she stayed longer and said a little more. Each departure left a small, inward ache, like a caged part of her soul scratching at the door, begging him not to disappear. When the door did not open at the usual time, Koro noticed immediately. She listened, ears twitching, straining to catch the steady rhythm of his boots. Nothing. 5 minutes passed, then 10. She glanced toward the window and imagined him there. That helped a little. 15 minutes. Her fingers twitched and her tail tapped once. 30. She stood with nervous energy and paced the room slowly, then sat again. The scratching at her neck started after 40 minutes, gentle at first, then harder. She muttered that he always came. Her knees buckled as she crouched near the door, ears pressed flat, eyes wide, not yet fearful, but tense and waiting. 2 hours in, she curled up in the corner with her arms wrapped around herself, her nails having scratched her neck raw. Her mind spun with possibilities. Maybe he had left, maybe they had taken him, maybe he had abandoned her. The thought that something had happened to him made her stomach twist. She whispered that he had promised to come back. She could not sit still. The pacing returned, sharp and jagged, her tail thrashing. Her hands moved to her neck again and she scratched until the skin was sore. Her breathing sped up. At 3 hours a warning beep began from the collar she wore, indicating stress levels were too high. She tried to tell the collar she was calm, but the device activated. A painful electric shock struck. She fell to her knees, seized and gasping, her body shaking. When the sensation faded she collapsed sideways, breathing hard, trembling. The collar had done its job. The warning had reset her state. The door opened almost 4 hours late. Aizawa stood in the doorway, his scarf slightly askew and a bandage wrapped around one forearm. He looked tired and frustrated, but his eyes found her immediately. He saw Koro crumpled on the floor, breathing hard, with fresh marks on her neck and hands. Koro's eyes snapped toward him, wide and wild with genuine panic. She accused him of not coming, of not being there. Aizawa crossed the room quickly and crouched beside her without touching. He explained that there had been a villain attack in Hosu and he had been pulled into backup. He had not been able to leave. She shook her head and said he had promised to come, that he always came. She said she had feared he was dead or gone, that maybe they had hurt him or maybe he did not want her anymore. Aizawa let her say it. He stayed still and then told her he was there now. Koro stared at him, trembling, her nails hovering uncertainly above her neck as if she could not decide whether to scratch again or stop. She whispered that he had left. He replied that he had come back. After a long pause, Koro inched forward on her knees and, without asking, pressed her forehead briefly and lightly against his scarf. She did not touch his shoulder or chest, only the scarf, which smelled like him and felt like safety. Her hands trembled, fists pressed into the floor, her tail curling around her legs like a cocoon. She mumbled that she had thought he was gone. Aizawa said he was not. He did not move away nor did he reach for her. He simply let her be there and let her choose her own small comforts. She stayed like that for a long time. When quiet tears began to come, she pressed her face harder into the fabric and asked him not to leave again. Aizawa heard the soft, trembling plea against his scarf. Koro's crying was different from the children he usually comforted. It was quieter, broken, and deeply shaken. This was different. They were the stifled, scared, confused sounds of a girl who had not let herself cry in years and did not know how or whether she was allowed to. Her shoulders did not shake and her voice did not crack. She simply leaked pain, silent and invisible beneath the weight of a lifetime that had taught her only to fight, obey, or survive. Her forehead was pressed into the fabric of his scarf, her fists curled tightly at her sides. She was not seeking comfort directly. Aizawa, who had learned to read between lines long ago, recognized that what lay beneath her trembling form was not resistance but a small, fractured, dangerous hope. His hands stayed at his sides at first, tense after weeks of careful distance, never moving too close, never touching, always giving her control. Now she had reached out, and he faced a choice that could either send her spiraling or, perhaps, teach her something she had not felt in a long time: safety. He chose to act. Aizawa lifted his arms slowly and wrapped them gently around her, one arm across her back and the other resting lightly on her shoulder. There was no pressure, no restraint, only presence. Koro stiffened immediately, her breath hitched and every muscle coiled as if preparing to lash out. He did not tighten his hold. He remained still, warm, steady. His scarf, caught between them, muffled her breathing sharp inhales and long, shaky exhales. She did not move or pull away, and that alone was everything. Aizawa lowered his voice and reminded her that he had promised to come back. She did not answer at first. After a moment, a small broken sound escaped her, a tiny exhale of grief that had been caged too long. Slowly, her fists unclenched just enough to grip the edge of his scarf, her fingers clinging like a child holding the hem of a parent's coat. She leaned into him. Her tail and ears stilled. Her defenses folded inward like paper in water. Koro mumbled that she had not meant to panic. Aizawa reassured her calmly and with certainty that she had not. She expressed fear that he would be angry. He told her he was not. She admitted that she had scratched again, and he acknowledged that he had seen. After a quiet moment, his hand lifted slowly and rested gently atop her head, not a pat but simply a warm, present touch. Her ears twitched against his palm, then stilled. He stated firmly that he had returned and that he would keep returning. Koro's voice cracked as she confessed that she felt broken. Aizawa corrected her gently, saying that she was hurt and that being hurt was not the same as being broken. She wiped her face against his scarf and said that his kindness felt wrong to her because someone had told her he was not supposed to be kind. When Aizawa asked who had said that, she named him. Aizawa tightened his grip slightly, just enough for her to feel it. She grew quiet for a long time. Her tail curled closer to her legs and the broken rhythm of her breathing began to steady. Then, almost too softly to hear, she asked him not to stop holding her yet. Aizawa closed his eyes and promised he would not stop. Outside the one-way glass, Tsukachi watched in silence with his arms crossed. After a long moment, he observed that it seemed Aizawa was getting through to her. For the first time since Koro had arrived, Aizawa believed it too. That quiet, trembling moment wrapped in a scarf soaked with her tears became a turning point. Something shifted in Koro that day, not dramatically or loudly, but genuinely. It belonged to her. After Aizawa left, she did not return to her corner or retreat to the shadows as usual. She sat in the middle of the floor where he had held her, unmoving, ears low and tail curled tight around her feet, no longer trembling or distant, simply still. The next day, when the door opened at his usual time, Aizawa did not flinch. Koro was already waiting. She no longer sat against the wall. Instead, she sat cross-legged a few feet from the door, watching silently as Aizawa entered. She did not greet him or speak, but her eyes, though wary, finally met his. Aizawa offered his usual nod and lowered himself to the floor beside her. Koro shifted a little closer on her own. They did not speak that day, they simply shared the room. Her fingers scratched lightly at her collar once and stopped when Aizawa gave a small, steadying look. For the first time, she stopped herself. By the third day, she began meeting him halfway across the room. Her movements were quieter and less mechanical. She came because she wanted to. When Aizawa sat, she scooted beside him almost immediately, leaving barely a foot between them. Not touching, just near, comfortable and present. Her tail brushed his leg once and stayed still. Neither mentioned it. On the fifth day she asked a question again, quietly and almost mumbled. Koro asked whether teachers always did that, whether teachers hugged kids like he had. Aizawa blinked, not expecting her to speak, and replied that teachers did not always do that, only when it was the right thing. Koro admitted that she had been told being scared was dangerous. Aizawa told her they had lied. She asked if it had been the right thing with her, and he answered yes. She did not speak after that, but her tail tapped softly against the floor as she processed the answer. She did not run. A week passed. Routine became familiarity, and familiarity became safety. Koro no longer waited in the shadows. She sat on the bed and met Aizawa's eyes when he entered. Her body language softened. She sat closer, her tail no longer curled protectively, and her ears stayed forward more often. Sometimes, when visits ended, she hesitated at the door not to flee, but to hold on to that last second of presence a little longer. One day she asked why Aizawa had come back when she had shocked herself. He told her he had come because she had been scared, not dangerous. She frowned at the distinction. She had been told that fear and danger were the same. He said gently that they had lied to her. She was quiet for a while, her nails tapping the metal of her collar. Then, tentatively, she looked up, ears low and uncertain, and asked if she could sit next to him. Aizawa's expression softened. He indicated that she already was. She realized then that her thigh was brushing his leg. Her eyes widened with wonder rather than fear. She did not move. Her tail curled loosely around her ankles, and she leaned her head slightly against his shoulder. Aizawa rested his hand lightly on her hair, and she did not flinch. 2 months had passed since she had cried into Aizawa's scarf and allowed herself to be held by choice rather than by force or command. Something had bloomed quietly in that time, slowly and carefully like a flower learning that sunlight did not always mean pain. Koro was different now. She still had moments of silence and hesitation, of curling inward like a coiled spring, but they came less often. The scratching was rarer, mostly when she was confused or overwhelmed, and she could stop herself more often, especially when Aizawa was near. She no longer waited by the wall. She met him at the door. Sometimes her tail wagged a little, and she pretended not to notice. Aizawa never called her out on it. Her vocabulary changed as well. Where she once said nothing or responded in short, robotic fragments, she began asking questions sometimes trivial and curious, sometimes deeper. She asked what cinnamon tasted like, why birds flew in V formations, and why Aizawa slept in a cocoon-like sleeping bag. She also asked harder questions. Whether she had a name before Koro, whether she had liked animals before, and why she could not remember being 6. Aizawa never lied or promised answers he could not give. He listened. In return, Koro began to share small things. How all for one's hallways smelled of bleach and metal, how she hated sleeping on cold surfaces, how certain voices had made her flinch before she understood why, how she had been taught to light a match with her claws, and that she had been forbidden to cry. One day she remembered the first time she had ever seen a butterfly. She said she had not heard it, though she could have. Aizawa did not reply with words. He reached over and gave her a gentle pat on the head. She leaned into it. She still wore the collar, even though it had not delivered a shock in weeks and the monitoring panel no longer had an active trigger. The device was no longer armed. Koro began making choices, real ones. Small things at first, like which book to read or whether to go to the courtyard or stay inside, but then something bigger. She asked for something instead of waiting or demanding. She asked to see a tree, clarifying that she did not mean a picture but a real tree she could touch. Her request was quiet and embarrassed, as if it were selfish. Aizawa agreed. 2 days later she was escorted carefully outside into the reinforced courtyard. In the center of the yard stood an old ginkgo tree, short, gnarled, but alive. She touched its bark with both hands, her claws scraping lightly over the surface and her nose wrinkling at the scent. She stood there for a long moment, absorbing the ordinary, steady life of the tree. Koro sat beneath it and smiled, a real, tiny, trembly, quiet smile. One evening, during their usual visit, Aizawa sat at the table finishing grading while Koro sat cross-legged against the chair leg, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube he had brought her. He rubbed her head, a reassuring habit they had developed. Koro looked up and asked him if he thought she would always be Koro. Aizawa considered her and told her he believed she would always be herself, but that the name Koro did not have to be a cage. Koro chewed her lip and admitted she did not remember the other name from before and was unsure whether she wanted to. Aizawa told her that was okay. She glanced up to confirm, and he said that names did not make someone good or bad. Koro nodded slowly and said she wanted to be good. Aizawa reassured her that she was already getting there. Koro fell silent for a while, then looked back down at her Rubik's Cube. Her tail wagged, and Aizawa remained quiet. A few days later, in the soft early evening with rain tapping lightly against the windows, Aizawa set his papers down and told Koro he had spoken with the committee and that they had agreed it was time for her to be released from the facility. Her breath caught. He gave her space to process and then told her she would not be alone and that she would come home with him. Koro looked up, confusion on her face, and asked what he meant by home. Aizawa explained that he had already set things up at his apartment, that she would have her own room and her own space, and that she would no longer be a ward of the state but would be in his custody. Koro blinked, her tail still. She asked if this would be like being a stray. Aizawa laughed quietly and corrected her, saying it would be more like family. Her throat worked around words she did not say. Aizawa leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, and told her she did not have to decide right now. He had wanted to tell her first, and it would be her choice. The word choice frightened her, but it did not hurt as much as before. She stared at her trembling hands and told him she did not know how to be that. Aizawa told her she did not have to know how, she only had to try. Silence hung between them. Koro asked whether she would still be Koro. Aizawa told her she would still be herself and that if she ever remembered the rest, they would figure it out together. Koro stared at him for a long time, then slowly moved forward and pressed against his leg, balled his pant leg in her hands. Aizawa did not flinch. He placed a hand on her head and let her stay. The rain kept tapping against the glass. For the first time since she had been captured, Koro whispered that she was okay. It had been 6 months since she had been brought to the rehabilitation center, 6 months since she had been taken from the place of abuse and taught to accept sunlight without snarling. Koro had changed. Not all at once, not completely, but enough that she was being released not to the world, not unsupervised, not entirely free, but to live with Aizawa under his custody. The collar was gone. The doctors had found a careful way to detach it without triggering the failsafe. All for one had embedded in its circuitry something that could have caused catastrophic harm if handled too early. It had taken weeks of planning, specialists, and a near-surgical approach, but they had managed it. They had even removed the embedded hardware at the base of her neck. The scars remained, though, leaving the skin uneven and sensitive. She flinched at anything that brushed a high collar. She stared at herself in the mirror sometimes and touched the ridged tissue, not to mourn but to remember. Aizawa noticed her discomfort. He never stared at her neck, but one quiet morning as she sat cross-legged on the couch in her now empty room with her discharge papers signed and packed, he handed her a black scarf, simple, soft, familiar. He explained that he had worn it in winter and thought it would suit her now. She ran her fingers over the fabric like it was fragile, then slowly draped it around her neck. It did not hide everything, but it helped. For the first time since the collar, she did not feel like she was wearing a cage. She felt clothed. She felt safe. The drive to Aizawa's apartment was quiet in a gentle way. She sat in the back seat, the scarf tucked close, glancing at the window and then at Aizawa's reflection in the rearview mirror. Freedom felt strange, too big and too soft, and when they reached the building she hesitated for a moment before climbing out. She stayed close to him the entire way up in the elevator and by the time the front door opened, she was clutching the hem of his coat. He did not comment, he simply let her hold on. Inside, the apartment was warm and calm, with soft lights and no clinical smells. Shoes by the door belonged to someone else. A pink toothbrush sat beside the sink and toys filled a small corner bin. Aizawa had mentioned before, in passing, that someone else lived there, and he reminded her now that he wanted her to meet that person. Koro tensed as he said the name. He explained that the girl was named Eri and that she had also been through a lot. The name sparked a memory she could not immediately place. Then Eri appeared, peeking around the hallway corner. White hair, large red eyes, and a small horn curling from her head. The memory came back like a sudden match. Shigaraki speaking to Overhaul. A frightened child brought into a room, silent and withdrawn. All for one had referred to the child as a resource, others had murmured pity. Koro had seen that child twice, and in those brief moments she had felt something she could not then name. Now, seeing her again in the hallway, that feeling returned stronger than before. Eri looked as afraid as Koro felt. Two children shaped by monsters faced each other in the soft light. Neither moved at first. Then Eri offered a tiny, almost imperceptible wave. Koro blinked and after a breath, raised her hand and waved back. Dinner was quiet. Aizawa cooked while Eri helped and Koro watched. Koro ate little and spoke even less, but she sat at the table, which was a new thing for her. Eri stole glances at Koro between bites of rice. Koro returned those looks. There was a small comfort in watching the way Eri held her spoon and chewed carefully, shoulders tense at first but gradually relaxing. Koro's tail, an old reflex, lay still on the floor, neither bristled nor curled, simply at rest. Later, when Aizawa had gone to the kitchen to wash dishes, Eri padded over to the couch where Koro sat alone, the scarf still snug around her throat. The little girl sat beside her, not too close, just nearby. After a moment, Eri told Koro that she recognized her from before. Koro acknowledged the recognition with a swallow and a quiet agreement. Eri said that Koro was not scary anymore. Koro responded that Eri was not either. Eri smiled softly. Koro did not return the smile, but she stayed where she was. That was enough. The apartment was too quiet at night. Not the terrifying, static-laced silence of All for One's halls, and not the buzzing, always-watching hush from her room in the facility. This was soft and domestic, but it still made her skin itch. No cameras, no fluorescent buzz, no metal underfoot, no orders or schedules, just carpet, warm lamps, and distant, gentle sounds. Aizawa snoring in the next room, Eri's soft sleep humming, and the refrigerator clicking on now and then. Koro sat on the edge of the futon Aizawa had given her, brand new and low to the floor, just the way she preferred, wrapped in a blanket she had not asked for. It smelled like laundry detergent, clean, warm, and strangely alien. She did not sleep the first night, not really. She did not panic either, and that was new. In the morning she sat stiffly at the kitchen table with the scarf still on even though it was warm. Eri offered a banana. Koro stared at it as if it might explode. Aizawa sipped his coffee and let her figure it out. It took Koro 10 full minutes to peel it. Eri did not laugh. She peeled her own banana slowly and deliberately, like a mirror, like a game. Koro managed to eat half before her stomach twisted. Still progress. Later that day Aizawa found Koro standing in the hallway, as motionless as a stone, staring at the laundry room door. He leaned against the wall beside her and asked if she wanted to go in. Koro shook her head, but her ears twitched. He did not press. The second night she woke from a dream she could not remember, sweating and shaking, breathing too fast. No alarm had gone off, no shock, no voice through the wall, only the ragged sound of her own breath. She crawled out of the futon on all fours, tail twitching, and crept toward Aizawa's door. She did not knock or enter. She curled up beside it like a sleeping dog, forehead resting on her arms, heart still racing. In the morning, when Aizawa opened the door, he paused and said nothing, then crouched and placed a hand gently on her head. Koro did not flinch. After a few days she found a routine of sorts. Wake up, sit at the table, accept the banana, eat toast if her stomach allowed, and shadow Aizawa silently around the apartment like a small, anxious ghost. Eri made her a drawing, a wobbly sketch of the three of them, Koro, Eri, and Aizawa, with a scarf so long it wrapped around them both. Koro stared at it for a long time, folded it carefully, and tucked it under her pillow. She did not say thank you, but Eri saw and smiled. The first time Koro sat on the couch while the TV was on, she did not know what to do. The lights, noise, and motion made her tail bristle, but when Eri giggled and offered that Koro could sit beside her, patting the cushion, Koro hesitated and then sat, rigid and ready to flee. By the end of the episode she had slouched slightly, ears twitching toward the sound instead of away. Aizawa watched from the kitchen without comment. The next morning Koro reached for the toast without being asked. That night she whispered to Eri in the dark, for words that told Eri she remembered her. Eri did not answer. She reached across the gap between their futons and gave Koro's hand the smallest squeeze. Koro held on. One day Koro spoke first without being prompted, her voice quiet but clear as she asked what normal people did on Saturdays. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and said it depended. Koro admitted she did not know what she wanted to do. Aizawa told her that was okay and then, dryly, reminded her that she was Koro, not people, and that Koro could take her time. Koro blinked, and without meaning to she smiled just a little. Over the weeks, something strange and soft settled into the apartment. Not peace, exactly. But stillness. Koro stopped flinching at every door hinge. Eri no longer tiptoed around her presence. They began to gravitate toward each other in the quiet, unspoken way children do when they recognize something broken in one another and want to hold it without squeezing too tight. They shared routines now, brushing teeth at the same time, sitting beside each other for meals, watching Saturday cartoons, one cross-legged, the other curled up like a cat. One afternoon, Koro and Eri sat together on the futon in quiet comfort. It became a habit after that. One rainy morning, they built a pillow fort in the living room while Aizawa was on patrol. Eri insisted it needed a password. Koro, grinning faintly, chose the first word that came to mind: butterfly. That afternoon, they sat beneath it with flashlights, whispering stories. Koro even told a story about a mission gone wrong, only the awkward, harmless part where she got stuck while chasing a cat and Eri laughed so hard she snorted. Koro blinked, then laughed too. A short, raspy sound, like someone rediscovering a small, necessary thing. That night, Koro dreamed of fire. She saw prongs pressing into her neck, heard static along her spine, felt the memory of metal collars and cold eyes in the dark. She woke gasping and shaking. It started small. Eri reached out to touch Koro's arm, a soft, sleepy gesture, and Koro startled, flinching so hard she nearly toppled from the futon. Eri pulled back and apologized that she hadn't meant to. Koro's breath hitched and then spiraled. She pressed her hands to her ears and tugged as if trying to free herself from a remembered restraint. Her tail thrashed. Her hand went to her neck, but there was no collar, only scarred skin. Panic took her. She scraped at the old marks in a frantic search for something she could control, anything that would make the fear stop. The motion reopened raw spots and left her trembling with pain. Eri scrambled away, frightened, and hurried to the hallway. Koro repeated that Aizawa wasn't home, panic spilling from her in ragged fragments. She curled into the corner by the dresser, panting and shaking, eyes wide and far away. The front door slammed open. Aizawa came in, damp from the storm. He took in the scene at once, the signs that Koro had hurt herself, and Eri curled in the hallway, hugging her knees. He moved closer and said Koro's name quietly, trying to anchor her. She didn't look at him at first. She seemed elsewhere, back in a cold metal cell where obedience had been the only safety. Her hands kept working at the scars until he knelt in front of her. Aizawa spoke in a low, steady voice that she was safe and that he was there. He reassured her that she was not where she feared and reached for her wrist to stop the scraping. When her eyes finally found him, panic still showed, but some recognition returned. He told her that she was here with him and that she did not need the collar to be safe. Moving slowly, he pressed a scarf lightly against her throat and told her to breathe one breath, then another. She whimpered and tried. The breaths were shallow and ragged at first, then steadied. It took nearly 10 minutes before her hands stopped trembling and the claws retracted. Only then did she notice tears on her face that were not from immediate pain. Aizawa reached for the first aid kit and began to tend to her injuries, cleaning and bandaging the affected areas with patient hands. Koro apologized that she had scared Eri. Aizawa replied gently that she had frightened herself. Koro closed her eyes and, for the first time in months, asked if he could hold her. Aizawa did not hesitate. He sat beside her and wrapped her in his arms as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She did not pull away. She curled into him, tail limp, breath uneven, shoulders still shaking, but she let him hold her. An hour later, Eri crept back into the room. Koro sat wrapped in a blanket with fresh bandages. Eri climbed onto the futon without a word and, hesitantly, placed her head against Koro's shoulder. Eri assured Koro that she was not scared of her. Koro's smile was shaky but real. The day started quietly. Rain tapped gently at the windows, slow and rhythmic like the tick of a lazy metronome, the kind of weather that made people want to curl up with warm drinks and cartoons. Eri sat in an oversized yellow hoodie, and Koro wore the navy scarf Aizawa had given her. Both were curled on the couch under a fuzzy green blanket. Aizawa had called to say he had been called in unexpectedly for a few hours. The patrol was light because of the weather, and he promised to be home before dinner. Koro nodded. She no longer needed long explanations. She felt safe here. At least she thought she did. A whistle began. It was a forgotten kettle on the stove. Eri had wanted tea and Koro, wanting something normal, had offered to make it. She watched the kettle closely, until a sound and a flicker distracted her. The whistle grew high and thin, then shrill and piercing, until it stopped being a sound and became a scream. In an instant she was somewhere else, underground, back in the black hallways of All for One's compound. Metal groaned and lights blinked on and off. Steam hissed from vents like threatening whispers. Her hand knocked the kettle. It clattered against the stove. The room was no longer warm and yellow. It had become sterile and cold, with stainless steel walls and no windows. Eri was standing there, but she was not herself. She had small white hair and wide, fearful eyes, trembling like the test subjects she remembered behind glass. Koro backed away as the whistle turned into a high, steady alarm inside her head. She clawed at her ears. The sound would not stop. The room stretched unnaturally. The lights flickered white and red, and commands pulsed through her thoughts: obey, obey. She searched for her collar and found only the scarf. It was too soft, too weak to hold her. Panic rose and she began to claw at her own skin, desperate to contain herself. Old scars caught beneath her nails. Control, her mind insisted. She could not lose control. Her knees buckled and she sank to all fours, breathing hard. A dark smear marked the floor beneath her hands. The lights continued their harsh blink, and she begged the sound and the memory not to put her back in the dark. She promised she could be good. A door opened. Not the compound door, but the front door of the apartment. The presence that entered cut through the storm in her mind like a wedge reel, anchored. Boots on carpet, then the footsteps came faster. Aizawa called her name, not as a command but as a steadying anchor. For a heartbeat he flickered into someone else, someone she feared from the past, but then he was simply Aizawa again. Koro trembled violently. Her claws twitched. The scarf lay on the floor, soaked. Eri pressed against the far wall, quiet and wide-eyed like the frightened children Koro had once guarded. Seeing her like that forced a panicked cry from Koro. She protested that she had not hurt Eri, that she had not touched her. Aizawa was at her side in seconds, calm and sure. He reassured her that he knew she had not hurt Eri and that she could find control. He did not grab her immediately. He knelt, letting her see him and choose to accept him. She shook her head and then whimpered that she did not know where she was. Aizawa reminded her she was in his kitchen, that it was Saturday and they had been watching cartoons. She blinked and insisted she had been in the hall with vents and blood. Aizawa pointed to the scarf and explained that it belonged to her, not to Eri. Koro gasped and then broke into sobs, the ugly, honest kind that came from deep inside rather than the stiff, silent tears she sometimes allowed. Aizawa steadied her as she collapsed into him and held her firmly, an anchor in a storm. She apologized, telling him she couldn't be out there, that she was still broken and dangerous. Aizawa corrected her gently, telling her she was wounded, and that being wounded was not the same as being irredeemable. He guided her back to the couch, cleaned her neck as best he could, and wrapped her in a blanket not to contain her but to remind her where she was. Then he brought Eri closer. Koro tensed, but Eri climbed up beside her and tucked herself under Koro's arm, staying very still for a long time. Eri assured Koro that she had not been hurt and said that Koro had looked scared, not frightening. That quiet, simple reassurance broke something in Koro in a small, healing way. That night Koro allowed herself to sleep between them. She did not ask for it, she let herself be held. Eri's small hand was in hers and Aizawa's presence steadied her back. There was no collar and no commands, only the slow, steady rhythm of her own heart trying to remember its proper beat. The next morning, the apartment was quiet again, not tense or broken but soft, as if the air itself were holding its breath. Koro did not speak much. Her voice was hoarse and her movements careful. The bandages around her neck were fresh, and she flinched slightly every time she swallowed. She did not cry again, not in front of Eri and not in front of Aizawa. Her eyes, though, stayed wide, like an animal still listening for danger that might not be there. Eri had left a drawing on Koro's futon that morning. It showed Eri, Koro, and Aizawa. The scarf was wrapped around Koro's shoulders like a shield, and little red hearts were drawn around it. Koro stared at the picture for a long time and then pinned it above her bed with a strip of tape. After that, she sat at the kitchen table and waited. Aizawa did not need to ask why. He made tea, pouring hot water quietly from the pot. Koro watched him prepare it as if it were an operation, her fingers twitching around an empty mug. When he finally sat across from her, he waited and let her speak first. Koro said that she had not been present in herself, that she had known she was safe, but everything had felt wrong. Aizawa nodded once and explained that flashbacks did that. Koro admitted that she had needed the collar and that she had wanted it. Aizawa clarified gently that it had not been control but conditioning. She did not argue, and she kept her eyes down. Koro asked what to do next time so she would not hurt herself or scare Eri. Aizawa paused, then agreed they could make a plan. They sat together on the living room floor, without a table between them, a notebook in Aizawa's lap and a blanket across Koro's legs. He asked Koro to tell him what she felt right before the episode started, what her body did. Koro described tightness in her chest as if she were running, claws extending, ears twitching, and a sensation of not being inside her skin anymore. Aizawa wrote it all down and tapped the pen against the notebook, saying that those were warning signs. He explained that the body remembered faster than the brain and that, by learning the early signals, she could stop the spiral sooner. When Koro asked how, Aizawa explained grounding, not fighting the feeling but staying with it without getting lost. They made a list together. Koro's grounding plan for when the storm started began with touching the floor. Find it with her hands, feel the carpet, and use the sensation to bring herself back to the present. Next was smelling something real. A small vial of lavender, a cinnamon stick, or a sock from Eri that always smelled like laundry. She was to say the date out loud 3 times. Aizawa explained that it was not a trick, just a reminder for her brain. She should ask herself what was different reminders, like that she was wearing a scarf instead of a collar, that she was not alone, that the lights were warm and not clinical, that Eri was laughing and not crying, that the room did not have cameras. Finally, she should ask for help as a request rather than a command. Aizawa told her to say his name, that would be all she needed to do. Koro asked softly if it would work. Aizawa met her eyes and said that it would not erase anything but it would help her ride the wave instead of drowning in it. She nodded slowly and told him she wanted to practice. It began with piggyback rides. They had gone out for groceries, a quiet walk down the street with Aizawa as a test of comfort and a chance for Koro to be outside with a scarf rather than a collar. Eri grew tired halfway and tugged Aizawa's sleeve with a complaint about sore legs. Koro knelt before Aizawa could bend and told Eri she would carry her. Eri blinked and climbed on, expecting the moment to feel awkward and exposed, but it did not. Eri's arms wrapped around Koro's neck, her small fingers looping gently under the scarf. Koro felt the warmth of Eri's chest against her back and the soft weight of her cheek resting between her shoulder blades. Her tail flicked once, then wagged slowly and relaxed. She walked the rest of the way calm and sure-footed, posture proud, as if carrying something precious. After that, piggybacks became a habit, not always outside. Sometimes it was just in the apartment when Eri felt small, scared, or sleepy. Koro would kneel without being asked and Eri would climb up with a grin. Koro would walk slow laps around the living room while Eri giggled and clung on. Aizawa called it patrolling the territory, and Koro pretended to roll her eyes even as she secretly liked it. Touch had once been dangerous. It had meant pain, correction, or control. Now, Eri would curl up against Koro on the couch without hesitation. Koro would lean back and let Eri sit on her lap, resting her arms around the child. Her tail would drape around them like a blanket. Sometimes Eri fell asleep in Koro's lap without meaning to. They would be watching something or reading together and suddenly Eri's breathing would slow and her limbs would go soft, curling inward like a kitten. Koro froze the first few times this happened, afraid to move or breathe, but Aizawa would come by, glance down, and say that she was doing fine. So she stayed still and let Eri sleep on her, allowing herself to be a place of comfort for someone else, not a weapon, not a bodyguard, not a soldier, just someone warm and safe. It became a reflex. Whenever Eri wandered too far, Koro's ears would perk and her tail lift like a flag. She always knew where Eri was and always listened for her voice. Eventually Koro found herself sitting on the floor more often, not because she did not want the couch but because she liked it when Eri climbed into her lap. She liked the weight and the warmth and the way Eri's small hand would fidget with the ends of her scarf while they talked. She liked it so much that she did not notice she had begun to encourage it. One evening, when Eri hesitated before sitting on the couch, Koro worried she had pulled away too much and made the child feel unwanted. Eri tilted her head and then climbed into Koro's lap with a giggle as if it were home. That night, after Eri had fallen asleep against her and Aizawa had quietly draped a blanket over both of them, Koro whispered into the dark that she did not think she was scared of soft things anymore. Aizawa murmured a single approving word as he passed. The apartment smelled like warm rice and soy sauce. Eri hummed softly while drawing at the table with colored pens. Koro sat cross-legged on the floor beside her, tail flicking as she sorted puzzle pieces with quiet intensity. It was one of the few games that helped her focus when she was on edge. Aizawa had been gone most of the day. He returned just as the sun dipped behind the buildings, casting long amber shadows through the windows. The door opened with the soft click of keys, boots hit the floor and a tired, familiar sigh followed. Koro's ears twitched. Eri jumped up to greet him with a hug, and Koro stayed seated, her tail giving a single wag. Aizawa noticed but did not comment. Later that night, after Eri went to bed curled under Koro's scarf, Aizawa stood by the window with his arms crossed. Koro sat on the couch with her legs tucked beneath her and her ears angled cautiously toward him. She felt the shift in the room before he spoke, the weight of a conversation settling over them. Aizawa told her that he had been talking to Nizu. Koro blinked and asked if he meant Nizu, the rat. Aizawa allowed a ghost of a smirk and then, more gently, said that Nizu had asked about her. Koro's body stiffened and her claws flexed against the cushion. She demanded to know why. Aizawa explained that Nizu did not think cages, whether physical or otherwise, should be permanent for children who had already spent their lives in one. Koro looked away and muttered that she was not a child. Aizawa insisted that she was and that Nizu was offering something. Koro did not ask what out loud, but her ears flicked and her breath caught. Aizawa finished the sentence for her, saying that Nizu had offered enrollment at UA. The words landed heavy. Koro's ears pinned back and her tail curled slowly around her thigh. She started to say she was not ready and could not finish the thought. Aizawa added that she would not be placed into general studies unless she wanted that, but Nizu thought she could benefit from structure and belonging. Koro flinched at the word belonging. It felt too large. She thought of belonging as something earned, stolen, or faked, not something offered in soft tones at twilight. She said that she did not want to fight. Aizawa answered that she would not have to fight unless she chose to. Koro was silent for a long time, then asked in a whisper whether he would be there. Aizawa paused and then told her yes. She nodded once, then again, and slowly, cautiously her tail began to wag. She mumbled that she would want pants. Aizawa reminded her that she had to wear the skirt. Koro insisted she would not wear the tie. Aizawa teased that she would look ridiculous in it anyway, and a tiny, trembling laugh escaped her. Beneath the humor, terror remained. She was terrified and she wanted this anyway. Later, when she climbed into bed, Eri was already curled up and waiting. Koro slid in beside her, the scarf still wrapped around her neck. For the first time in months its weight felt different, not a shield or a crutch, but a bridge, a thread connecting two lives. One stolen, one chosen. Maybe, she thought, the girl who had once lived in darkness could walk through UA's front gates one day, not as Koro the Fong but as something new. Something in the air around Class 1A felt off. It was not dangerous, no alarms or sudden attacks, just a subtle shift, like a piece of a puzzle missing for a while that no one had noticed. It began with Aizawa's schedule. He had always been unpredictable, the kind of teacher who could vanish behind a scarf and show up at the exact worst or best moment, depending on who you asked. But in the past few months something had changed. He left early, arrived late, and missed more classes than usual. Sometimes present mic covered, sometimes midnight did. Sometimes no one said anything. At first, no one questioned it. Kaminari guessed he might be working with the commission again, lounging across two chairs. Jaira muttered that maybe Aizawa had simply grown tired of Kaminari's face. But it was not only the absences. Aizawa had become softer in small, quiet ways. He still glared like a tired cat and barked orders with the charm of a sleep-deprived drill sergeant, but there were moments when he would drift off during a lesson, stare out the window, or pull out his phone mid-lecture and frown as if something or someone was on his mind. Then the whispers began among teachers, staff, and students who liked to eavesdrop in the teacher's lounge. Rumors said they were bringing someone in, that a new student or a special case might be coming to Class 1A. The rumor stuck and grew. By the end of the month, everyone in Class 1A had heard at least one version of the rumor. Ashido wondered aloud whether transfers even happened, and Yaoyorozu replied that transfers were rare and usually involved unusual circumstances. Siro speculated that the newcomer might be a genius or a quirk that needed their style of training. Kaminari joked that the newcomer could be a spy planted by the League, and Ashido slapped him with a pillow, telling him he watched too many movies. Even Bakugo had noticed. He said nothing, but he watched with a sharp, silent attention that revealed more than words might. Aizawa had been their constant, the grumpy, dry-humored anchor holding them up when everything else fell apart, so his increasing absences mattered. Sometimes, when he returned in the morning, he looked tired in a way that sleep could not fix. The whispers did not stop. They became quieter and hungrier. They wondered who the new student would be, where they would be coming from, why Aizawa cared so much, and why, after months of secrets, it felt like something significant was about to happen. Aizawa rested his hand gently on Koro's head as she leaned against him, forehead against his chest. She was not crying or speaking. She was breathing slow and steady, matching the calm beat of his heart like a tether holding her to the present. This was how she preferred to be comforted. No eye contact, no words, only the quiet weight of a hand and the steady warmth of someone she trusted. After a while, Aizawa told her they would take it slow. She would meet the teachers one at a time, with no sudden introductions, just a face, a voice, and a name to help her adjust. He added that she would spend a few days with Nizu to get used to the layout and have any questions answered. Koro admitted she had not met Nizu yet. Aizawa reassured her that he thought she would like him. Koro snorted that Nizu was a mouse. Aizawa defended Nizu as the smartest person he knew and asked her to give him a chance. She muttered something that might have been a rude nickname, but her tail flicked with faint curiosity. One hand rose absent-mindedly to her scarf, fingers rubbing the side of her neck before she pulled her hand away. The first person she met was present Mike. He greeted her loudly, so much that she flinched on instinct, ears flattening and hands coming up to cover them. Aizawa placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and noted that she was nervous. Present Mike quickly crouched to meet her eye level and introduced himself as Hizashi, promising to go easy. Koro looked at his bright smile and yellow shades, then back to the floor. She did not growl or flee, she nodded. It was progress. Next was Midnight. Koro studied her closely, unsure whether Midnight was dangerous or gentle. Midnight bent down so they were eye level and asked if Koro preferred handshakes or space. Koro hesitated, then slowly lifted a hand. Midnight reached out with gentle warmth and praised Koro for her bravery with a wink. Koro's ears twitched and her hand remained still. Then Cementos arrived. He was massive in person, and Koro's claws flexed before she checked herself. When he sat down across from her, he mentioned that he had heard she liked to draw and offered some old sketchbooks from his collection. Koro hesitated, then accepted them. The choice felt meaningful. By the end of the visit, her nails had left red marks on her neck from nerves, but she had not pulled her scarf up high or flinched at every glance. Aizawa walked beside her back toward the car, and she commented that the teachers had been nice. He reminded her that he had told her they would be. When she asked if Midnight had been included, he said that Midnight taught at UA and that they were all there for the same reason, to help kids. The next day they walked back from Nizu's office in bright afternoon light. Koro's ears were perked and her tail swayed slightly as she talked in a small twitchy way about how Nizu had taught her to play chess. Turning a corner, they encountered All Might. Even in his civilian form he was broad-shouldered and warm-faced, and he greeted Koro with a gentle smile. She froze. Something twisted inside her. Her claws unsheathed and a deep growl rose in her throat before she understood what she was doing. Aizawa warned her, but she backed up a step and snarled, tail bristling and pupils narrowing. Panic rose in her chest, but it felt more like raw, bone-deep hatred than fear. She could not explain why. All Might took a cautious half-step back and raised his hands to show he meant no harm. Koro, voice sharp and cracked with confusion, told him that she hated him and did not know why. She clawed at her neck as if trying to dig out whatever triggered the feeling. She insisted that she had not chosen to hate him, she simply did. Aizawa led her away and she told him she did not want to hate people she did not understand. He told her she would not hate them forever. She admitted that she had growled at All Might and that the experience made her feel like a monster. Aizawa knelt before her and explained that her reaction came from something deep and hurtful, and that it did not make her a monster but someone still healing. Slowly she unclenched her fists. Aizawa reached up and placed his hand on her head again. This time she leaned into it. They did not talk much after that day. Aizawa sat across from Nizu in his office, arms folded, hair down, eyes tired. Aizawa observed that she was adjusting better than he had expected, that she was opening up slowly but genuinely, and that she was letting Eri and him get close. Nizu poured himself a cup of tea with his usual meticulous grace and asked how the introductions had gone. Aizawa reported that she had liked Nizu, tolerated present Mike, had been made nervous by midnight, and had ignored Power Loader entirely. When Nizu asked about Toshinori, Aizawa's jaw tightened as he admitted that their meeting had not gone well. Nizu's ears twitched, and he did not look surprised. He explained that All for One had raised her to hate heroes specifically, and that the most prominent figure in hero society naturally became the focus of that hatred. Aizawa muttered that he meant All Might. Nizu agreed and suggested that she had likely been trained as a weapon aimed at that one person, not out of understanding but because she had been taught to be. Aizawa reflected that her reaction had felt implanted rather than personal. She had not recognized All Might by face, only by the presence she associated with him. Nizu softened and said he did not think she hated Toshinori as a man but hated the idea of him she had been fed, and that the thought of that hate being foreign to her frightened her. Aizawa thought of her trembling hands and stammered words and confessed he did not want to hate people he did not understand. Nizu acknowledged that she was trying, and praised Aizawa for supporting her, while Aizawa admitted he did not know if it would ever be enough. Nizu reminded him that it only had to be real. Aizawa reported that she had asked if she could try again one day, not yet but eventually. Nizu smiled faintly and called that intention. Aizawa rose, hesitated by the door, and voiced the worry that if her conditioning triggered again something deeper might be shaken loose. Nizu assured him that they would be there to remind her she was no longer a weapon. Aizawa nodded and left the office in silence. They had chosen the teacher's lounge for a reason: neutral ground, familiar space, soft lighting, no harsh sounds. The room simply held a couch, a table, 3 chairs, and a pot of tea that no one would drink. Aizawa sat beside her while Nizu took his custom seat across from them. Soft footsteps sounded outside, and the door opened as Toshinori Yagi entered. Koro's body went still the moment she saw him. Her ears twitched, her tail stiffened, and her eyes locked on him with instinctual, unblinking focus. A low, guttural growl rose in her throat stronger than before. Aizawa did not speak. He placed a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder, and the growl stopped. She flinched at her own reaction, embarrassed and confused. She apologized quietly and avoided All Might's gaze. Toshinori sat carefully across from her, folding his thin frame into the chair, and acknowledged that he appreciated her willingness to give this another try. Koro crossed her arms and said she had not come for him. Toshinori allowed a faint smile and accepted that. Nizu guided the conversation with warmth and curiosity, steering them through topics like UA, the students, and the structure of classes. Toshinori asked about her interests and whether she preferred theory or fieldwork, and which subject she enjoyed most. She answered with short, clipped replies, admitting that she liked English because words felt safe like puzzles. Toshinori responded that words were powerful, and she warned him not to make it deeper than that. Minutes passed. Koro remained tense but steady. She did not growl or snap, and she even made a dry comment when Nizu joked about Power Loader's temper. For a while, it seemed to be working. About 30 minutes in, however, something in her changed. She was mid-sentence, explaining why she disliked math class, when her voice cut out and her mind began to buzz with intrusive commands. Thoughts of hate echoed somewhere deep inside, and a voice she did not control repeated that the symbol of peace was a threat and must be destroyed. Her ears flattened, her pupils widened, and a fierce growl rose from her chest. She stood abruptly, muscles tensing, claws coming out, and then she lunged toward Toshinori. Toshinori did not flinch or move away, but Aizawa reacted quickly. Aizawa's capture weapon shot forward and wrapped around Koro's torso, pulling her back mid-leap before she could reach Toshinori. She snarled and thrashed, swinging at the air. Aizawa ordered her to stop and tried to lock eyes with her, but she could only focus on Toshinori as if he were an enemy. Nizu rose with a grave expression. Toshinori watched her with sorrow in his eyes rather than fear or surprise. He seemed to understand what was happening inside her. The door burst open and Midnight entered at Aizawa's signal. She used her device to release a calming pheromone cloud into the room. Koro's movements slowed as the scent took effect. Her limbs grew heavy and her breathing became uneven. Her voice cracked and she murmured a pleading, faltering sound while her hands twitched, then she slumped as the binding held. Her ears went limp and her tail curled. Her eyes looked wide and glassy before she fell still. They laid her gently on the couch. In that quiet, she appeared younger and smaller, a fragile figure with dark, prominent scars along her neck, reminders of what she had endured. Aizawa apologized softly for what had happened. Toshinori asked him not to, indicating that he did not blame him. Aizawa explained that she had never reacted like that without cause. There had been no visible trigger, only a sudden, overwhelming shift. Nizu described it as a trigger with no trigger and then admitted quietly that there was a trigger they did not yet understand. Midnight watched from the corner, her expression unreadable. Toshinori stepped closer, not too close, and looked down at her sleeping face. Acknowledging that she had been trained to kill him, he clarified that it was not personal, but to her instincts he was a target. Aizawa sat beside her and brushed her hair from her face, his voice low as he noted they had thought the collar was the only leash she had. Nizu's eyes were serious as he explained that the real leash had been the idea, the mission fed to her, and Aizawa muttered that she did not even know, she only felt it. Aizawa carried her home in silence. Her body was light in his arms, smaller than it should have been for her age, fragile. Her head rested against his chest, almost still, her breath shallow under Midnight's lingering sedation. The key slid into the lock of the apartment door with a soft click. Eri was already at present mix for the night, which Aizawa had anticipated. He laid Koro gently on the couch, draping a soft blanket over her shoulders and placing a cold compress beneath her head where sweat still clung to her temples. He knelt beside her for a moment, watching and listening. Aizawa murmured that he had her and brushed a stray hair from her eyes. She woke up an hour later with a sudden, terrified inhale and the quiet, frantic sound of feet retreating. When Aizawa returned from the kitchen, the blanket had been kicked off the couch, the bathroom door had been slammed open, and her bedroom door had shut with a heavy thud and was locked from the inside. He heard something scraping against the door and then sobs muffled at first, then choked and raw followed by repeated apologies. Aizawa quickly called Koro's name and asked her to open the door. Koro begged him to leave and pleaded for him not to look at her. She kept saying she hadn't meant to, then fell silent and resumed scratching at something desperately. Aizawa used the key and entered to find a tense, anguished scene. Koro was curled in the far corner of the room, her scarf torn, her hands trembling as she raked at the marks along her neck. Her ears were flattened, and her wide, panic-filled eyes flicked toward him. She did not run. She kept muttering apologies and pleading not to be abandoned. Aizawa did not rush. He stepped in slowly and closed the door behind him. He knelt a few feet from her and gently called her name. Koro shook her head violently, curling tighter and digging harder at herself as she insisted she had tried to hurt someone, that she had growled, lunged, and meant to tear him apart. She said she could not stop herself and called herself broken and dangerous. Aizawa told her calmly that she had not succeeded. He said that something inside had wanted to act, that it was not the whole of who she was. She sobbed more, hands shaking as if trying to claw the pain away. Aizawa moved closer, measured and unhurried, and reached out to take her wrists. His touch was steady and warm. Her hands twitched, and then the fight drained out of her. She collapsed forward against him with a sob, and he caught her without hesitation. Koro repeated apologies until tears soaked her face. Aizawa told her that he knew she was sorry. She said she had ruined everything and had hurt everyone. Aizawa insisted that she had not hurt anyone else, but she whispered that she had hurt herself. He felt the weight of that confession and held her all the same, one hand resting at the back of her head, the other around her waist. He told her that healing was ongoing and that trauma did not vanish simply because danger had ended, and that none of it was her fault. She clutched his shirt with trembling fingers, crying until her breath slowed. The scratch marks on her neck were raw but no longer freshly bleeding. After a long while, she asked if he was mad at her. Aizawa told her he was not. She asked if others were mad. Aizawa assured her that no one blamed her. When she questioned whether she could still stay, Aizawa drew her closer and told her she was home. This time, she did not pull away. The next morning arrived slowly. Pale, gentle light filtered through the window, the kind that simply existed without pressing. Koro blinked open groggily, her body sore and her neck stinging. The blanket had slipped down her shoulder. She wore the same clothes from the night before, though a soft towel had been placed beneath her to protect the bedding. She reached up and felt the bandages around her neck's soft gauze and tape, neat and careful, and her heart tightened as memory returned. The growling, the lunge, the sensation of losing control. A quiet knock sounded at the door. Aizawa entered carrying a folded scarf and a steaming mug of chamomile tea. He set the mug on the nightstand and placed the clean scarf beside it. He sat on the edge of the bed, turned slightly away so he would not be directly facing her, and explained that he had cleaned the scarf and tended to her neck while she slept because he did not want it to sting when she woke. Koro remained silent at first, fingers curling into the sheets. Aizawa asked if she remembered what had happened. She nodded and apologized. She insisted she needed to apologize because she had attacked him and lost control. Aizawa replied that she had lost control but not herself. When Koro asked how he could say that as if it were nothing, Aizawa acknowledged the seriousness of the moment while reminding her that one episode did not define everything about her. She sat up slowly, the bandage across her neck visible. Her hand reached for the scarf and then hesitated, as if afraid to reclaim it. Tears spilled before she could stop them. Koro whispered that she hated being this way, that she hated that she still felt the same. Koro thought she was still some broken thing that could snap at any second. Toshinori told her firmly that she was not broken. She was injured and injuries healed, but they did not heal by pretending they had never happened. She looked down at her lap with hunched shoulders and said that she had wanted to be better. Toshinori insisted that she already was better. She admitted that she had almost killed someone. Toshinori reminded her that she had cried in his arms afterward because she hated that she had wanted to, that the feeling did not come from a weapon, but from something inside her. Silence followed. Koro reached for the scarf again. Her fingers tightened around it. It was still warm from the dryer. She held it against her chest and asked if he was going to send her back. Toshinori answered without hesitation that he would not send her back, that she was home and one mistake did not change that. She asked what would happen if it happened again. He promised they would handle it together. She looked up finally, eyes glassy and vulnerable, her lip trembling as she confessed that she had been scared, not of him, but of herself. He acknowledged that he knew. A long, full silence settled between them. Then, slowly and tentatively, Koro leaned against his side. He did not speak. He rested his hand gently on her head and sat with her in the quiet, letting the warmth and stillness say what words did not need to. It was late afternoon when Eri came home. Present Mike had dropped her off at the door with a warm grin and a dramatic ruffle to her hair that made her giggle. She waved goodbye with both hands before quietly stepping into the apartment, a stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm and a bandage on her elbow from a tumble at the park. She looked around in her usual routine, feeling the safety of home, and then her gaze found Koro. Koro sat on the couch with her legs drawn up and her scarf wrapped tightly around her neck for security. Her eyes were tired and red-rimmed. Eri walked over with the soft patter of small feet and stood in front of Koro, hugging her rabbit tighter. Her eyes were wide but not afraid. Koro blinked and answered in the affirmative when Eri called her name. Eri did not ask what had happened or if Koro was okay. She simply leaned forward and wrapped her small arms around Koro in a clumsy but determined hug. Koro froze. The scent of sunshine and playground chalk clung to Eri's hair, and her cheek pressed lightly against Koro's scarf. Eri held on as if protecting. Koro's throat tightened and her ears twitched. She whispered that Eri was not scared of her. Eri shook her head when Koro asked why she was not scared. Eri explained that she was not scared because Koro was Koro. When Koro began to mention last night, Eri said that Present Mike had told her that Koro had a bad moment and had been scared, like Eri used to be. Koro's fingers clutched the scarf as she realized Eri was still hugging her. Eri nodded seriously and said that when she had been scared and had broken things, Koro had still stayed with her, so Eri would stay with Koro. That did it. Koro made a sound between a laugh and a sob, pulled Eri fully into her lap, and hugged her tightly, burying her face in the child's hair. They stayed like that for a while with no expectations, no questions, and no judgment, just two kids, one a little more scarred and one a little more healed, holding each other in the gentle hush of home. That night, long after Eri had gone to bed and the apartment was quiet, Koro sat alone at the kitchen table under the low, warm light above the stove. A cup of untouched tea sat beside her, now cold. Her scarf lay folded beside the paper, and her fingers hovered over a pen. The blank page felt heavier than it should. She took a breath and then began to write a letter to Toshinori. She wrote that she did not know how to write the letter but needed to try. She explained that she felt wrong about everything she had done, about the way she had growled at him and tried to hurt him, and that the scariest part was not the reaction but how it had come from nowhere. She described feeling as if her body had recognized him as the enemy before her mind had a chance to think, and she acknowledged that this was not fair to him. He had not been the one who had chained or ordered her. He had just been there, and yet she had hated him in that moment even when she had not wanted to. She apologized, not only for trying to attack him but for her inability to explain why she still felt that way. She recounted what she had been told about her upbringing, that she had been raised to hate him, made into a weapon named by someone else, with hatred fed into her until it felt like her own. She insisted that she had not asked for any of that and did not want it. She did not want to hurt people because of ghosts she did not remember. She did not know if he was now afraid of her, and she admitted that sometimes she was afraid of herself. But she promised she was trying to change and to learn who she actually was without the collar, the orders, or the person who had used her. Writing the letter probably did not fix anything, she acknowledged, but it was the best she could do in that moment. She expressed hope that someday she could sit in a room with him again without feeling like a monster, and thanked him for not being angry and for staying calm when she had not been able to. When she finished, her hand shook. She folded the paper slowly and set it on the table. She would not give it to him yet, maybe not ever. But having written it was enough for now. The next morning felt off in a way that was neither good nor bad. Koro stood in front of the bathroom mirror and brushed her hair slowly. Her scarf was already wrapped neatly around her neck. Aizawa had returned it that morning without a word and had left it on her bed, clean and soft, with no questions or expectations. Her fingers paused as they brushed the edge of the bandage beneath it. She had not told him about the letter and was not sure she needed to. The walk to UA was quiet. She did not hold Aizawa's sleeve like she had that first day, but she walked close to him, not out of fear but out of a need to feel something steady at her side. At the gates, Aizawa gave her a look and told her she did not have to go in. Koro met his eyes, her tail twitching once, and she shook her head to say not today. Aizawa did not argue. He turned with her and walked her home. Another week passed. The incident with All Might still lingered in Koro's mind like a bitter aftertaste. Every time she thought of him, her fingers twitched, her shoulders tensed, and an uncomfortable heat crawled across her spine, a deep, internal reaction. She avoided All Might, not because she was afraid but because she hated that she hated him. It felt wrong, like a broken tooth she kept poking with her tongue. Aizawa did not push her, but Nizu, clever, gentle, observant Nizu, noticed, as he always did. One rainy afternoon while they worked through a metal ring puzzle in his office, Koro asked whether the staff still wanted her there. Nizu blinked and asked who she meant. Koro said she meant the other teachers after last week. Nizu answered softly that what had happened was not her fault and that no one was questioning her place. When Koro asked about All Might specifically, Nizu smiled kindly and said especially him. He knew better than anyone what it meant to carry someone else's expectations inside your body. Koro swallowed and admitted she had written a letter to All Might the other night but had not given it to him and probably never would. Nizu nodded and told her that even if he never read it, writing the letter mattered because it meant she was working through what had been done to her, not just remembering what she had done. Koro looked down at her tea and said she felt like she should be better by now. Nizu told her she was not a project with a deadline but a person, and people did not get fixed so much as they grew. Then Nizu shifted the topic gently and asked if she knew what conditioning was. Koro stiffened but answered that she thought it was like training. Nizu explained that sometimes conditioning taught the mind to react in a certain way without permission, like a pup that cowered at the sound of a bell after being punished. Koro muttered that she had not been beaten, that she had been taught. Nizu asked whether, if what she had been taught now caused pain and confusion, she would still keep it. After a pause, Koro admitted that she did not know how to let it go. Nizu smiled kindly, gestured toward the tea tray, and suggested they learn, bit by bit. They began small. Nizu did not force confrontations. He brought out photos, newspaper clippings, and videos. He showed All Might shaking hands with children at a hospital, smiling with civilians in a disaster zone while carrying several people to safety, and a blurry image of All Might in midair, injured but shielding a small girl from a collapsing building. Each time Koro flinched, sometimes even snarled, and Nizu calmly observed which reactions were strongest without chastising her. He explained that the body often remembered things the mind did not and that they could challenge those memories. Nizu gave her writing prompts and questions to consider, what the word hero meant to her, who had decided All Might was her enemy, and what might happen if she chose to believe something else. She disliked the questions at first. They made her scratch her neck and sit on her hands more than once. But she answered them over time, and gradually the growling grew quieter and the scratching slowed. One afternoon, Nizu placed a grainy video in front of her, footage of a villain attack from 5 years earlier at the hospital she knew well, the same place All for One had tried to destroy. The clip showed All Might crashing through the roof, soot-streaked and clearly wounded, shielding 2 nurses with his body. One arm appeared to be broken while the other lifted debris with impossible strength as he pushed forward to protect people. He kept moving despite the blows coming at him. Koro sat frozen, tail still and claws curled into her sleeves, waiting for the old hatred to rise. Instead, the instinct twitched and then gave way to confusion, and then to something like awe. She whispered that she did not understand. Nizu told her that was good. It meant her mind was starting to ask questions her body had never been allowed to ask before. When Koro asked if it was possible he was not what people had said, Nizu sipped his tea and told her that was exactly the point. By the end of the week, she no longer growled at pictures of All Might. She still tensed and sometimes scratched at her neck, but her breathing stayed even. That night in Aizawa's apartment, curled on the edge of the couch, Koro whispered that she thought she wanted to try again. Aizawa looked over from the kitchen and asked if she meant with All Might. Koro nodded once and added that he should only go if Aizawa came too. Aizawa returned a small, rare honest smile, and told her he would be right there. She believed him. The sky outside UA was overcast, soft gray clouds diffusing the sunlight. Inside the meeting room Aizawa had chosen, the atmosphere was quiet and calm, humming with distant sounds of students and staff. The room was intentionally simple: 2 chairs, 1 sofa, and a pot of herbal tea on the table. Koro sat on the edge of the couch, knees tucked slightly, tail curled protectively around her hip, scratching lightly at her neck out of habit. The skin there was still scarred and healing where the shock collar had left marks, but she no longer flinched when others looked at it. Aizawa sat to her left, neither too close nor distant, a steady presence with arms crossed and a half-lidded, alert gaze. He asked softly if she was ready. Koro did not answer right away. Her claws twitched against her sleeve. Then, Slowly she nodded and whispered that she thought so. The door opened. He stepped in. All Might appeared in his true form, gaunt, thin, eyes heavy with exhaustion and wisdom. He no longer glowed or towered like a statue. He looked human, older and worn, but still upright. Koro stiffened. Her eyes locked onto him, wide and unblinking, like a cornered animal watching something ancient stir in the dark. Her claws dug slightly into her palms. She growled for a moment and then corrected herself. All Might froze in the doorway for a second, reading the room, and then nodded politely to both of them. He greeted them in a soft voice, speaking simply as Toshinori. Koro swallowed. Her throat felt tight and she managed a small, rough hello pulled up from deep inside. All Might took a careful step forward and asked if he might sit. Aizawa gave Koro a look that indicated it was her choice. She hesitated, then nodded. All Might moved to the chair across from her and sat down slowly and gently. No sudden movements. No dramatic gestures. Just calm. The silence stretched. Koro did not know what to say. Her tail twitched and her ears lowered. She hated this feeling, not him, not anymore, but the heavy knot of confusion and guilt in her chest. She had once hated him. She had been made by All for one. All Might broke the silence to say that he was not here to demand forgiveness and that he did not know everything she had been through. He acknowledged that he represented something painful to her and made clear that it was not her fault. Koro blinked. That was not what she had expected. She leaned back a little, clutching her sleeves, and rasped a question about whether he hated her. All Might replied immediately that he did not. He said she had been hurt, used, and conditioned, and that those things did not make her defined by her past, they only meant she had survived. That word survived struck something raw inside her. For so long she had not lived, she had obeyed and endured. And yet she was here, still breathing, still healing. Koro confessed that she had tried to harm others and had hurt heroes, her voice breaking. Aizawa did not touch her, but his presence leaned closer as he reminded her quietly but firmly that she had been made into a weapon and that what mattered now was her choices. Koro looked down at her trembling hands. All Might nodded in agreement and reflected that he had faced many opponents, but the ones who haunted him most had been children taught to hate before they could choose for themselves. Koro stared at him, throat burning, and asked if he thought she could change. All Might answered that he believed she already had. The words rippled through her, slowly breaking apart something cold and hardened in her chest. For the first time her shoulders dropped and she let out a breath she had not known she was holding. Her ears flicked slightly forward, cautiously curious. She muttered that she still did not like his hair. All Might blinked and then laughed quietly, warm and tired. He admitted that he had always been told his fashion sense was terrible. Koro looked at Aizawa for approval. He gave a small, almost invisible nod. She reached for the cup of tea in front of her with a tiny effort. Her claws clicked against the porcelain as she took a sip, eyes never fully leaving the man across from her. It was not full trust, but it was something a second first impression. Koro had come a long way. 10 months earlier, she had flinched at footsteps, growled at kind words, and panicked until she hurt herself. Now she laughed sometimes at Nizu's odd tea facts, at present mixed terrible puns, at Aizawa's dry muttering when he thought no one was listening. Her ears perked up when she was called, her tail sometimes wagged, and she asked and answered questions. She smiled. Aizawa had decided she was ready. Today she would join Class 1A. The uniform felt strange, snug and neat, a sharp contrast to the black, tattered combat gear she had lived in for so long. The collar was gone, but the scars it had left were still healing, so she wore Aizawa's old scarf around her neck. It was warm, heavy, and comforting like a tether and like a promise. Aizawa stood beside her in front of the class, arms crossed and steady. She kept her head up, not too high or too low. Her tail flicked behind her with anxious energy and her ears twitched nervously. The classroom buzzed with curiosity. Most students stared politely but confused. 2 of them were stunned. Bakugo Katsuki was halfway to his feet, his expression a jarring mix of disbelief and dawning shock. Beside him, Midoriya Izuku had gone pale, one hand gripping his desk, lips parted. Aizawa cut through the tension with a flat, direct announcement that this was Koro and that she would be joining Class 1A starting today. He instructed the students to treat her with respect and patience, explaining that she had been through a lot and was here to learn and grow like the rest of them. Koro's eyes flicked across the class, unsure how to hold herself, and she gave a stiff, awkward wave while her tail curled in tight, self-protective loops. Bakugo, hoarse and shaken, muttered the name Yuki as if trying to confirm what he was seeing. Koro was confused. That was not her name. Aizawa stepped forward and ordered Bakugo to sit down. His tone was sharp enough to freeze the room. Bakugo clenched his fists and returned to his seat with a crash, still staring. Midoriya sat slowly as well, eyes wide and rimmed with unshed tears. Koro turned to Aizawa in a whisper to ask who Yuki was. Aizawa's gaze softened and he told her they would talk after class, urging her to take it one step at a time. She nodded, unsettled. Her heart was racing, confused and uneasy, but she took the empty seat near the back that had been marked for her. Now that Koro was around more people, she needed a name to call him, and he allowed her to use his first name. So she did. After her first full day with Class 1A, she leaned on Aizawa's desk while he packed up his papers. Her scarf was loose today, she only pulled it tight when she was anxious, and right now she was merely confused. Koro addressed him as Shota, tilting her head and flicking her ears forward. She then asked about the name Yuki, explaining that a blonde student had called her that and asking if it was true. Aizawa paused with his hand on a file folder, then straightened to meet her eyes and told her he did not know. Koro frowned and scratched lightly at her neck, admitting she did not remember anything from before All for One. Aizawa did not press. He reassured her that memories came back in time and that she did not have to remember everything at once. If Yuki had been her name, it would return when she was ready. Koro responded with a small hum of acknowledgement. Footsteps interrupted them. Koro straightened, her tail stiffening behind her, as Midoriya and Bakugo stood in the doorway. Midoriya looked hesitant and uncertain whether he should approach, while Bakugo wore a serious, unusually calm expression. Midoriya stepped forward with open, gentle gestures and explained that they were not trying to bother her and had come just to talk for a moment. Koro eyed the two boys warily, old instincts briefly flaring, but she did not growl. Aizawa moved to the side of the room, close enough to intervene if necessary but giving them space. Midoriya confessed that he did not know if she remembered them, and Bakugo added bluntly that they had been friends when they were little. Bakugo stated that she had lived next door to Midoriya and that they had been in the same daycare, playing in the park together. He recalled her chasing birds and even biting the jungle gym, calling her a weird little gremlin. Midoriya laughed nervously and genuinely, remembering that she used to say she would be a hero with a pack of wolves and had called them her pack. Something stirred in Koro's chest at those memories, like the echo of a laugh that had once belonged to her. Midoriya said softly that she had gone missing at age 6 and that there had been a search that eventually stopped. Koro's ears drooped and her fingers curled against Aizawa's desk as she confessed she could not remember any of that. Midoriya quickly assured her that they were not expecting her to remember everything and that they were simply very happy she was here, even if the memories had not returned. Bakugo nodded in silent agreement, his gaze steady. Koro asked almost shyly whether she had been nice. Midoriya answered that she had been brave and protective. He remembered her scaring off a dog and throwing a rock at a bully on his behalf. Bakugo added with quiet pride that she had nearly broken the bully's nose. A small, surprised chuckle bubbled in Koro's throat. She repeated the name Yuki to herself, uncertain but thoughtful, and then asked Aizawa if she could think about it. Aizawa told her to take her time. After the boys said their goodbyes and left, Koro stood quietly with her fingers brushing the edge of the desk. The name did not feel like hers yet, but it no longer felt wrong, just forgotten, and perhaps ready to be found again. The door to Tsukachi's office opened as Aizawa entered, his usual tired gaze sharpened with a rare purpose. Tsukachi glanced up from his scattered files and empty coffee mug, rubbing his temples. He had been searching for months for any real identity for the girl who called herself Koro, but the trail had been cold. No birth records, no school matches, no unresolved missing persons that fit. Aizawa placed a small report on the desk, the handwritten notes from the first day of Class 1, As new semester the day the scarred girl in a scarf had stood before the class and changed everything for two students. He told Tsukachi that her name might be Yuki, since Bakugo and Midoriya had recognized her and said she had gone missing around age 6. Tsukachi asked if Aizawa was sure. Aizawa said he trusted the boys and that her reaction had been genuine, struck as if by a truck rather than staged. Tsukachi studied the papers and noted that the information gave them more than they had had in months. A name, a time frame, and connections to two UA students that could be cross-referenced with archived missing persons cases from 7 or 8 years ago. He turned to his computer, muttering that there was still a chance her files had been buried or mislabeled. If someone powerful had wanted her erased, they would have worked to make the trail disappear. Aizawa observed that all for one had the reach to ensure she became a ghost, and Tsukachi agreed grimly. For 20 minutes the office was filled only by the clacking of keys and the occasional sip of bitter coffee as Tsukachi narrowed his focus on inconsistencies and broken patterns. He reported that he had run every variation of the name and cross-referenced missing persons for the last 15 years and had found nothing. Aizawa urged him to try again. The screen then flashed an error message, access denied, record sealed. Tsukachi narrowed his eyes and described the situation as unusual. Aizawa asked what he meant, and Tsukachi explained that it looked as if someone had scrubbed her presence entirely, not merely hidden the file but buried it. Tsukachi murmured that it did not happen unless someone had gone out of their way to wipe the slate clean. He typed a few more keystrokes, digging deeper and bypassing protections he was not technically supposed to know how to break. After a few minutes, a hidden directory flickered to life. The screen showed a directory labeled Child Case 1148Y, Inoue. Tsukachi's eyes widened slightly as he reported that he had found something. He clicked through. One by one, old records began to appear. Dusty scans of photographs, Child Protective Services notes, police reports, school records. They were fragmented and some were corrupted, but they existed. A photograph filled the screen. A girl of about 6 smiled too wide for the camera, her hair in puffy braids and a front tooth missing. Her wolf ears were pinned back shyly. Aizawa stepped forward, eyes locked on the image, and identified the girl as the one they had been looking for. Tsukachi scrolled through more files, finding the missing persons report stamped closed, and a search log terminated 2 weeks after the disappearance. He pointed out a note that stated the child was presumed deceased and that the case had been deprioritized by order of an authority whose name had been redacted. The family register listed Inoue Yuki, mother Inoue Hana, age 41, brother Inoue Ren, age 22, and father Inoue Takashi listed as deceased, presumed to have died in a villain attack 10 years earlier. Tsukachi leaned back and observed that she had not simply been forgotten. Someone had made sure she was forgotten. Aizawa agreed that someone with reach had intervened. Tsukachi opened another file and explained that the case originated in Mizutofu 8.5 years ago. A 6-year-old girl named Yuki Inoue had vanished with no ransom and no signs of foul play in the home. The parents had been cooperative and devastated, but a week later the case had been closed. Tsukachi noted that the official cause listed was accidental drowning in the river near the outskirts of town, but there had been no body, no witnesses, and the file had been closed on the authority of an external consultant whose name had been redacted. He added that the file had been marked for deletion and removed from the public database 6 years earlier. The only reason he could access it was because it was buried in old encrypted backups. Someone very high up had wanted the child erased from records. Aizawa's jaw tightened as he accepted that the girl must truly be Yuki. Tsukachi cautioned that confirmation would require DNA, perhaps from a relative if any were still alive. Aizawa said that he would ask Recovery Girl if she could help with a blood mash. Tsukachi sighed and said that this changed everything. The girl was not just a brainwashed weapon, she had been a child who was stolen and whose existence had been erased. Aizawa quietly but firmly affirmed that she was a child and had always been one, and that she simply had not gotten to be a child. Tsukachi promised to reopen the case under her original name, quietly. After a brief silence, he asked how she was doing with the class. Aizawa allowed a small smile and reported that the girl had called him scruffy that day and had asked if it was okay to sit with Jairu at lunch. Tsukachi remarked that this was a long way from the Fong of all for one. Aizawa replied that she was not that anymore. She was still healing, but she was not under that influence. He looked toward the golden horizon above UA and stated that she was theirs now. Later, Tsukachi was on the phone again, his fourth call that morning, while Aizawa stood silently at the back of the room with arms crossed and jaw tight. Tsukachi told the person on the line that the records showed she had been enrolled at a local preschool near the river and that the records listed her as Yuki Inoue, age 6 at the time of disappearance. He added that they were not reopening the matter publicly and were only trying to reach her family. The apartment was quiet in the way only safe places were quiet, broken only by the low hum of the television and the occasional click of the kettle on the stove. Koro sat cross-legged on the couch, a blanket draped over both her and the small child curled fast asleep in her lap. Eri had melted into her hours ago, head tucked beneath Koro's chin, a fist loosely clutching the front of her shirt. Her breathing was soft and even, warm against Koro's chest. One of Koro's arms was wrapped gently around the child while her other hand stroked Eri's hair in slow, practiced motions. The movements were natural, not cautious or hesitant. Holding Eri like this steadied something deep inside Koro, as if staying very still might keep anything bad at bay. The scarf around Koro's neck was looser today, no longer worn like armor but simply there, a memory she didn't hate. She felt Aizawa's presence before she heard him. His footsteps were soft, but she always noticed them. She did not tense when he entered. She did not have to anymore. Aizawa crouched beside the couch and observed that Eri was comfortable with Koro. Koro hummed softly and brushed a bit of hair from Eri's forehead, noting that the child had drooled on her 20 minutes ago. Aizawa smiled faintly and held a folder in his hand without opening it. Koro glanced at the folder and wondered about its label. Aizawa told her that Tsukachi had located her file, the real one, what remained of it. He explained that her name was Yuki Inoue, that she had once had a mother named Hana and a father who had passed away, and that she had a brother named Ren, now 22. Koro's fingers paused in Eri's hair. She did not breathe for a moment. Aizawa spoke calmly that her family was alive and safe and that they had never stopped hoping she would come home. Koro felt her hand twitch and slowly lifted it to her neck, tracing the scar tissue just below the scarf out of habit. She whispered that they remembered her but she did not remember them. Aizawa answered that this was okay. Koro protested that it was not, her voice cracking as she worried about how they would react if she returned, whether they would see her and think she was not the person they wanted back. The small child in her lap stirred and furrowed her brow. Koro adjusted the blanket and held her closer. Koro confessed that they did not know what she had done, what she looked like now, or what he had made her into. She stared at the far wall, voice distant, saying she only remembered pain, orders, and him. Her voice broke on that final word. Aizawa moved closer but did not touch, remaining a calm presence. He told her that she was Yuki, that she had survived, and that surviving was not the end but the beginning. A long silence settled between them. Eri shifted and laid her small hand unconsciously over Koro's heart. Koro did not speak again, but her tail, once coiled tightly around her legs, slowly uncurled and draped over the edge of the couch. She did not relax, but she also did not run. She sat there in the quiet, blanket wrapped around both of them, scarf loose at her throat, a girl without memories and a name she was unsure she deserved. For the first time, the idea of being found did not terrify her. It simply hurt, like the ache of healing. Summer sun later spilled through the windows of the Inoue apartment. The little place smelled like warm rice, laundry soap, and the faint sweetness of peach popsicles melting too fast. The floor was scattered with building blocks, coloring books, and a plastic wolf figurine with one ear chewed off. In the middle of it all sat a 5-year-old whirlwind of teeth and energy. Yuki launched herself at her older brother, Ren, tackling his leg with the exuberance of a child at play. She clung with all 4 limbs, letting out a playful growl that was more giggle than threat. Barefoot and with her white hair in a tangle held back by a tiny pink clip, her wolf ears twitched and her tail swayed. Yuki pressed her chin on Ren's knee and reminded him that he had promised to play. Ren, hunched over a textbook on the couch, groaned that he would play after finishing his homework. Yuki protested that he had been finishing his homework forever because someone kept attacking him every 5 minutes. She declared proudly that she was training him since he was her pack beta. When they played, she was the alpha. Rin asked what the alpha did, and Yuki answered that the alpha led the hunt, made the rules, and occasionally bit the jungle gym. Rin reminded her gently that they had talked about not biting playground equipment. Yuki insisted she had only tasted it. Rin could not help laughing at her earnestness. When Rin finally closed his textbook and sighed dramatically, he asked what the great alpha wolf wanted to play. Yuki proposed a hero's game. Rin would be the villain, she would stop him and protect the city, maybe rescue a puppy, and then they would have popsicles. Rin questioned why he was always the villain. Yuki declared it was because he was taller, which he conceded as flawless logic. Rin rose with exaggerated villainy, draping a blanket over his shoulders like a cape and announcing that he would steal all the snacks in Mizudafu unless Yuki could stop him. Yuki gasped in mock horror at the thought of stolen snacks and launched herself at him with a shriek, giggling as she tackled him. Rin allowed himself to be overpowered, letting her tiny fists thump against his chest with the affectionate, buoyant strength of childhood. Yuki triumphantly thought she had him. Yuki announced that she had won. Rin laughed and begged for mercy as he play-wrestled her into a blanket cocoon. The apartment rang with their laughter and the squeaky bark of her plush wolf being shaken triumphantly in the air. In the kitchen, their mother hummed along with the radio as she stirred the curry. In the middle of the mess, Alpha Yuki climbed onto her brother's back and declared that one day she would be a real hero and that he would be proud of her forever. Rin reached up to ruffle her hair and told her that he already was proud. It started like any other morning. The air smelled like steamed rice and soap. The sun peeked through the curtains, warm and golden, casting lazy stripes across the living room floor where 5-year-old Yuki had already created her usual chaos: a trail of wolf plushies, marker caps, one sock, and her favorite plastic bowl. Rin, 13 and bleary-eyed, wandered into the kitchen in a t-shirt too big for him and flopped into a chair. Rin mumbled that he wanted to know where the gremlin was. Hannah replied with a smile that the child was in her room and set a bowl of rice and miso soup in front of him. Rin snorted that the child was going to chew the toothbrush. Hannah raised a brow without turning from the stove and reminded him that he had not complained when Yuki had defended herself from a bully last week. Hannah laughed, a soft, clear sound that filled the little apartment. A moment later, the patter of small feet echoed down the hall, fast and chaotic, followed by a howl. Yuki barreled into the kitchen wearing a wolf onesie over her pajamas and an old pair of Ren's socks pulled all the way to her knees. Her hair stuck out in every direction and her ears twitched proudly. Yuki announced that she had brushed her teeth. Hannah turned, hands on her hips, and asked to see. Yuki beamed and bared her teeth. Hannah leaned down, pretending to inspect, and declared that it looked good but that she would be the judge at the dentist next week. Yuki made a playful hiss and then burst into laughter, throwing her arms around her mother's waist. Hannah called her silly and reminded her that she was late for daycare, nudging her gently and telling her to get dressed. Hannah added that Yuki's favorite dress was clean, the one with the little wolves on it. Yuki made a dramatic gasp and called it her alpha uniform. Rin smiled behind his rice bowl. Yuki darted back to her room and closed the door with a thud. Hannah and Rin exchanged a look: fond, tired, familiar. Time passed. Hannah wiped her hands on a towel and called down the hall to check if Yuki was all right. There was no answer. Rin guessed that Yuki might be dressing a plush wolf and asked if he should check. Hannah nodded, not yet worried. Rin knocked once, then pushed the door open. He froze and called out that he saw something was wrong. Hannah appeared beside him a heartbeat later. The room was empty. No Yuki. Toys were scattered, the favorite dress still laid out on the bed. The blanket with the paw prints had been dragged halfway to the window, which was cracked open. Hannah's heart dropped. She called Yuki and ran through the apartment: the bathroom, the closet, the hallway, the balcony, and the kitchen, each place empty. Panic bloomed. Ren ran outside barefoot, screaming Yuki's name down the stairwell. Neighbors opened doors and asked what was wrong. Hannah could not answer. She knelt on the floor of Yuki's room, clutching the little wolf dress to her chest, and felt the walls close in around her. She checked the time. It had only been 10 minutes. 10 minutes was all it took for the world to split in half. Yuki did not remember falling asleep, but she woke up in the dark. It was not her room, not her blanket, not the sound of her mother humming in the kitchen or Ren's cartoons playing too loud on the living room TV. Instead she felt cold stone under her fingers and a heavy, unfamiliar silence. She sat up slowly, blinking. Her wolf onesie felt too thin and the tail caught beneath her. Her hair was tangled and her head hurt. Her small nose twitched, finding no familiar sense. Yuki whispered for her mommy. No one answered. She sniffled and rubbed her eyes, standing on wobbly legs. Her sock-covered feet shuffled across a wide, empty room with dim, humming lights overhead. A door opened and Yuki froze. From the shadows, a tall man stepped forward, impossibly tall and dressed in black with his face hidden beneath a mask. He had the awkward, calm presence of a character from Ren's cartoons, but his tone was measured and controlled. The man said that he was glad she was awake and asked if she knew her name. Yuki backed up, her tail stiff behind her, and asked where her mommy was. The man did not answer directly. He stopped a few feet away and then crouched, attempting to seem less imposing, though it did not quite work. Yuki protested that she did not talk to strangers. The man returned, half amused, that perhaps he would have to stop being a stranger. She insisted that she wanted to go home. The man replied that she would go home someday, but he spoke of a different home, one that, he said, would accept her for what he believed she was. Yuki denied that she was anything but a child who liked to pretend. The man gently suggested that she felt instincts inside her, the desire to protect a pack, and asked if she wanted to meet others like her and learn to use her strength rather than hide it. Yuki mumbled that she was not strong and that she got in trouble for biting. The man disagreed and offered to help make her stronger if she allowed it. Something deep and uncertain stirred in Yuki. After a hesitant moment, her small hand reached out toward him. The man closed his hand over hers, warm, dry, and gentle, and the door that had been between her and the world shut behind them. The man's hand was warm. Yuki held it tightly, her small fingers curled in his grasp as he led her down the corridor. The hall felt too long, too white, and too quiet. She did not like how it smelled, metallic and empty. There were no windows, only identical doors that seemed to hum. When they stopped in front of one, the man touched a panel on the wall and the door opened with a soft hiss. Yuki blinked. The room inside was not scary, it was unnervingly clean, almost like a bedroom but not hers. A small bed sat in the corner, neatly made with gray sheets. There was a desk, a dresser, and a shelf with exactly 5 stuffed animals, untouched and perfectly aligned. A moon-shaped nightlight glowed gently in the wall. Everything felt too perfect, too wrong. The air smelled sterile rather than lived in. The man crouched beside her and told Yuki that this was her new room. Yuki pointed out that she had not told him her name, and he smiled, saying that he knew many things. She said she wanted to go back now. He assured her that she would return one day, when she was ready, and for now this was where she would stay safe, protected, and watched over. When Yuki asked for her brother, the man replied that her brother could not protect her the way he could. Yuki looked at the bed. The sheets did not look soft. The man asked if she would like to play a game and showed her a single chocolate wrapped in shiny gold foil, explaining there would be just one rule. He opened the dresser, retrieved a small plastic wolf toy that resembled the one she had at home, and placed it on the floor. Then he instructed Yuki to bring him the wolf. She stepped forward, but a loud clang echoed from above and a cold draft swept her face. The overhead lights flickered harshly, once and twice, then steadied. Startled, Yuki dropped to her hands, her tail puffing with shock. The air had shifted, something felt wrong. The man did not react, only watched calmly. She crawled forward and picked up the toy. The moment her hand touched it, a distorted synthetic growl crackled from the ceiling. Yuki screamed and scrambled back, clutching the toy. Her heart hammered. The man observed her and told her that it was good she had been scared, but she had done it anyway. He offered the chocolate, and she hesitated before reaching for it. When she asked why the toy had growled, he explained that it was meant to teach her fear was not her enemy, hesitation was, and she had faced it. She took the chocolate, warm, from his palm. He then told her that from now on, when she did well she would be rewarded, and when she hesitated she would not. Yuki closed her fingers around the candy and stared at the smiling plastic wolf, but she did not feel the same. By the third day, the room no longer felt like a room. It was too still, too clean, and too quiet. The toys stayed where they had been placed. She had no energy to twitch. The chocolate wrapper from yesterday still sat folded on the desk, perfect, gold, and meaningless. She had passed 3 tests. She had touched the wolf, remained still when the noise happened, and smiled when told to. The tasks were simple and terrifying at once. Sometimes she cried into the blanket, but only a little. She knew she was not supposed to cry. The man had told her that good wolves did not cry, that they were to listen, follow, and receive rewards. She lay very still and waited. Tonight something cracked. She had been quiet too long, alone too long. She had not seen anyone's face in over a day. No one spoke to her, not even to tell her she had done well. When the nightlight dimmed and the room slipped into cold, artificial dusk, she slid off the bed and crawled into the corner. She did the same as when she had nightmares at home, pulling all the blankets with her and burrowing deep, small, hidden. Her bottom lip trembled. She pressed her palms to her ears, trying not to hear the hum of the light or how loud her heart was. She whispered for her mother and then called for Ren, but there was no answer. Her shoulders shook as she whispered that she wanted to go home. Her voice cracked into a whimper. She curled tighter, fists balled at her face, tail wrapped around her knees like a shield. Yuki promised she would be good. She vowed she would not bite anything, would not fight with Ren, would not even roar. Her words turned into sobs. She sobbed, hiccuping. She begged for a long time. No one came, not her mother, not her brother, not even the man in black. Only the lights remained, watching and recording. The room did not hold her. It studied her. Somewhere in a dark hallway, behind a screen, a masked man watched the feed in silence. He did not speak, but he smiled. When the door hissed open the next morning, Yuki did not move. She remained curled in the corner, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes dry but swollen, her voice spent from crying. The room felt too quiet. She did not look up when she heard footsteps or flinch when a shadow stretched across the floor. A warm blanket was draped over her shoulders. She tensed, ears twitching, but she did not lift her head. The man crouched beside her, not close enough to touch, just close enough to be there. He observed that she had had a hard night and said he had watched her and that she had called for them. Her fingers curled tighter against her legs. He explained that it was natural for wolves to cry for their pack when separated, that it was instinct, pain, and need. She trembled when he added that her pack was gone now. He reassured her that it was not her fault and noted that they had not come because they could not. He placed something gently on the ground beside her, a soft gray wolf plush with wide eyes and a stitched scar beneath one eye. Yuki insisted that she could. She stared at the plush, but she did not reach for it. Not yet. All for One told her that he was there, that he had been there, and that he had let her cry because she needed to. He said that crying was how people learned who they were and what mattered. He leaned in just slightly and added that she had cried alone before and no one had come, but now he was here. Her head finally turned a fraction. Her eyes met his tired, lost, afraid. He told her she did not have to be afraid anymore, not if she listened and trusted him. She hesitated. Then she reached out, not for him but for the plush. Her fingers clutched the soft fur and the small scar beneath its eye. All for One explained that he had given the toy a scar so it would be like her. Yuki blinked. He called her his little wolf, brushed her hair once, slowly and deliberately like a parent, and told her she did not need her mother or her brother. He knelt lower and told her she needed him. Yuki did not answer, but she did not let go of the toy. That was enough. She sat curled beneath the blanket he had placed around her, the wolf plush pressed to her chest. Her voice had been hoarse and raw all morning from crying, and she had not spoken until now. Yuki whispered that she wanted to go home. All for One remained where he stood with his arms crossed behind his back as the silence stretched between them. He stepped forward slowly and measured, like a teacher approaching a child who did not yet understand, and told her that he knew she wanted to go, but she could not her home. Yuki cut him off with a broken, desperate shout. She declared that she did not want him and named the people and things she missed. Her mother, Ren, Deku, Kaken, her room, her wolf blanket, her cartoons. She demanded to go home. All for one said nothing as Yuki screamed louder. Her tail flared and her claws dug into the floor as she thrashed. The plush fell from her arms while fists pounded the floor and legs kicked, her small body twisting under an unbearable grief. She did not look at him and did not care what he had to say. In her mind it was all lies. He was not her family and he was not safe, and she felt that with every scream. Yuki's tantrum erupted into ragged, primal sobs. For a brief, fierce minute she was simply a child crying for the life that had been taken and pleading for the people who loved her. All for one stood in silence and watched. The outburst burned itself out into hiccuping, messy whimpers. Her voice failed and so did her strength. She lay on her side, curled around the wolf plush, shaking. She did not hear him approach, but she felt him kneel behind her. She felt a gloved hand gently slide her head. All for one said that emotion was powerful but dangerous, and that love was what made someone weak. Yuki could not answer, she was sobbing too hard. He told her not to worry and said they would fix that. The door hissed shut behind him. Yuki was alone again, though the room was filled with the sound of her broken, wild heart still crying for home. The rain hit the windows like soft static. Koro sat cross-legged on the window bench, curled in one of Aizawa's oversized hoodies, the scarf loose around her neck. Outside, the city blurred beneath sheets of gray. Cars passed. Umbrellas bobbed along sidewalks. She saw none of it. She was waiting. Her fingers twitched and rose to her neck. She scratched once, twice, then faster. She began speaking to herself without noticing. Koro worried that they would not like her. She worried that if they saw her scars they would be disgusted. She feared they only wanted the old Yuki and would realize they had made a mistake. Her breathing quickened. She did not notice when her nails started to break skin. She insisted to herself that she was not Yuki, that she was not the girl they had lost. She feared they would hate her. Aizawa's footsteps came close before she registered them. He crouched beside her without touching, leaning in until his gaze was level with hers. He said her name and asked her to look at him, but she did not stop scratching. He moved slowly and sat beside her on the bench, not blocking her view, only close enough to be a presence. He called her name again, his voice steady and even. She gasped once as if she had just noticed she could not breathe, curling forward with nails still dragging across her neck. She told him she could not bear the thought of them seeing what she had become, of scaring them, of ruining their family. Aizawa said that she had not ruined anything. He reminded her that she had been taken and hurt, and that it was not her fault. She shook her head violently and insisted he did not understand, that they were going to see her and she wanted to disappear. He told her she was still Yuki. She shouted that she was not, finally meeting his eyes, and said that Yuki would never have needed a shock collar, would never have been forced into hurting others, would never have looked up to a. She panted, tail bristled, hands shaking. Aizawa did not flinch. He reached out and gently set his hand on her head, not to hold or stop her but simply to be there, the same steady presence he had been since the first day she arrived. Her eyes trembled. The scratching slowed and then stopped. She leaned forward, resting her forehead lightly against his shoulder for a moment as if finding a tether. The rain continued. A car door shut outside, but neither of them moved until her breathing settled. She whispered that she feared they would not see her. Aizawa answered that if they did not, he would remind them. The morning they were set to meet her was rainy, not a drizzle but a steady downpour as if the sky had been holding back for 8 years. Hana Inoue sat in the kitchen of her apartment with her hands folded tightly in her lap. A cup of tea sat untouched on the table, its steam long gone. Rin lingered at the counter, pretending to busy himself, checking the time and the weather and wiping a clean dish. Eventually he crossed the room and knelt in front of his mother, taking her cold, stiff hands in his. Rin told his mother softly that she was alive. Hana blinked and whispered that she knew but feared the girl might not be the same. Rin did not answer immediately, then said that they would love whoever the girl had become. At last she looked at him with glassy, tired, frightened eyes. Rin offered a small, weary smile and reminded her that the girl would be scared too. Hana's lip trembled as she recalled how small the girl had been. Rin murmured his memories of her as the wild pup, who curled up in a laundry basket and once bit his pencil. A heavy, old silence settled between them. Ren pressed a kiss to the back of Hannah's hand, stood, and said that the girl was still theirs. Hannah nodded, though her hands did not stop shaking. A sleek black car arrived on time. A man in a dark coat stepped out holding 2 large umbrellas and approached the door with silent boots on wet pavement. When Hannah and Ren reached the entryway, he greeted them with a polite nod and introduced himself as Sato, explaining that Detective Tsukachi had arranged the transport and that he would be taking them there. He handed an umbrella to Ren and unfolded the other above Hannah. She blinked at the gesture and allowed herself to be guided into the car. The ride was quiet. Rain tapped the roof and tires whispered on wet asphalt as the city blurred past. Ren sat beside his mother in the back seat, hands folded, then shifted and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him slightly. Hannah admitted her fear about how much the girl must have changed. Ren acknowledged the change and said it was okay. He admitted he was afraid too. When Hannah said the girl might not remember them, Ren said they would remind her. The car turned and drew closer to their destination. The apartment building appeared dim and unassuming through the rain, ordinary to the world but immense to them. The car stopped and Sato stepped out with the umbrella. It was time. Koro sat by the window again, tail curled tightly and claws twitching against her wrist. The rain had not let up. It poured in steady sheets, making everything feel distant and muffled. She had not spoken for 15 minutes, only watched, waited, and scratched faster now. Her fingers ghosted over the thin scar beneath her scarf, not to feel it but to hide it. She was not sure what she was hiding from, or perhaps she was. A sleek black car appeared and felt familiar in the worst way, though it was not the same person. 2 umbrellas unfurled as doors opened to reveal 1 tall figure and 1 small figure approaching. Her ears twitched. Her breath caught. She scratched harder. Her tail bristled once. Aizawa moved quietly behind her. Aizawa spoke softly to get her attention. She did not answer. His hand moved, calm and deliberate, and closed around her wrist not to restrain, just to stop her. His voice stayed soft as he reassured her that they were not there to hurt her. She did not look at him or blink. The umbrellas were getting closer. Koro worried they would see her and regret it. Aizawa told her they would not. She feared she might say the wrong thing. Aizawa told her she would not. She asked whether they would hate what she had become. Aizawa said that they had spent 8 years waiting to love her, not to judge her. A knock echoed through the apartment, the final step. Koro flinched. Aizawa gave her wrist one last squeeze, then rested his hand lightly on her head. No pressure, only a grounding weight. He turned and walked to the door. Koro did not follow. She stared out the window, watching the rain and scratching. Aizawa stepped into the hallway and quietly closed the door behind him. Rain whispered across the stairwell windows. Hannah stood stiffly, gripping her coat as if holding herself together by the seams. Ren stood behind her, a steady presence, alert. Both looked up when Aizawa joined them. Aizawa informed them evenly that Koro was inside. No one moved. He exhaled and, more gently, added that she was at the window and had seen the car. Hannah's breath hitched as she asked if Koro was really her daughter. Aizawa confirmed she was, but warned them to understand something before they went in. He explained that Koro did not remember them clearly yet, had not remembered her name until it was told to her and even then felt no attachment to it, and did not remember what it meant to be truly loved. Hannah's throat worked. Ren took a slow breath. Aizawa continued that Koro had made progress but remained unstable. She scratched her neck when confused, anxious, or stressed, flinched at most kindness, and did not know how to receive love. He met Hannah's eyes and said that Koro had been treated as if she were not human and they were still trying to bring her back. Silence followed. Hannah asked quietly whether Koro would want to see them. Aizawa hesitated, then said Koro wanted to, but was terrified they would see her scars and decide she was not worth the wait. Ren's fists clenched. Hannah nodded slowly, tears brimming, insisting she would never judge. Aizawa advised them to be patient, to take it slow and not push. The rain was not helping. Koro sat stiffly on the bench by the window, legs drawn up and arms wrapped around her knees, watching water stream down the glass. She tried to calm herself, letting the rain drown out the noise in her chest, but it did not work. Her fingers crept up again, trembling at first and then faster. She scratched lightly beneath the edge of her scarf where her collar had been quick, not deep. She did not want to be afraid, but the questions would not stop. She worried they would flinch when they looked at her. She feared she might seem like a villain to them. She wondered if she had ruined the version of herself they had loved. She worried they might think she had done this to herself. She worried she might feel nothing when she saw them. Her scratching sped as anxiety took hold. Then the door opened and Koro froze. Her ears flicked back, tail coiling tight. The presence in the room shifted, and she knew without turning that her mother had arrived. Koro kept watching the rain, trying not to shake, though she felt familiar, breaking eyes on her. Her fingers twitched and then moved faster, panicked but not violent. She heard a faint catch of breath behind her, a step, and then silence. Koro blinked hard and kept her face turned away, uncertain if she could look at her mother, not feeling ready or enough yet. She sat rigid, ears trembling, hand moving at her throat as if trying to brush the shame away before her mother could see it. Behind her, Hannah stood in the doorway, frozen with a hand pressed to her chest and tears already falling. Hannah stood just inside the doorway. She could not breathe. She could not speak. She could only see her. A small figure sat on the window bench, knees tucked tight, hoodie sleeves swallowing her hands. The scarf. The tension in her shoulders. The way her fingers scratched and scratched at the side of her neck, as if she did not know how else to stay grounded. And the ears. Those ears flicked back, uncertain, twitching just like they used to when she was nervous. The tail curled tight and trembled, the tip tapping against the blanket in a rhythm Hannah had not seen since she last tucked her little girl into bed. It was her. It was really, truly her. Hannah's breath left her in a stuttering whisper. Her knees nearly gave out. She took one step forward. Then another. Yuki had not turned fully, only angling her head so that one golden eye peeked over her shoulder. She did not speak. She did not blink. But she did not bolt either. Hannah inched past the couch. Halfway now. So close. She did not dare raise her hands or breathe too loud. When Hannah crossed that invisible line, Yuki flinched hard. She pushed herself back into the window, spine to the glass, as if trying to disappear into it. Her hand clamped over her scarf. The scratching stopped because she was holding it as a barrier. Hannah did not cry or reach. She whispered Yuki's name, the single word breaking the silence like a bell. Koro jerked at the sound. Her ears snapped flat and her shoulders hunched as if struck. She did not speak or even breathe, but that name hit something inside her that she did not know was still alive. Hannah's voice cracked as she asked if it was really her. Koro's fingers dug into the fabric of the scarf. Her chest was rising and falling too fast. Her mouth opened, then closed. She did not know whether she wanted to scream or cry, but she knew that name. Even if she did not remember everything, the name reached her. For the first time in years, she was not sure whether she wanted to run or fall into it. Koro still had not moved. Her fingers were twisted tight in the scarf, fists curled as if holding herself together with the fabric. Her ears stayed flat. Her body did not stop shaking. Hannah understood. It hurt to see her daughter pull away when she was 6 feet away, but not when a stranger sat beside her. It hurt to see the child she had held for years respond to a teacher. But Hannah understood that the girl in front of her had survived something unimaginable, and survival had taught her new rules. Hannah held still, even though it broke her. Aizawa stepped quietly back into the room. He did not speak or ask permission. He simply crossed the space and sat down beside Koro on the window bench, his coat brushing the edge of her blanket. Koro did not flinch or look at him, but she stopped shaking, just enough. His presence steadied her like it always did. He did not reach for her wrist. He sat with his hands folded in his lap, gaze fixed on the rain with hers, and told her that she was safe. Koro blinked and her tail twitched. Her voice, barely audible, told them that she could not. Aizawa said that she did not have to. She swallowed hard and admitted that she did not remember her, that she did not know if she was supposed to feel something, and that she just felt wrong. Aizawa gave a slow nod and assured her that feeling that way was okay too. Across the room, Hannah's hand went to her mouth. Ren had stepped in quietly during the exchange, his shoes silent on the floor. He did not speak. He walked to his mother's side and lowered himself beside her on the couch, shoulder to shoulder. Hana did not lean into him. She kept her eyes on Yuki, her little girl, who now sat beside a man in a scarf as if he were the only thing keeping her from drowning. Somehow, that was okay because someone had kept her alive. Koro's fingers loosened from the scarf just slightly. Her eye flicked toward Aizawa, then toward her mother, just for a moment. It was enough. She had not run or shut down. She was still there, still listening, still trying, and that was more than anyone could ask for. The room was quiet except for the steady rhythm of rain against the windows. Koro remained silent, Aizawa steady as stone, Rin watching and waiting, and Hana took one small emotional step forward. She spoke with truth rather than warmth or memories or laughter. Hana recounted that Yuki had gone missing on a Tuesday and explained that she remembered because it had been laundry day. Yuki had hated laundry and would crawl into the basket to pretend to be a wolf guarding her den so no one could move her. Hana described how she had laid out Yuki's favorite dress, how Yuki had beamed that beautiful big smile, and how she had gone to put it on. Then Hana said she had not screamed until she saw the window open. Rin had run outside barefoot without even grabbing a coat. Hana called the police, hoping and thinking they would bring Yuki home in an hour, but the hour had passed, and then the day, and then the week. She had kept Yuki's room clean, bought her favorite snacks, and brushed her stuffed wolves so they would not get dusty. Every time the phone rang, Hana had thought it might be Yuki or someone who had found her. When the case was closed after 2 weeks, they had told Hana that Yuki was probably gone or worse and stopped searching. Everyone else stopped searching. Hana did not. Koro's gaze shifted just enough to look slightly toward her mother and listen. Hana said she had never really stopped dreaming about Yuki, and that she had told herself if Yuki was alive she would wait no matter how long it took. In a whisper, Hana said that when the officer told her Yuki was alive, she felt as if she would fall through the floor. The officer had said Yuki was changed, that she was different. Hana acknowledged that it would be hard. A tear slipped down her cheek. Hana said she did not care. Koro's jaw trembled. Hana did not step closer. She did not try to make her daughter into who she had been before. She stood there with her hands clenched and told the truth. Hana said she did not care what they had done to Koro, what had changed, whether Koro remembered her, or whether Koro wanted to call her mom. After a pause, Hana said that she only wanted Koro to know she had never and would never stop loving her. Koro's breath hitched, then another. Slowly her grip on her scarf loosened, just a little. Silence stretched long and thin after Hana's words, the kind that hummed in the ribs and made the throat ache. Koro sat perfectly still on the window bench, her eyes fixed on the rain, but she was listening, breathing, breaking. Aizawa stayed at her side, unmoving. Hana did not speak again. She simply waited. Koro finally spoke in a low, fractured whisper. Koro said that Hana would not want her. The words dropped into the room like a stone. Hana's breath caught, but she did not interrupt. Koro's fingers pulled at her sleeves, her claws caught on loose threads. Koro said that Hana claimed to love her, but did not know what she had become. Koro said she was not the girl they had lost, not brave, not sweet, not good. She said she had harmed others in ways that left scars and consequences. She said that she had been made to fight and that some of those fights had ended in deaths. For a moment Hana's heart broke for the girl who had come to equate pain with approval. Rin leaned forward, eyes wide but still silent. Koro said she had not kept count, that she had not cried, because she had believed she was doing the right thing. Her eyes filled but no tears fell yet. Koro said she had called him father and that she had chosen him. The shame in her voice was heavy. She said she had believed everything he told her, that she had thought pain meant love, collars meant protection, and hurting others proved loyalty. Koro said she had stopped being afraid when she was hurt. Rain whispered down the windows like a listener. Koro said that she had let him change her and stopped resisting. Even now she still heard his voice when she tried to sleep and still thought about what she was supposed to do and who she was supposed to be. She shook her head, ears drooping. Koro said she did not feel like a daughter or a sister anymore. She felt like a weapon left in the world without a place. Koro turned her head slightly, not all the way, just enough to see Hana. Koro said she did not think she could be what Hana wanted. The words fell with a finality that sounded like a wall quietly being built around her heart. Hana did not recoil, and Aizawa did not move. Rin finally stood. The rain hadn't stopped. Koro sat on the edge of the window bench, fingers twitching against her sleeve, breath shallow. Her confession hung in the air like smoke, thick, bitter, impossible to ignore. She told them she was a weapon they had forgotten to bury. No one spoke, not Aizawa, not Hana, not Ren. Koro's voice cracked as she looked down at her trembling hands and admitted that she had liked it. She said she liked the pain because it made everything quiet, because people looked at her when she hurt them and, in those moments, she felt like she mattered. Aizawa turned his head slightly and offered a gentle warning, but she kept unraveling. Her breathing hitched and she made anxious motions at her neck. She claimed she hadn't felt guilty, that she had mistaken numbness for strength. She remembered when someone told her she was his, that she was perfect, that she was his Fong, and she had believed it. Aizawa tried to ground her, but she was too far gone to hear. She stood up abruptly and ripped the scarf from her neck in a wild tug. Aizawa moved to her side but did not stop her. The scarf hit the floor, the hoodie followed. For the first time Hana saw all of her, scars and marks around Koro's throat and signs of past injury no child should bear. Hana gasped and stumbled back against the couch. Rin steadied her by the elbow. Koro wasn't looking at them. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, her breathing sharp. A faint, crooked smile twisted her lips, the kind that didn't belong on a child, the expression of someone who felt broken inside. She shouted for them to look at her, to see who she had become, then lashed out at herself in frantic motions that exposed the rawness of her panic. She insisted she had chosen to be a weapon, that she had wanted to be his instrument, that she had killed for him and had taken a perverse pride in it. The room tilted toward chaos. She laughed, a brittle, splintering sound, and said she used to beg for pain, waiting obediently for the shock because it proved she was good. Her hands kept moving, scraping at old wounds in a way that was frantic and heartbreaking. Aizawa stepped forward, but Ren was quicker. He crossed the room without noise and wrapped his arms around Koro. She thrashed and snapped at him, refusing his touch and railing against being called by any name he offered, but Ren did not let go. He held her like a shield, his voice low and breaking as he told her he did not care who she had become or what she had done. She was still his little sister and nothing would change that. Koro froze, then collapsed into him as her knees gave out. Ren went down with her, arms steady around her trembling body. Koro clung to him as if to keep from sinking further, face buried against his chest, whole frame shaking with ragged sobs. Her breath hitched over and over, her fingers gripped his shirt but the fighting ebbed. There was no neat fix, no sudden recovery, only a raw, aching wreckage and the presence of people who refused to walk away. Aizawa stayed nearby, crouched on one knee, holding back to give them space. This belonged to her and to those who loved her. Hana crossed the room slowly, as if afraid to break the fragile moment, and sank down beside them. She reached out with trembling hands and, instead of trying to pull Koro back, she laid a gentle hand on her. "Daughter's back." Koro responded. Her shoulders jerked, then settled a fraction. She pressed her forehead harder into Ren's chest and the sobs eased into hiccuping breaths. They did not stop entirely, but the storm lost its wind. No one tried to fix her in that instant. They simply stayed, witnessing the truth of what had been done and offering what might be salvaged. For a long while, that was all there was, 3 people kneeling around a broken girl who finally let herself fall apart, not from weakness but because, perhaps for the first time, she was not alone. The sobs dulled to gasps. Koro still clung to Ren's shirt, but her fingers had relaxed and the frantic motions had slowed. The wildness in her chest began to calm, like a loose screw slowing its rattle. After a moment she shifted, pulling back from his chest. Her eyes were raw and red, cheeks flushed with heat and tears. Her whole body trembled like something running on too many broken wires. Then words spilled out all at once as Koro apologized repeatedly, saying she was sorry, that she did not mean to yell or scare them, that she had not wanted them to see her like this. Her voice cracked under the weight of her guilt as she insisted she had ruined everything and did not mean to scream. Hana moved without hesitation. She knelt in front of Koro and reached out, her hands warm, worn, and careful as they cupped her daughter's face. Koro froze but did not pull away. She allowed herself to be held. Hana brushed the tear tracks from Koro's cheeks with her thumbs and met her daughter's steady, open eyes, even as her own shimmered with tears. Hana told her she never had to apologize, not for hurting, not for surviving, not for being scared. Koro's breath hitched and fresh tears formed. She admitted that she had screamed and had said horrible things, that she had wanted the pain back. Hana said she had heard it all and that she was still there. She told Koro that coming back was all that mattered. Koro made a broken sound, half sob and half laugh, and leaned into her mother's touch. Hana pulled her close, and for the first time in 8 years Koro let her. They stayed like that on the floor with no rush to move. Koro sat between Hana and Rin, eyes red and glassy, face still flushed. For a moment her arms hung limp, as if she did not know what to do with them. Then Hana pulled her in, not as if Koro might break or was dangerous, but as if she was hers. Koro did not resist or flinch. She leaned into her mother's arms and allowed herself to be held fully and finally. Hana wrapped both arms around her, pressing her close and cupping the back of her daughter's head, fingers gently tangling in her hair. Through her tears, Hana sobbed that she had her baby. Koro made a tiny breathless sound between a cry and a laugh and clung tighter to her mother's coat. For a while there were no explanations or questions, just the three of them folded into each other like pages of a book that had been torn apart and finally pressed back together. No one let go. Not this time. Not ever again. For a while Koro stayed in her mother's arms, held, safe, and seen. But true safety felt unfamiliar. After a few minutes the warmth pressed too close, the kindness felt too heavy, and the silence became loud. Koro's breathing quickened, her body tensed. She did not sob this time but shuddered. Without warning she pulled back, not violently but quickly. Her hands braced against Hana's chest as she pushed herself free, then she scooted backward on her palms and heels until her back hit the wall. She curled in on herself, arms around her midsection and knees drawn up, her tail flicking once nervously before stilling. Her eyes darted between them and her breathing grew sharp. Ren blinked in confusion and called Yuki's name. Koro replied too quickly, her voice thin, insisting she was fine and that she only needed space. Hana moved forward with concern, hands out, but Aizawa, who had stayed just behind them all, stepped in and gently told Hana not to. Hana looked up at him, stricken, but Aizawa explained that Koro was not rejecting her. She was overwhelmed. He crouched beside Hana and said in a low, steady voice that Koro wanted the closeness but did not know how to hold it yet. Koro pressed herself tighter to the wall and scratched at her neck to anchor herself, whispering to herself that she was okay. No one pushed or reached for her. They gave her the space she did not know how to ask for, because love could be frightening when it was real. The apartment grew quiet again, not heavy but still. The storm had passed for the moment, leaving silence that felt like weight. Aizawa moved through the space with steady hands and calm eyes, carrying something folded in his arms as he returned to the living room. Koro remained in the corner, legs pulled up, tail curled tight, arms around her knees, watching the others talk in hushed tones and the soft rise of steam from the mugs on the table. She did not speak or join them, and no one forced her. Aizawa walked slowly to the corner and crouched to meet her line of sight, holding out the bundle in his hands, her hoodie and her scarf. He did not speak. Koro reached for them immediately, pulling the hoodie over her arms and head in one quick motion, sleeves swallowing her hands. She wrapped the scarf once then twice high on her neck and did not meet his eyes, but her shoulders eased the moment the fabric touched her skin. The barrier was re-established and her breathing steadied. Aizawa gave her a nod and left her be. At the table, Hana and Rin sat with warm mugs and watched Aizawa return to the kitchen, pour his own tea, and join them. After a quiet moment, Rin observed that Koro had put the clothes back on very quickly. Aizawa remarked that she always did. Hana frowned and asked why. Aizawa explained that Koro was most self-conscious about her neck. Ren asked if it was because of the scars, and Aizawa confirmed that it was more than that. He said that when Koro was nearing the end of her rehabilitation, he had given her the scarf not initially as a gift but as something to help her feel safe and covered. Aizawa observed that she was so used to having something around her neck all the time. The scarf compensated. Hana swallowed, eyes soft and heavy. Aizawa explained that she wore it because the damage on her neck was the one thing she could not hide from anyone. It was visible and permanent, and to her it was not just skin but shame and proof. He told them that it was the one part of her body that reminded her she had belonged to him. Ren's knuckles whitened around his mug. Hana's breath caught in her throat. Aizawa added that she wore the scarf because she did not want to be looked at there, not yet. They sat in a quiet that was not awkward but thoughtful, each of them processing. Hana said softly that he had not just hurt her, he had rewired her. Aizawa agreed and noted that she was still learning how to live without that wiring. He sipped his tea and looked back to the corner where Koro had not moved. Her eyes were open now, watching and listening, no longer hiding but waiting. For now, that was enough. Time passed. The tea cooled. The quiet between them softened into something careful. Koro stayed curled in her corner, knees hugged close and scarf wound tight around her neck. Her hoodie sleeves covered her hands and her face was half hidden in shadow. She was not looking at anyone, but she was no longer hiding her ears. They twitched when someone moved. She noticed and she waited. Hana stood slowly, hands careful and deliberate, one still gently holding her mug. She did not speak or ask permission. She walked across the living room floor without getting too close, stopping a respectful distance before an invisible line. Then she lowered herself to her knees on the floor, not to shrink or beg but to meet her daughter on the ground. She sat on her heels with her spine straight and the mug resting between her palms. A long moment passed. Koro did not speak or move, but her eyes flicked sideways. Hana smiled softly, nervous and real, and asked if it was all right for her to sit there. Koro stared and gave the smallest nod. Hana kept her position, not moving closer. She told Koro that she wanted to talk if Koro wanted that too. Koro looked back at the floor and observed that Hana was talking now. Hana clarified that she meant really talk. Koro shifted slightly, not away but adjusting posture. Her tail curled loosely around her hip, no longer coiled tight. She did not answer with words, but she did not say no, so Hana set her mug down beside her and admitted that she did not know where to begin. She confessed that she feared saying the wrong thing, scaring Koro, or making things worse. Hana reasoned that if she waited until she was no longer afraid of saying the wrong thing, she might never say anything at all. Koro's ears twitched and her fingers relaxed slightly against the fabric of her sleeves. Hana said she did not expect Koro to know who she was, to call her mom, to let her hug her, or suddenly return to the girl she had lost. She asked only to know the girl who was here now. Koro's throat closed for a moment and her eyes shimmered faintly in the window light. For the first time since she had collapsed, she spoke that she did not know who she was either. Hana heard the barely audible confession and felt her heart break again, not from pain but from recognition. Hana quietly suggested that maybe they could find out together. Outside, the rain had slowed. The world felt quieter, not because the storm had passed but because something inside them had settled. Hana remained kneeling at a safe distance, watching her daughter without staring, hands loose in her lap and face calm though her chest ached. Koro had not looked up again but she had not turned away. She sat still with her hoodie sleeves covering her hands and the scarf snug around her neck like armor, her fingers rubbing against each other slowly inside the fabric. Koro wanted to speak, and Hana could feel it, but it took time. Then Koro asked in a small, timid voice whether she had liked sweets. Hana blinked and felt her heart squeeze. She smiled gently and said that Koro had a terrible sweet tooth, so bad that Hana had to hide the sugar bowl. Hana recalled that Koro used to sneak into the kitchen and eat frosting straight from the tub, once getting caught with blue icing on her face and calling it war paint. Koro made a small surprised sound that was not quite a laugh, more a hiccup of recognition. Her shoulders curled inward with embarrassment but she was not upset. She picked at the seam of her sleeve and said she did not remember. Hana told her she did not expect Koro to remember yet, but that all those pieces were still there and they belonged to her. Koro's claws twitched faintly beneath the fabric as she said that he used to tell her her memories did not matter. Hana clenched her hands in her lap and said he had been wrong. A silence followed, then Koro asked even quieter whether she had been funny. Hana's breath caught and then her voice warmed as she answered that Koro had been hilarious. She described how Koro had been weird and clever, how she would howl in the grocery store and insist she was on a wolf patrol, inventing stories about every stray cat and once making Ren wear a tail and calling him Beta. Koro let out a shaky sound that suggested a ghost of a laugh. Hana did not push her to remember more. She simply stayed steady and close. Without deciding, Koro slowly shifted a few inches closer across the floor, as if beginning to believe she wanted to know the girl they were talking about. The quiet between them lingered, but it was gentle now rather than heavy. Koro sat a little closer, legs no longer pulled tightly to her chest, tail resting lightly against the floor and no longer tense. She did not look directly at Hana, but she did not look away either. They talked, not about anything big but small things. Koro asked if she had a favorite color. Hana said the color used to change weekly, purple one week, red the next, then yellow for nearly a month because it was loud like fireworks. She asked if Koro liked animals. Hana smiled and recalled that Koro had loved them, especially ones with fur, and that she had had to stop Koro from sneaking strays into her closet. Koro blinked slowly and murmured that it sounded right. For a moment they sat in a silence that was not filled with pain but with memory, wondering, and a fragile kind of hope. Aizawa moved toward the kitchen, quiet as ever. The kettle clicked on and the scent of warm rice drifted through the air. Rin glanced over from the table where he had been quietly waiting. Dinner had been delayed and no one minded. Hana glanced toward the kitchen and then back to Koro. Her voice was careful, not coaxing or expectant, simply soft as she asked if Koro would like to come sit with them for tea and maybe have a little dinner. Koro's ears twitched. She looked at the table and then at Aizawa. He did not look back. He continued preparing food and set out an extra plate as if she had always had a spot. She hesitated, rubbed the inside of her sleeve with one hand, and then nodded slowly, offering a quiet, uncertain okay that still showed willingness. Hana smiled and stood carefully to give Koro space. Koro rose more slowly, stiff from sitting in the corner for so long. Her movements were guarded, tail kept low, but she did not hide behind her scarf this time. As she made her way to the table, Rin looked up with a tired, relieved grin and told her that they had saved the good seat for her. There was no special seat, only the one between her brother and her mother. For the first time in 8 years, she sat down. Dinner was calm rather than silent, a comfortable quiet that felt like a blanket. Koro sat with her posture slightly hunched, hoodie sleeves tugged halfway over her hands, scarf still snug and unremarked. The warm smell of rice and tea filled the room. Plates clinked softly and conversation came in fragments. Rin joked about how Aizawa's rice was better than his. Hana laughed under her breath, and Aizawa shrugged as if it were not a compliment. Koro did not speak much, but she ate and even refilled her tea. When Ren passed her the pickled vegetables and quietly reminded her that she had used to hate them and asked if she still did, she blinked, considered it, and said that she still did. The small laugh that followed was honest and gentle, and for a while things felt steady. As the dishes were mostly cleared and teacups remained warm in hands, a little space opened at the table. Hana shifted in her seat, glanced at Aizawa who nodded without words, and then asked Koro if she could ask something. Koro froze and tightened her hands around her mug, then gave a small affirmative. Hana exchanged a quick look with Ren, leaned in a little, and asked if Koro wanted to come home. Koro stared down at her tea, breath catching. Hana quickly added that she did not mean right away, not before Koro felt ready or safe, but that they wanted her for visits, for weekends, or longer, whenever she was ready. Ren leaned forward and said she did not have to decide that night. They just needed her to know she had a place. Koro asked if the offer stood even if she never remembered. Hana replied firmly that it did. Koro asked if it mattered even if she did not feel like the person they remembered, and Hana said it mattered even then. Silence settled as Koro watched the steam rise from her cup. A thick, unnamed feeling swelled in her throat. She admitted that she did not know how to be in a home. Hana reached forward and laid her hand gently on the table between them. She said Koro did not have to know how right away, that she only had to come through the door and they would figure out the rest together. Koro did not take her hand yet, but her claws stopped twitching, her teeth steadied, and she whispered that she would try. It took a few days. No one rushed her. She spent most of her time in the apartment, sitting by the window, reading in the quiet, or lying on the couch with her hoodie drawn over her head and her tail flicking slowly beneath a blanket. The night before she was to return to school, while the dishes were being washed, she said that she wanted to try going back. Aizawa nodded and agreed. She did not sleep well. Her dreams were gray and foggy with familiar voices in empty rooms. Still, when morning came she dressed without being asked. The uniform felt stiff in a new way, not physically, but emotionally, as if she were wearing someone else's story again. She layered black compression sleeves from wrist to shoulder under her shirt. They made her feel steady. She wrapped her scarf slowly, once and then twice, not as armor but as a measure of control. When she stepped out of her room, Aizawa handed her a bento box and walked with her toward the school. The halls buzzed with energy. She followed him through the familiar corridors of Yuki, tail low and steady and ears turned slightly inward, cautious but present. At the classroom door Aizawa looked down and told her she did not have to talk if she did not want to. She said she knew. He added that she could leave whenever she needed. She gave the smallest nod and then the door slid open. Eyes turned but there was no gasp and no lingering stare. Perhaps Aizawa had prepared them, or perhaps they had prepared themselves. She walked in slowly, scarf snug and sleeves black against her uniform, took her seat, and sat with her tail curled around the chair and her hands folded on her lap. She did not speak or smile or look up, but she was there, and for now that was enough. The classroom hummed with morning noise, chairs scraping, bags unzipping, low murmurs across rows. Koro sat in silence at her desk, back straight and scarf drawn a little tighter than necessary. Her sleeves were smooth and her fingers were gloved in thin black fabric that hid her claws. Her tail rested across her lap as if guarding something. She had not looked up since she walked in, but she felt the stares not cruel or mocking, just watchful, curious, worried. Tension hung in the room like fog, thick and unspoken. Then someone stood quietly. A brief glance passed among the class, subtle nods and silent understanding. Everyone had agreed that if anyone could talk to her without pushing, it would be Midoriya. He walked slowly, careful rather than loud or hesitant. When he reached her desk, he did not sit or loom. He crouched slightly, hands at his sides, level with her gaze. Midoriya greeted her gently. Koro's ears twitched and she looked up, not fully, only enough to see him from beneath her fringe. He offered a soft, unobtrusive smile. Midoriya asked if she wanted to be alone. Koro blinked and, after a moment, shook her head once. Midoriya nodded and sat cross-legged on the floor beside her desk, as if it were the most natural thing. He did not speak again immediately, he simply stayed present. Koro glanced at him more directly and asked if they had told him to come. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck and admitted that the class had all agreed he would be the least likely to upset her. Koro let out the tiniest huff that might have been a laugh. She looked down at her desk and said she did not remember anything about being his friend. Midoriya's smile did not falter as he reassured her that he remembered enough for both of them. Silence followed, but it felt soft rather than tense. Koro glanced at him again and asked if he always talked so much. Midoriya flushed a little and reminded her that she used to ask him that as well. She stared at him, then blinked slowly, listening rather than showing fear or pain. He remained on the floor beside her until the bell rang. When class began, he did not return to his desk until Koro quietly thanked him. At school UA was different now too. Koro still kept to herself in some ways, cautious of loud voices or unfamiliar faces, but she was no longer the ghost in the corner. Her classmates, once wary, now offered small smiles and casual hellos. She did not always return them, but she did not shrink from them either. Bakugo and Midoriya were never far behind. They did not overwhelm her or push too hard, yet they gravitated toward her like magnets to steel. They walked beside her between classes, sat near her at lunch, asked if she wanted help with assignments, and left extra pencils without comment when she forgot hers. They often bickered. Bakugo warned Midoriya not to hover over her, insisting she was not going to explode. Midoriya protested that she might want help and that Bakugo could not just ignore her. Bakugo snapped that she was not helpless, and Midoriya insisted he had not said she was. Koro blinked slowly between them, head tilted. It felt familiar and vaguely comforting. She did not seem to notice that both boys looked a little more flushed when she smiled at them, or that their arguing always intensified the second she complimented either one. Koro told them they both talked a lot, poking at her lunch absent-mindedly, and remarked that they had argued about who got to carry her bag longer than the actual walk. Midoriya flushed. Bakugo muttered under his breath and refused to meet her eyes. She tilted her head and sipped her juice. The sun poured gold through the trees in shimmering patches, the air warm with the promise of early summer. Shoes crunched softly against the park path and cicadas began to hum lazily in the distance. 5-year-old Yuki sprinted ahead of the two boys, her small legs pumping with determined speed. Her laughter rang like wind chimes and her wild, fluffy hair bounced as she ran. Her hands were covered in bandages and her knees were scraped, but she did not care. She was fast. She was brave. She was free. Behind her, Bakugo loudly insisted his quirk would be way cooler than Midoriya's, while Midoriya protested that quirks did not exist yet and Bakugo was mistaken. Yuki rolled her eyes with the dramatic exasperation only a 5-year-old could muster and veered off the path into the tall grass, kicking at dandelions as she went. This always happened. Every time they got into one of their shouting matches, it was like they did not even see her. So she ran ahead, arms stretched like airplane wings, pretending she could fly and that she was already a hero. Midoriya called after her, warning her not to run too far. Bakugo shouted for her to wait up with his usual rough nickname. She skidded to a stop, looked back grinning and told them to hurry. Both boys ran to catch up. Bakugo arrived first, always faster and determined to be first at everything, and Midoriya followed, slightly out of breath. They met at the edge of a small creek where sunlight shimmered across the water. Yuki crouched and poked a stick into the current with her tongue out in concentration. Bakugo claimed he could jump across the creek. Yuki warned he would fall in. Midoriya sat beside her and shared a story about All Might saving people from a flood, carrying 5 people while holding up a collapsing building. Yuki lit up at the story. Bakugo scowled and dismissed it as impossible before declaring he would be stronger. Midoriya argued that no one was stronger than All Might. As their argument spiraled, Yuki giggled and splashed the water with her stick, eyes glittering with mischief. She loved both of them for different reasons. Bakugo was loud and competitive but always the first to stand between her and anything scary. His daring stunts and boasts were often for her attention. Midoriya was gentler and more thoughtful. He would sit and talk for hours about what kind of hero she wanted to be, whether she liked rescue missions or battles, and what name she might choose. He always listened, and she never had to shout to be heard. They were just kids, and together they felt unstoppable. Yuki tossed the stick into the water, suddenly stood up grinning, and called a race to the swings before taking off again, hair trailing behind her. Bakugo growled and gave chase, and Midoriya laughed as he ran after them. Their laughter echoed through the trees. Back then the world had been small. 3 best friends, scraped knees, and big dreams. No villains, no war, no trauma. Just sunlight, childish rivalry, and the promise of forever. The bell rang loud and sharp, signaling the end of classes. Students flooded out of the building, chattering and stretching after a long day. Koro stood by the front steps, her scarf still tucked around her neck and her uniform neat despite tension in her posture. She scanned the courtyard for the usual mop of ash-blonde hair she had come to expect. She did not see Bakugo at first, then spotted him being swept across the school grounds by his friend group. Kirishima had an arm around his shoulders, grinning, while Shiro and Kaminari followed, laughing as Bakugo snapped and growled at them. Bakugo protested that he had not agreed to go and demanded they take their hands off him. His friends teased that he had said he might come and that it was too late to back out because they had already made reservations. Bakugo glanced over his shoulder, caught Koro's eye, and his expression softened slightly before he turned away and shouted something at Kaminari. Koro frowned in confusion and murmured that she guessed she was on her own that day. Midoriya hesitated beside her, then asked if she was not busy and said he planned to stop by the cafe down the street to study. Midoriya asked if she wanted to come with him. Koro tilted her head, ears twitching slightly under her hood, and she asked if it would be just the two of them. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck and hastened to clarify that he did not want to pressure her and that she could say no if she was tired or had other plans. Koro answered that she would go. Midoriya blinked in surprise and stammered that she would. She nodded and said she liked quiet places. His face brightened. The cafe was small and warm, tucked between a bookstore and a flower shop. The windows steamed faintly from the rain that had started falling. They sat in a corner booth, a little secluded, with green tea for Koro, iced coffee for Midoriya, and 2 tiny plates of mochi between them. The room was quiet and peaceful, and Koro enjoyed the calm. She watched the rain trace the window pane and relaxed her fingers around the teacup. Midoriya busied himself writing notes from the day's lesson, occasionally glancing her way. After a while, Koro asked whether they used to come to places like this. Midoriya blinked and admitted they had not, but they had always hung out parks, playgrounds, and sometimes her house, and she had always liked running ahead and hated waiting. Koro gave a soft, amused huff and said she still did. They both laughed. Midoriya hesitated and then told her gently that she had changed, but not in a bad way. She was still herself. Koro looked down at her tea and admitted she did not yet know who she was. Midoriya suggested that figuring it out could feel less scary with someone walking beside her. Koro looked at him for a long moment and then agreed. They walked back in silence, the rain misting around them. Midoriya held his umbrella to cover them both. Koro kept her scarf pulled close, and a small smile appeared on her lips. She did not notice how close they walked until their shoulders brushed, and she did not mind. Back at Aizawa's apartment, warm lights and the smell of home-cooked food greeted them. Her mother's voice came from the kitchen. Aizawa looked up from grading papers and asked where the loud one was. Koro dropped her bag, flopped into a chair, and said she had been taken by friends. Aizawa snorted. Haruka poked her head out and asked Koro to thank Bakugo's friends. Koro chuckled. Later that night, curled up under a blanket on the couch, Koro thought about the cafe and Midoriya's words and his smile. For the first time in a very long time, she felt something light and warm settle in her chest. Hope. The cafeteria buzzed with noise. Trays clattered. Students chattered. The scent of freshly prepared curry and noodles hung warm and heavy in the air. Koro sat at her usual table by the window, scarf still snug around her neck, eyes flicking back and forth between Midoriya and her untouched plate of food. Midoriya was explaining that Hatsum had said she might let him try the prototype if he helped with the calibration next weekend, and he gestured with his chopsticks as he said he thought it might improve his full cowl movement. Koro was listening but distracted. For the 5th time in 2 minutes her eyes darted to the entrance. Where was Bakugo? She did not know why it bothered her. He did not have to sit with her. He had not promised anything. But for the past 2 weeks he had somehow ended up at her table every day, even if it was just to grunt and eat in silence while she and Midoriya talked. Today he was late and it felt wrong. Koro called to Midoriya softly, using his nickname Deku, and pointed out that he had already mentioned that. Midoriya realized he had been rambling and apologized, flustered. Koro smiled and poked her food. She admitted it was a little. Midoriya, scratching the back of his neck, asked if she wanted to go to the courtyard after lunch since the sun had finally come out. Koro responded that maybe, which was progress compared to a few weeks ago when she would have refused or stayed silent. Midoriya brightened and said they could just relax, since they did not have a training block today. Bakugo dropped his tray heavily at the end of the table, eyes narrow and jaw tight, not looking at either of them. He grunted in greeting. Koro blinked and greeted him in return. Midoriya nodded and used Bakugo's nickname. Bakugo shoved a piece of pork cutlet into his mouth and chewed in a way that made Koro stare for a moment. He looked tired. There were faint circles under his eyes, his shirt was wrinkled, and his hair was messier than usual. Koro asked if he was okay. Bakugo's chewing slowed and he muttered that he was fine. Midoriya watched them both with an observant expression. The sun streamed through the window and caught the gold in Koro's eyes and the white of her hair. Bakugo noticed and scowled harder. He stabbed his rice without looking up. Midoriya suddenly used Koro's name and asked if she remembered anything more about them. Koro murmured that she remembered a little, mostly voices, laughter, and something about frogs. Midoriya brightened and said they used to race frogs at the river. Koro reacted with surprise and delight that they had, and Midoriya said she always beat them. Koro teased that it was because they had been slow. Midoriya grinned at her playfulness. Bakugo dropped his chopsticks loudly and stood abruptly, announcing that he was going. Midoriya tried to call after him, but Bakugo walked off with his tray, shoulders stiff. Koro frowned and asked if she had said something wrong. Midoriya watched Bakugo leave and then looked back at her, assuring her that she had not said anything wrong. Bakugo did not go back to class. He needed to hit something or scream, but instead he walked to the corridor behind the gym where it was quiet, away from eyes and questions. He did not want to see her smile at Midoriya the way she used to, as if nothing had happened, as if she had not vanished and left a hole he had to pretend did not hurt. He stopped in the shade and gripped the railing on the empty stairwell with white-knuckled hands. Hearing Midoriya say her old name had twisted something in his chest. He had spent years trying to forget that name, convincing himself she was gone. Now she was back, walking the halls like someone who did not know she had been taken. She was not a ghost. She was real Koro, now scarred, tense and strong, but smiling and laughing and leaning closer to Midoriya. He had spent the last week trying not to stare when she was not looking. He punched the metal railing hard enough to make the pain bloom in his knuckles and cursed under his breath. Kirishima appeared at the pillar, arms crossed and leaning casually, and called out that there he was. Shiro and Kaminari followed, wearing knowing looks. Bakugo snapped at them to go away. Kaminari refused and said they had a bet about when he would explode. Kirishima announced his victory and demanded payment. Bakugo growled and tried to order them off, but Kirishima said they knew why he was angry. Bakugo insisted they did not. Kirishima disagreed. Kaminari teased that he was jealous. Shiro added that he was jealous of Midoriya. Bakugo slammed back that he was not jealous. Kirishima told him calmly that he was, and that it was okay. Bakugo told them to shut up, but Kirishima did not back down, reminding him that he had always liked her. Bakugo's breath caught as a flood of childhood memories hit him, her laugh, hair in the sun, the way she charged ahead and looked back like she knew he would chase her. He muttered that she was not the same, that she was not Yuki anymore. Kirishima gently countered that she was still herself, even if she did not remember everything yet, and that Bakugo did not have to pretend he had not been wrecked by it. Kaminari nudged Shiro and said Midoriya was arriving, teasing that Bakugo should step up his game. Bakugo snapped at them to be quiet. They laughed, not cruelly but as friends comfortable with his temper. Kirishima slapped Bakugo's shoulder and told him he had time and to stop running away from it. A voice warned Bakugo that he would regret it. He did not answer right away. He looked toward the school, toward the windows of Class 1A where he knew she was. He thought of Koro and Yuki, unsure which name to use anymore and uncertain what she would want him to say. He did know one thing. He did not want her to smile at someone else like that again, not without letting her know how he felt. He clenched his fists and muttered that they were shitty nerds. The others merely smiled. The hallways buzzed with excitement as students changed and hurried toward the locker rooms. Mina ran up the corridor, pink hair bouncing, out of breath from sprinting. Mina announced that they did not have a free PRD after all, that Midnight was leading combat training and they needed to suit up and meet in arena. A collective groan rose from Kaminari, Shiro, and even Bakugo, who had just returned from brooding. Koro stood quietly, shifting in place as she glanced at classmates already halfway changed into their hero costumes. Aizawa waited for her just outside the girls' locker room with her gym uniform. Aizawa told her that she would sit out the more physical drills for now, observe, and maybe join in for something light. He added that her costume would be ready in a week or so and reminded her that she still had a say in how it looked. Koro nodded and gripped the hem of her scarf. The idea of designing something for herself felt foreign after so many years of only wearing what others had chosen. She emerged from the locker room in the standard UA gym uniform, dark blue with white lines down the sides, her hair loosely pulled back, the scarf knotted securely at her neck. She never took the scarf off unless she was alone or with Aizawa or her mother. The others were already assembled in Arena 3, dressed in full hero gear, and to Koro they looked like characters from a fantasy comic. Her eyes flicked to Midoriya first, and immediately her jaw tightened at the sight of his green bodysuit with the sharp ears and white gloves. Something about it made her stomach twist. A creeping instinct she did not fully understand made her pulse rise in a quiet, tense way. She looked away quickly and focused elsewhere before the buried hostility could surface again. Her curiosity, however, kept her watching. Kaminari fussed with a device strapped to his wrist, a sleek mechanism that glowed with a pulsing blue light. Koro tilted her head, fascinated by the tech. It seemed designed to help him direct his electricity. The hum of contained energy made her fingers twitch with a desire to understand how it worked. Todoroki stood nearby with arms crossed and a utility belt with neat little vials. Some glowed faintly blue or red. Koro wondered what each one did. Then her gaze landed on Bakugo and her breath hitched. She had seen the class in uniform before and Bakugo in motion, always rough and loud, but this was the first time she really looked. His costume felt undeniably cool. Spiked orange accents jutted from his ash-blonde hair like explosive wings, and the massive, grenade-shaped gauntlets gleamed under the lights. They looked heavy and unwieldy, but on him they seemed natural, like weapons shaped for a wild creature. Koro let out an involuntary exhalation of wonder. Bakugo, adjusting the glove at his wrist, looked up and caught her staring. Koro realized she had been caught, her ears burning as she turned away and stepped toward the edge of the group, hiding the faint grin tugging at her lips. Bakugo did not yell or smirk. Instead he muttered a rough retort calling her a nickname and went back to adjusting his gear. Later, as Midnight explained the exercise, Koro stood near Aizawa watching. Her fingers tugged at the edge of her scarf while her gaze drifted back to Bakugo, his mask, his gauntlets, the way he moved. For a girl who had been trained like a weapon, this felt different. For once she allowed herself a simple, honest admiration. She thought to herself that gauntlets like his looked incredible and wondered what it would be like to have gear of her own. Aizawa noticed her watching and observed that she was still healing. He understood that curiosity, after so much trauma, was a promising sign. The arena floor gleamed under high fluorescent lights, the walls lined with reinforced plating for every imaginable quirk clash. The rules were simple: 3-on-3 combat, mixed teams from Class 1A and 1B, battle until one team was captured, knocked out, or forced to surrender. No lethal intent, just power, strategy, and instincts. Koro stood on the observation deck above the arena next to Aizawa, wearing her gym uniform with the scarf hanging around her neck and her arms folded. Her sharp eyes never left the field. Her muscles twitched beneath the fabric. She had not seen real combat in nearly a year, not since that night when she had been dragged away by heroes, battered and disoriented, still loyal to the man who had trained her into something like a weapon. Now she was on the other side of the glass, merely watching. The first match began. 3 Class 1A students versus 3 from 1B. Koro did not know all their names yet, but as they clashed she leaned forward, hands gripping the metal railing. A 1A girl used a sound quirk to push opponents back but left a flank open. Koro watched every move, thinking through counters and positioning. When the girl hesitated and got tagged from behind, Koro cursed under her breath in frustration and brought a hand to her neck, fingers tracing the skin beneath the scarf as if to steady herself. Deep, anxious movements began to surface, old instincts waking with the urge to fight, move, and win. She watched another match, faster this time. A 1B boy used a shadow quirk with clever footwork, but he telegraphed his movement with a dragging left foot. Her noted it quietly and watched him get caught. Her reaction was sharper this time. She swallowed the instinctive bite and resumed the restless gesture at her scarf. Aizawa kept a measured eye on her, understanding that this world of tactics and motion was Koro's element. Observing others stumble through it without the edge she had once had made her restless, but also sparked something fragile and hopeful curiosity. The scent of ozone and sweat and the crash of powers stirred something old and dangerous in her blood. By the fourth match, Koro's fingers were shaking against the railing. She had not realized she was whispering tactical commands under her breath, urging a drop of smoke, a circling flank, a bait and strike, then a sharp protest when someone charged straight in. One of Class 1A followed that path and became trapped in a sticky resin, immobilized. Koro slammed her hand down on the metal rail. The clang echoed. Her other hand scraped fiercely beneath her scarf over scarred and burned skin. She suddenly realized she had said that she could have won that match. Aizawa looked over and noted that she was getting antsy. Koro kept her gaze on the field and told him simply that she wanted to fight. Aizawa sighed through his nose and reminded her that fighting had not been the plan for the day. Koro replied that she did not care. Aizawa warned that she was still recovering. Koro's voice, full of old venom and years of conditioning, insisted that she had been made for this. Her hand rose to scratch again. She had not known how much she missed the adrenaline of combat. A part of her had slipped back into the conditioned rhythms of purpose and obedience and violence. Aizawa watched her in silence, understanding what that tone could do to someone trying to rewrite themselves. He did not scold. He spoke gently, telling her that she had been made to survive, not to be anyone's attack dog, and that the instinct belonged to her now. Koro's jaw clenched and she looked down. The scratching slowed. Aizawa took a breath and told her that if she wanted to fight, she would have to show him it was not just because it was the only thing she knew how to do. Koro swallowed hard. The storm inside her quieted, though it did not go away. Below, the buzzer blared and another match ended as the next round began. A teacher raised a clipboard and called the teams for the next bout. Team 5 would be Bakugo, Kendo, and Kaminari. Team 6 would be Todoroki, Ibra, and Shiro. Koro's eyes lit up. Aizawa offered a faint smile and told her to sit tight, that she would get her turn soon. As Bakugo cracked his knuckles and stepped into the arena, Koro's storm did not fade. It sharpened and focused. Bakugo Katsuki walked toward the arena like a storm wrapped in black and orange. His boots struck the ground with the same explosive confidence he wore like armor. His gauntlets were locked on and his spiked mask in place. Sweat already slicked his skin in anticipation. As he stepped into the light of the battlefield, he noticed Koro watching him from the observation deck beside Aizawa. Her eyes were trained on him, unwavering. She did not blink or look away. Her hand gripped the edge of the railing while the other twitched at her neck beneath the scarf. When their eyes met, Bakugo's lips curled into a subtle, sly smirk. He felt sure she was watching and relishing the moment. The match began with the blow of a whistle, and Bakugo sprang into action with fierce precision. He did not hesitate or hold back. Grenade gauntlets erupted, propelling him across the field as Kaminari flanked right and Kendo surged forward with her enlarged arms. Koro's heart pounded in her chest. Her tail fluffed up instinctively, betraying her excitement. Aizawa glanced over and noted the change in her posture. Frantic scratching at her neck, ears perked forward, eyes wide, breath a little faster. He asked whether she was excited, his voice barely heard over the explosions. Koro did not answer. Her eyes never left Bakugo as he moved through the smoke with speed and tactical force. He clashed with Todoroki in a burst of heat and sparks, standing his ground against ice, then fired again, sending debris scattering. Bakugo let out a fierce battle cry as he pressed the attack. Rather than unsettling her, that fierce display struck something deep inside Koro, not cruelty, but raw confidence and resolve. Her tail began to wag behind her. A small, rare smile bloomed across her face. Her fingers kept scratching automatically under her scarf, but she did not notice the discomfort. All she could see was him. Aizawa observed the gleam in her eyes and the stir of instinct that had been reawakened. He saw more than recovery in her movement. He saw a shift toward transformation. As Bakugo's final blast sent Todoroki stumbling and left Shiro momentarily constrained by Kendo's enlarged arm, the buzzer sounded to signal the win. Cheers rose from the classmates. Ibra helped her teammates to their feet, and Kaminari threw his arms up, buzzing with excitement. Bakugo turned his head slowly and deliberately and looked straight up at her. There she was, Koro or Yuki, eyes shining, tail wagging, a genuine smile on her face. No mask, no fear, just open admiration. Bakugo's chest swelled slightly and his grin flickered across his mouth, part pride, part satisfaction. He felt smug, convinced he had impressed her, and she did not look away. Aizawa sighed beside her and remarked that she would beg to be allowed to fight next. Her ears twitched but she remained silent, staring with eyes full of electricity. The storm inside her had not calmed, it had simply found a new direction. The last match of the training exercise was winding down. The air was thick with smoke and scorched ozone, and the scent of sweat and adrenaline lingered in the arena. Students were catching their breath and discussing the fights when Aizawa announced that there would be one more round and that he would take volunteers. Heads turned and a murmur passed through the crowd. Koro raised her hand and stated that she wanted to go by herself. Gasps rippled through the group, and even Kaminari nearly dropped his water bottle. Bakugo, across the dock, showed a subtle but unmistakable grin. Aizawa hesitated, aware that she had not fought since her capture and had only trained in small, private rehabilitation drills. He knew she had strength, but the class had never seen it in action. After a moment he agreed. He then assembled a team to face her, calling Kaminari, Shoji, and Tetsu forward. The 3 competitors exchanged uneasy looks and voiced concern that it might be unfair to send 3 against 1. Aizawa affirmed that he was sure, though his attention remained on Koro. Koro's hands trembled slightly with anticipation as she walked to the center of the field. She did not seem nervous or shy, she moved with a burning, restless energy. Her tail swished rapidly and her ears were high and alert. For the first time in months, she looked alive. Her scarf remained wrapped around her neck for the moment. When the buzzer sounded, the 3 opponents advanced cautiously, unsure of what to expect from a girl with scars, wild hair, and the twitching impatience of someone with restrained strength. Kaminari moved first and sent a shock wave toward her, but Koro was already gone. She moved so quickly that the air seemed to snap behind her. In a flash she closed the distance to Shoji, launched upward and flipped off his shoulder with uncanny agility. Her movements were precise and controlled as she redirected her momentum toward Kaminari. He managed to block, but the impact sent him sliding back, dazed. Tetsu charged to pin her, but Koro pivoted, dropped low, and swept his legs out from under him, sending him to the ground with a loud clang. Gasps echoed from the observation deck. Kirishima muttered in amazement, Ida stared wide-eyed, and Jiro commented on how fast she was. Koro did not hear them. Her heart beat like a war drum and every movement set her nerves alight. The wind filled her ears. The mat scraped under her feet. The pain in her neck mattered less than the motion. The scarf slipped and flew away. Caught on a gust of her own momentum, the black scarf unwound and fluttered free, revealing the discolored scars along her neck left by the shock collar all for one had used to control her. Gasps rippled through the crowd, but she did not stop. She did not notice. In that moment she was not a broken girl, not a recovery case, not a mistake. She was a fighter. She landed on all fours with a grin that carried wild relief, eyes bright and tail wagging. Even Aizawa betrayed a faint twitch of pride. Bakugo leaned forward, arms crossed, watching as if witnessing something impossible. The other team scrambled to regroup, but she moved like wind, controlled and precise, testing her power and pushing her limits without falling into recklessness. When they finally managed to land a hold, Shoji catching her mid-dash, she twisted free like smoke and flipped behind him, sending him to the ground with a single measured move. The buzzer sounded. She had won. Silence blanketed the arena. Everyone stared. Then Bakugo began to clap, slow and sharp, the first sign of recognition. The scattered applause swelled into a cheer until the whole dock was on its feet. Spectators murmured that she was incredible and that nobody had expected her to win so decisively. Kaminari rose slowly, holding his ribs and laughing in stunned disbelief, vowing silently never to underestimate her again. Shoji offered a respectful nod. Tetsu, clutching his dented arm, laughed breathlessly at the display. Koro stood in the center, chest heaving, sweat slicking her hair to her face, scarf gone and neck exposed. She smiled with a brightness no one had seen before. She had come alive, and everyone had seen it. Todoroki walked up to her quietly, holding the black scarf delicately, still warm from her. He told her that she had lost it. She stared at the familiar fabric in his hand and, realizing it had fallen off, her heart lurched. She snatched it back and wrapped it around her neck, hiding the scars. Confidence drained when the burn-marked skin was covered. Her tail drooped and her ears folded. She hurried toward the locker room tunnel, clutching the scarf like armor. Aizawa was waiting at the tunnel entrance, leaning against the wall with arms crossed as if he had known she would bolt. She froze, then walked toward him with eyes on the floor, scarf pulled tight. Before she could apologize or disappear, he stepped forward and placed a hand gently on her head. He told her she had done well. The words landed quietly but firmly. The grip on the scarf loosened. She stepped closer, uncertain, and rested her forehead against his chest as though afraid to fall but unable to stand alone. Aizawa did not enfold her completely. He steadied her with one hand at the back of her head, fingers threading through her wild hair. That small steadiness was enough. A few classmates watched from around the corner, close enough to feel the weight of the moment but far enough to keep it private. Midoriya gripped the railing, awe and relief mixing on his face. Bakugo watched with a tight jaw and crossed arms, the heat in his chest betraying something quieter than scorn. Kaminari muttered to himself that she was not just cool, that she was a force. Jiru smirked and reminded him that Koro was more than the quiet kid he had assumed. That shared moment at the tunnel, Koro leaning into Aizawa, his hand reassuring, was not for the crowd. It was a small claim of safety, a step toward healing. When the final bell rang, Koro was gone before the sound finished. She rose from her seat, scarf clutched tight, head down, tail lowered, and bolted from the classroom. Bakugo had watched enough. He pushed his chair back and called out sharply as he started after her. Midoriya looked back, startled, addressing him in surprise. Bakugo did not answer. He caught sight of Koro turning the corner at the end of the hallway and stormed after her, heavy-footed and fast. She wove through the crowd, a practiced shadow, but Bakugo was faster. He grabbed her wrist just before she reached the stairwell and held firm. She widened her eyes and tugged at the scarf around her neck, asking him to let go. Bakugo kept his grip steady and told her she would not run this time. She tried weakly to pull away, pleading, but he remained silent and unyielding, determined to stop her from disappearing again. Bakugo turned on his heel and pulled Koro behind him toward the nearest empty classroom. Koro's heart pounded the whole way. The door shut behind them with a low thud and the silence felt almost suffocating. Koro stood in front of the window, bathed in the soft amber light of early evening. Her hair framed her face in disarray and she refused to meet his eyes. Both hands gripped the scarf at her throat so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Bakugo stared at her, breath still a little heavy from how fast he had walked. He did not yell, mock, or smirk. He simply stood there, watching and waiting. Koro muttered that she did not want to talk about it, her eyes fixed on the floor. Bakugo's voice was rough as he replied that it was too bad. Her grip on the scarf tightened. Bakugo stepped closer and asked why she was hiding again. Koro answered shakily that she did not want him to see it. Bakugo asked what she meant. Koro whispered that some part of her had still wanted it. She explained that she had thought the collar meant something. It had told her when she was good and when she was bad, had shocked her when she was too much, and had given her purpose. She admitted she had wanted it. Her voice cracked and she tugged the scarf higher, one hand rising to the edge of the fabric and scratching at the skin beneath in an urgent, desperate way. Bakugo's chest tightened. Koro whispered that she had been his fong, his pet, that it had been all she was and that she had loved it. She confessed that now she did not know how to be anything else without it. Bakugo snapped for her to stop and grabbed her wrist before she could harm herself further. Koro froze, then looked up at him, startled, tears welling in her golden eyes. His hand was warm and rough, his grip gentle this time. He slowly and carefully pulled the scarf down. Koro gasped and twisted away, but Bakugo did not let her. When the fabric was lowered, a faded ring of scar tissue circled her neck, a cruel reminder of a past that would not let go. The mark was old and discolored, the sort of thing that traced a history rather than a present wound. Bakugo did not look disgusted or flinch. He looked furious but not at her. Koro whispered his nickname and pleaded for him not to react. Bakugo leaned forward slightly and said that she had not done that to herself, insisting that he had done it and made her believe that pain was love and control was safety. He told her that now she was free, but that she was still wearing chains to the past. Koro's breath shook and she bit her lip to keep from crying. Bakugo stepped in so close she could not look away and asked whether she wanted to hide forever or start living as if the mark did not own her anymore. When she did not answer, his voice softened barely enough to be noticed as he said that he thought she had looked better without the scarf. Koro blinked in surprise at that. Bakugo shrugged and let go of her wrist, saying that she had been wild and grinning, covered in dust and sweat, and had looked like a real hero, smiling as if she remembered who she was. She looked away, but this time her hand did not go back to the scarf. Koro whispered that she did not yet know who she was. Bakugo cracked a sardonic laugh and pointed out that this place, her friends, and her family were there to help her figure that out. Silence settled between them. Koro's hand hovered at her neck and then fell to her side. She called his nickname again, softer. Bakugo clicked his tongue and asked what she wanted. Koro said thank you. Bakugo's eyes widened for a moment. He clicked his tongue again, looked away, and muttered that it did not matter, though the tips of his ears were pink. The next day, after classes let out, an orange late-afternoon sun spilled through the wide windows of UA's corridors. Students packed up, laughed, grabbed bags, and headed toward club meetings or the dorms. Koro, still getting used to being called Yuki, again walked quietly down the hall with Bakugo at her side, her scarf wrapped snug around her neck. She still fidgeted with it sometimes, but the motion had become reflexive rather than protective. It was her comfort and her shield. Bakugo grumbled about a classmate's sloppy footwork during combat practice, not speaking to her so much as letting his voice cut through the noise. Koro found his loud, angry presence steadying. It reminded her she was safe and that she had people around her. They turned a corner toward the dorms and ran into a small group near the shoe lockers. Mina, Kirishima, Jairu, and Siro stood there, with Ishido apparently having rallied them into place. The students appeared stiff and awkward. Mina stepped forward first and brightly asked if they could talk to Koro for a moment. Koro paused beside Bakugo and agreed. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what they wanted, and Mina told him to calm down and that they were not there to tease. Kirishima mentioned that they had been thinking about yesterday, and Jairu added that they wanted to ask something only if it was all right. Koro looked at them wide-eyed and guarded but nodded slowly. Mina bit her lip and explained that it might be a lot to ask, and then asked if they could see Koro's neck. Koro froze. Her tail stiffened and her ears twitched. Siro quickly reminded them that they had seen something during the fight but not clearly, and that they wanted to understand her better. Koro's hand moved to the scarf at her throat. Bakugo shifted closer, ready to react if she flinched. These were not strangers, these were classmates who had watched her fight, sat with her at lunch, and used her name naturally. After a beat, Koro took a breath and unwound the scarf. The scarf fell loose and revealed a ring of darkened scars around her neck, remnants of an old restraint that had once punished disobedience with painful shocks. The skin looked weathered and uneven in places, a visible record of past harm rather than a fresh wound. Jairu winced with sympathy, and Kirishima's jaw tightened with anger he tried to keep in check. Mina's expression softened, and she told Koro that it looked less like just a scar and more like a leash. Koro swallowed. Her fingers twitched as if to cover the marks, but she did not. Koro explained that she had worn the device for years, that it had shocked her when she disobeyed or became too worked up, and that sometimes she had collapsed before she realized what had happened. For a long time she had convinced herself the pain meant she was doing something right, but now she knew better. They did not crowd her or pity her. They stood quietly and present. Koro admitted that it was not pretty. Kirishima insisted that it was still her, and that was what mattered. Kaminari, quietly supportive, said that if she wanted to hide it she could, and if she did not want to that would be okay too. Bakugo crossed his arms and, in his rough way, promised to make sure no one bothered her. Koro let out a small, genuine laugh. Siro praised her strength, and Jairu thanked Mina for trusting Koro with them. Koro nodded and wrapped her scarf back around her neck, a quiet, unashamed reminder that she was still healing and that her past did not own her. Bakugo watched her carefully. As they started walking again, he leaned closer and told her he had known the others would accept her. Koro looked up and acknowledged that she knew. That evening the dorms were louder, students moving around, music drifting from open doors, laughter echoing from the common room below. Koro followed Bakugo down the hall, trailing behind him with uncertain, light steps. This was her first time inside the dorm building. Her ears twitched and her tail brushed softly as she approached Bakugo's room, the plaque on the door reading Bakugo Katsuki and sitting crooked from someone's constant meddling. Bakugo stepped inside first and warned her that it was not spotless but not a mess, and that she should not touch anything unless he said so. Koro peeked in and took in the layout: organized chaos, functional with personality black and red tones, a neatly made bed, a desk cluttered with notebooks and training schedules. A massive All Might poster on the wall across from the bed caught her off guard and stopped her in her tracks. Her tail stiffened and her ears flattened slightly. She brushed a hand to the scarf at her neck. Bakugo noticed immediately and made a short, annoyed sound. Koro admitted she had not known he admired the hero, and Bakugo admitted that he had once looked up to All Might and still respected what he had done. Bakugo insisted he was not an All Might fanboy like Deku. Yuki gave him a sideways glance. He observed that she had a look like she was ready to growl. She started to deny it, then stopped, her fingers lightly scraping at her scarf and her shoulders hunching in embarrassment. Bakugo explained that the reaction came from what All for One had done to her. Yuki blinked and corrected him that All Might had not harmed her. Bakugo clarified that it had been All for One who had manipulated her, who had made her hate him, and he said it was not her fault. Yuki looked down, claws still twitching at the ends of her sleeves, and murmured that she remembered growling at anything with his face on it even before she knew who he was, that an unexplained rage would boil up. Bakugo nudged her with his elbow and reminded her that she was in control now, that the poster did not own her. She did not answer at first, but her hands slowly let go of the scarf. He offered, softer this time, to take the poster down if it bothered her. She was surprised at the offer and told him he did not have to since it was his room. He shrugged and said he did not need it. He was the strongest at the school, not All Might. A small, genuine smile appeared on Yuki's face. Bakugo smirked and noted that she had wanted to see his room. She nodded and took a few steps inside, her tail curling curiously as she looked around. She examined the half-finished gauntlet prototype on the desk, the stacks of training logs, and the polished dumbbells tucked beside the bed. She teased that she had expected more explosions in his room. He scoffed that he did not live in a war zone and that he trained in one. She sat carefully on the edge of the bed, tail draped to the side, and glanced at the spot where the All Might poster had hung this time without a growl, only lingering discomfort. Bakugo walked over, took the poster down in one motion, rolled it into a tube, and tucked it behind his desk, telling her to stop looking at it like it had stolen her lunch. Yuki laughed quiet, surprised, a little raw and felt unusually safe in the room. Bakugo added that he would make new posters, ones of himself. Yuki tilted her head at the idea of him wanting posters of himself. He grinned and said he was worth looking at. She laughed more freely. His actions made it clear that if any part of his world made her uncomfortable, he would remove it, because she was here now and she mattered. To Bakugo, Yuki had always mattered. Yuki curled her legs beneath her on the bed, her fluffy tail swaying as she relaxed into the space. With the poster gone and the mood lightened, the room felt less intimidating, still loud in design, but somehow safe. Bakugo dropped into his desk chair with a thump, spun halfway, and propped his legs on the desk with casual confidence, smirking at her with that cocky look he always wore when he was about to brag. He folded his arms behind his head and asked what she thought of his match. Yuki raised an eyebrow and recalled the match where he had shouted aggressively and unleashed powerful blasts that rocked the training block. Bakugo shrugged and said they deserved it. Yuki admitted it had been impressive. He fought differently than anyone she had seen, aggressive but not careless, like watching fire with a brain. He tried not to look pleased. He went on, claiming that no one had his instincts, that no one hit harder, and that his explosions were refined and precise. Yuki blinked when he used the nickname Yuck, and he paused, explaining that it had been her nickname when they were kids. Yuki's expression softened as she brushed her scarf and said she remembered bits and flashes from back then and that she thought she had liked both him and Deku, though she had not understood what that meant. Bakugo admitted that he used to try so hard to impress her when they were children running ahead, blowing up rocks to get her attention while Deku would ramble about heroes and try to sound smart. He recalled that she had always charged off like a little wolf pup. Yuki smiled at the memory. Bakugo teased that she still did not fully understand, and when she laughed and her tail fluffed, he declared he would still win. He bragged that he had gotten taller, stronger, smarter, and harder to ignore. She swatted at him playfully and laughed. Something warm stirred in her chest, fluttering and confusing but not unwelcome. This felt different from training, lessons with Nizu, or calm moments with Aizawa and her mother. It felt normal, messy, loud, and a little awkward. For the first time in a long while, Yuki liked normal. Things tended to begin subtly, and this was no exception. Yuki had not exactly joined the Baku squad. She had been pulled in by Kaminari's infectious smile, Siro's easygoing manner, Mina's excitement, and Kirishima's sunny personality. Bakugo did not say much about it, but he did not push her away either, which from him felt like a declaration. The first time they all sat together at lunch, Yuki stood awkwardly nearby with a tray, hesitating, her tail flicking as she scanned for a quiet corner. Before she could escape, Kirishima patted the bench beside him with a big grin and invited her to sit, using the childhood nickname Yuck. Yuki blinked and asked what he had called her. Kaminari smirked, leaning back with one lazy arm over the seat, and explained that Yuck was a childhood nickname that sounded cool and cute. Bakugo grunted from across the table that it was too late now and told her to get used to it. Siro snorted and raised his juice box in a toast to her nickname. They all tapped their drinks together, and Yuki sat down slowly, unsure, eyes narrowed. Her tray was still full when she began to eat, and no one told her to leave. Mina launched into a story about a failed group project. Kaminari kept trying to shoot harmless little sparks at Siro's juice for a laugh, and Kirishima asked her what her favorite snacks were as if it mattered more than anything else that day. Yuki did not say much, but she smiled, just a little. Over the next week, the squad did not let her slip away. If she arrived to class early, someone saved her a seat. If she lingered outside during breaks, a member of the group waved her over. They did not smother her or act awkward. They simply included her. It felt strange in a new way, not bad, only unfamiliar. She was not used to that kind of casual, chaotic loyalty. The first time Kaminari threw an arm around her shoulder, she tensed so hard he visibly flinched and immediately apologized, asking if that had been too much. Yuki blinked and slowly nodded. Kaminari gave a thumbs up and backed away, promising no sudden hugs and offering a fist bump instead. She hesitated, then agreed that she could try. Kaminari turned the gesture into a ritual. Every time she entered a room and did not flee, he would hold up his fist and call it respect. Gradually, she began to bump it back. One afternoon after class, as the group gathered by the stairs before heading to the dorms, Koro leaned against the wall beside Bakugo, her scarf brushing her cheek. Bakugo did not look at Koro, but in a low voice he remarked that Yuki was getting used to them. Yuki said softly that she supposed she was. Bakugo mumbled that he was kind of proud of her, then shifted, picked up his bag, and walked off as if his shoes were on fire. Mina leaned in behind Yuki, giggling, and said that Bakugo had totally meant it. Yuki's ears twitched and her cheeks warmed, the scarf hiding the small smile she could not quite keep from showing. She was not used to being wanted. With every time someone called her Yuck down the hallway, every clumsy high five, every loud lunch table argument she stayed through, it became a little easier to believe that maybe this time she was not just surviving, and maybe she was finally living. Time passed. Koro did not melt into Class 1A. She drifted at the edges, a quiet shadow in the halls, a presence just barely there, and that was what mattered. She spoke more now, not much, only little things. A comment, a question, a soft answer if someone addressed her directly. Jairu once asked what kind of music she liked, and Koro shrugged and told Jairu she liked anything loud. That earned a laugh. Sometimes she even smiled, crooked, brief, but real. But she never trained with them. Not yet. During exercises she stood off to the side with Aizawa, hands behind her back, scarf tight, arms covered, observing. She did not ask to join, and he did not offer. It was an unspoken agreement. She would when she was ready. The day was bright and a cool breeze moved across the open field while the class was mid-drill 2-on-2 sparring, quick and focused. Most pairs kept it clean until Bakugo and Midoriya were paired. It was meant to be a form and rhythm exercise, not a full match, but the moment it started Bakugo's volume spiked, sharp and explosive. He accused Midoriya of hesitating and demanded he stop holding back. Midoriya insisted he was not holding back. Then Bakugo accused him of doing that familiar pause, of trying to read him like a test. Midoriya protested that he was not trying to read him. Bakugo snapped that Midoriya should stop looking at him the way he did. Koro blinked. The yelling was not new, but this felt different. She watched Bakugo lunge forward, all fire and precision, and watched Midoriya duck and block, thoughtful and slightly behind in timing. Their voices clashed, emotion layered over logic, heat over caution. The rhythm of their exchange, Bakugo yelling as if he needed to be heard, Midoriya countering as if he needed to be understood, struck her first, and then something inside tilted. It was not a full memory, only a feeling, hands in dirt, scraped knees and summer grass, the sound of two boys arguing beside her on a playground about who got to name the pack they made up. Koro's breath caught. For a heart-stopping half-second the field dissolved and she was 5 again, sitting in a small park with band-aids on her knees, a wolf plush in one hand, 2 loud boys yelling on either side. Bakugo declared the jungle gym a fort and launched himself off. Midoriya warned him that the jump was too far. Yuki Koro howled with laughter, tail wagging, shouting back that they were both dumb and loving every moment. The image hit her like sunlight through clouds and she gasped. Aizawa snapped his head toward her and stepped closer, moving his body between her and the noise. He called her name in a calm, deliberate voice and asked her to talk. Koro did not answer at first. Her breathing was shallow, not panicked but elsewhere, eyes wide and glassy, staring past the field. A long, charged silence stretched between them. When she finally moved her lips, she told Aizawa not to stop them. Aizawa frowned and asked what she meant. Koro repeated more clearly that he should not stop the boys. Her eyes stayed on the field where Midoriya's voice rose again, hands moving as he tried to keep pace with Bakugo's intensity. Aizawa read her carefully. Her posture was not defensive or afraid, she looked lost in a different way, as if she had recognized a part of herself and was not ready to let it go. He did not press further. He stepped back and let her memory breathe. Bakugo and Midoriya kept going, not with blows but with words and energy, old patterns bubbling up between them like steam. Bakugo accused Midoriya of always thinking before moving, of hesitating with calculations in his head, while Midoriya said he thought because reckless action could lead to disaster. Midoriya's voice cracked with urgency when he tried to warn Bakugo against doing something risky, and that exact tone opened something in Koro. Like a latch. A clear memory surged forward. Memory, a summer heat wave, a playground softened by sun. Koro at 5, knees scraped from climbing the slide backwards, her wolf tail twitching with excitement. Bakugo stood at the top of the jungle gym, declaring it a fort and issuing rules like a tiny commander. Midoriya called up from the grass, warning that a jump would be too far, but Bakugo grinned and went for it anyway. Koro laughed, throwing her arms up and howling with joy, saying they were both reckless and loving it. The flash faded and Koro's breath hitched, her claws curled lightly under the sleeve of her uniform. Another memory followed. A rainy afternoon when she was 6, 3 of them huddled under a slide with a towel draped between the bars like a makeshift tent. Koro shivered with tail and ears damp, and Midoriya offered his hoodie. She took it, sniffed it and grinned, teasing that it smelled like him. Bakugo sat with his arms crossed, grumbling, but when Koro started to shake from the cold he leaned his shoulder against hers to share warmth and muttered for her to stop shivering. When the present field returned, Koro remained still at Aizawa's side, one hand pressed beneath her scarf over her chest, eyes distant but softer. The shouting between Bakugo and Midoriya continued, but the edge had shifted. It felt less like danger and more like the rough warmth of old friendship being worked out in public. Koro's expression held a small, private smile as if she had reclaimed a piece of herself. Aizawa watched her, then resumed his silent observation of the class. The drill wound down and the students began to disperse, leaving echoes of the sparring behind. Koro stood a moment longer, the memory settling into place, then followed Aizawa as they walked away from the field. The day moved on, but the laughter and howls of a small girl on a sunlit playground lingered in her thoughts like a promise. One of the boys complained that she was making him cold. She did not stop. She leaned harder. He did not move. In the quiet, Koro whispered that she liked the rain. They had sat there for over an hour, 3 small bodies curled up in a world that felt too big, too wet, too loud, yet warm. Koro's hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes stung, but she did not cry and was not sure how to. Something bloomed in her chest, something impossible and good. She looked up toward the boys, still circling, still shouting, still being themselves. For the first time since she had returned to UA, she smiled not because she was better or healed, but because she remembered being happy. Her smile was small, brief, almost fragile, but real. It lingered for a second while Bakugo shouted that Midoriya's footwork was sloppy. Midoriya pushed back faster and louder, frustrated. Then Bakugo lunged, not dangerous but aggressive, driven by impulse. Midoriya barely blocked him, and it shifted from sparring into raw muscle memory, boys tangled in an emotion they had not yet learned to name. Aizawa saw everything. His scarf snapped out in a practiced motion and caught Bakugo's arm mid-swing, pulling it taut. Bakugo stumbled back with a startled curse as Aizawa appeared between them like a shadow and told them we were done, ordering them to cool off and walk it off. Both boys froze, panting and flushed, breathing sharp in the sudden quiet. Aizawa's eyes glowed faintly red beneath his hair as he glanced between them, unimpressed. Midoriya nodded and stepped back. Bakugo pulled his arm free and stalked off without another word, steam still seeming to rise from his palms. The rest of the class fell silent. Koro blinked and felt the field return to ordinary cold wind. Her fingers twitched at her sides. The smile was gone, and so were the memories. All she had left were fragments: rain, scraped knees, a laugh that had once been hers. She stared at the spot where Bakugo had been. She did not even realize Aizawa was watching her until he stepped closer and lowered his voice to ask what had happened. Koro did not answer at first. Her claws scraped lightly at her sleeve. Then she told him that she remembered. When he asked what she had remembered, she said that she had remembered being happy and that she remembered laughing, her voice so small it almost vanished. Aizawa did not reply with words. He reached out and rested a hand gently on her head, steadying and grounding. Koro closed her eyes. She did not remember everything yet, but the door was open, and that was enough. Bakugo demanded to be released, his voice echoing down the street, but Kirishima only laughed and kept his arm draped over Bakugo's shoulder like a leash. Shiro and Kaminari trailed a few steps behind, snickering and exchanging knowing looks whenever Bakugo grew flustered. Kirishima reminded Bakugo that he had said he would come, grinning and unfazed by Bakugo's glare. Bakugo snapped that he had only said he might go and had now changed his mind. Shiro cheerfully pointed out that they had already made the reservation and could not back out. Kaminari waggled his brows, jogged ahead a little, turned to walk backward, and reminded Bakugo that he often called them his best friends and that they would not let him chicken out. Bakugo muttered a threat in response, but his eyes flicked back toward the school gates. Koro still stood there, alone, her golden eyes following them. He had noticed the small crease of confusion in her brow when he was pulled away. The scarf Aizawa had given her was still wrapped around her neck, and her white hair was tied up with the red ribbon she had begun wearing again. Bakugo did not like leaving her by herself, not with Midoriya still lingering about. Kirishima nudged him and asked if he was okay. Bakugo grunted. Kaminari, sensing something, suggested that Bakugo might be upset not because they were dragging him out but because she was alone with Midoriya. Bakugo froze in mid-step. Kirishima and Shiro stopped and let their eyebrows rise. Bakugo told them to shut up. Kaminari gasped and teased that Bakugo liked her. Bakugo snapped at them to shut up again. Shiro laughed and said the behavior explained everything, that Bakugo had been twitchy whenever she talked to someone else, especially Midoriya. Kirishima teased that Bakugo was crushing, delighted by the revelation. Bakugo protested that it did not mean anything, insisting they had been kids and it did not count. Kaminari sangongly suggested that it still counted. Bakugo warned them not to provoke him. Shiro quipped that Bakugo was already full of emotion. Bakugo hissed through his teeth, shoved his hands into his pockets, and picked up the pace, insisting that they did not know anything. Kirishima jogged to catch up, smiling more gently now and telling Bakugo that it was okay to care, that she had been through a lot and he could take his time. He also warned, with a friendly nudge, that if Bakugo did not act soon, Midoriya might beat him to it. Bakugo scowled. That was the worst part. He knew Midoriya and the way he looked at her as if she were fragile and precious all at once. She was still Koro fierce, but she was also Yuki, now softer, healing, opening up in ways Bakugo had not seen since they were 5 and chasing frogs in the riverbed. He remembered the way she used to laugh without restraint, and he wanted to hear that again. Kirishima asked more quietly if Bakugo was all right. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and asked whether they were going to the place or not. Kirishima confirmed they were going and added that when they returned there would be something they needed to handle. Bakugo grumbled agreement. When he got back, he knew he needed to talk to her Koro, Yuki, the girl who had once chased stars barefoot with him, and maybe, just maybe, tell her the truth. The field had mostly cleared. Training was over. Students were cooling down or heading inside, energy still hanging in the air like static. Koro did not follow them. She stood still for a moment, just long enough to feel her pulse again. Then she moved without hesitation. She walked, eyes scanning the yard. She saw him, Bakugo, standing near the edge of the field with his back partly turned, still scowling from earlier. His gauntlets were off and the steam had faded, but his jaw stayed tight and his shoulders were drawn. He did not hear her approach at first and did not notice until she was standing right beside him. When he turned, Bakugo asked what was wrong. Koro looked up at him with an unreadable face and steady breath and requested that he take her to the playground. Bakugo blinked hard and asked her to repeat herself. Koro repeated that she wanted the playground, her voice carrying intent rather than anger or pleading. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what she meant. Koro said please, insisting that he take her now. Bakugo opened his mouth as if to argue, but something about her expressions stopped him cold. He recognized a spark in her he had not seen since she returned, an inner light, alive and burning. He realized then that the yelling and the fight had shifted something in her, and he muttered that she had remembered something. Koro did not respond, and Bakugo sighed, rolling his eyes. He told her she was lucky he still knew where the old place was. He turned and started walking, and Koro followed step for step, ready to face whatever ghost she was chasing. The sky had started to turn orange by the time they left UA's campus. They walked in silence at first, side by side with enough space between them for memories to hover. Koro kept her eyes on the path as if she already knew the way. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets, uncomfortable with the quiet but not opposed to it. After a while, Bakugo, in a rough voice, asked what she had remembered. Koro glanced at him and then back at the road, saying she remembered a slide. Bakugo frowned and asked what kind of slide. Koro described a metal slide that burned skin in summer. Bakugo snorted and called it a death trap. Koro then mentioned the memory of the 3 of them, her, Bakugo, and Midoriya under it, in the rain. Bakugo slowed, brows drawing together. He remembered that day too. Koro kept walking without looking at him. Bakugo considered arguing about being yelled at and then remarked that she could remember that but still seemed not to recall him yelling every 5 seconds. Koro responded that she remembered loud and that he had always been loud. Bakugo smirked and said she used to call him Barkugo. Koro hesitated slightly, and Bakugo admitted she had been a little troublemaker. Koro's ears twitched and her tail gave one slow flick, small, unspoken reactions that stirred something between them. They continued through the neighborhood as streetlights flickered on and the buildings grew older and familiar. Before the final turn, Bakugo slowed and nodded toward the park, saying it was down that block and that it looked smaller now. Koro inhaled the smell of grass, old bark, and metal warmed by the sun and started forward. Bakugo followed. The silence between them stopped feeling empty and began to feel like coming home. When Koro's foot hit the cracked rubber of the playground path, she slowed. The place looked older and smaller. The metal slide was rusted near the base and one swing squeaked on its chain, but the scent was the same, earthy and warm, like sunlight and old bark. She walked up slowly, scanning the equipment for echoes of the past. The monkey bars, the tire swing, the dented pole where she once knocked her head trying to jump from the top. Each step stirred faint impressions of a life she had once lived. Bakugo trailed a few steps behind with his hands still in his pockets, watching her take it all in. She stopped at the jungle gym, the dome with chipped red paint and bars that had once been perfect for biting. Then she turned to him and told him to be mean. Bakugo blinked and asked what she wanted. Koro explained that the memories involved him being mean, arrogant, or loud, something to trigger recognition. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and asked if she wanted him to just be himself. Koro confirmed that was what she wanted. Bakugo groaned and muttered that she was even more of a smartass now. Koro approved, saying it meant things were working. Bakugo shrugged off the awkwardness and warned her not to complain if he hurt her feelings. He stomped toward the dome and ordered her not to stand there frozen like a glitchy statue, warning that wolves who hesitated were left behind on the battlefield. Koro blinked, and a slow smirk tugged at her lips. A memory flashed. Yuki at age 5 crouched on top of the jungle gym with her hands curved like claws, tail wagging, eyes wild with imagination. Bakugo was on the ground below with his arms crossed, declaring that any wolf who hesitated would be left behind. Young Yuki insisted she was thinking. Bakugo teased that she was sniffing the dirt. Yuki insisted she was tracking scent, and Bakugo teased that she had tracked her face right into the pole. Midoriya, from the swing, asked them to stop fighting. Yuki howled that she was the alpha and Bakugo shot back with a teasing retort. The memory dissolved and Koro burst into uncontrolled, loud laughter, doubled over, gripping the edge of the dome. The laughter arrived like lightning, messy and sudden, bubbling up from somewhere deep. Bakugo stared for a moment and then smirked, surprised that that small exchange had triggered so much. Koro's laughter brought tears to her eyes, not from sadness but from too much joy. She wiped her face on her sleeve and told him he had called her a gremlin. Bakugo accused her of being a gremlin and reminded her that she had once bitten the rungs when she beat him up the bars. They stood there, Koro half sitting on the dome, Bakugo planted below, the sunset bleeding gold across the playground, and for the first time in 8 years they felt like Kaken and Yuki again, Bakugo and the gremlin wolf. The laughter faded slowly. Koro sat with her arms draped across the red dome bars, her chest rising and falling, the smallest smile still lingering on her face. It felt strange. Her cheeks ached a little from it. She had not laughed like that in a long time, years. Not since before. She stood suddenly and scanned the playground again. Then she walked past the swings, past the climbing wall with chipped yellow grips, past the spinning tire that had always made her dizzy. She stopped at the base of the metal slide. The blue paint had faded and peeled at the edges, and the bar at the top wobbled slightly in the breeze. But the underside remained intact, still just wide enough for 3 small kids to crawl under and pretend it was a wolf den, a base, a secret hideout. Koro crouched slowly and knelt beneath it. The space smelled like old rain and iron. She touched the ground, dirt, bits of gravel, a flattened soda can crushed near the edge. In that moment something clicked. The memory came whole. She remembered being here, the weight of a too big hoodie, Deku nervously chattering beside her, Bakugo grumbling about how cold her hands were when she had pressed them against his arm. Above all, she remembered her own small voice whispering that she liked the rain. The memory held clear and whole. Koro closed her eyes and smiled, not sharp or smirking, but soft and steady and real. Behind her, Bakugo leaned against the slide with his arms crossed, pretending not to stare while his eyes never left her. He watched her brush her fingers against the ground like it was sacred, and the way her tail wrapped loosely around her hip, no longer defensive, just there. For the first time in a long time he truly saw her, not Koro the weapon, not the quiet shadow trailing Aizawa, not the broken pieces she had used as armor, but Yuki, the odd little gremlin who once bit jungle gyms and declared herself alpha wolf. His expression softened and a small, honest smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. She was still in there, clawing her way back, and he found his feelings for her growing harder to ignore. It was not pity or the past that drew him, but the girl under the slide who had always been something special. Standing in the glow of dusk, dirt on her knees and eyes closed like she could finally breathe, he realized she looked beautiful in a quiet, human way. The streetlights buzzed faintly as they walked. Their shadows stretched long across the pavement and flickered with every passing car. Koro's scarf fluttered softly in the breeze, one hand holding it at her collarbone. Her sleeves covered her arms and her expression was calm, quiet, peaceful. Bakugo fell into step beside her with his hands in his pockets, letting her set the pace. He had not said much since they left the playground. They had already said the important things, even if half of them had been yelled or barked or remembered under a slide. They turned a corner past a row of small shops closing for the night. Muzutafu felt calm and familiar, safe. Koro thanked him quietly for bringing her there and for entertaining her theory. Bakugo, gruff and somewhat amused, pointed out that her whole "bully me until I remember stuff" approach had barely worked. She smirked and said it still counted. He rolled his eyes but could not hide the way his mouth twitched. She slowed her step softer. Koro admitted that she had not laughed like that in a long time. Bakugo told her she should do it more. She looked up, surprised by how casually he had said it, and saw that he was not looking directly at her as if saying it had not cost him anything. That knowledge warmed her chest in an unfamiliar way. At the gate to Aizawa's building, Koro hesitated, then faced him fully as the breeze tugged at her scarf. She told him he was not as mean as she remembered. Bakugo scoffed and said she remembered him calling her a gremlin and that he had probably been worse. She shrugged and then stepped forward to bump her shoulder gently against his, a small, quiet gesture of thanks. Bakugo blinked, caught off guard, but did not pull away. As she stepped back toward the door, she gave him one last look and bid him good night using his teasing nickname. Bakugo groaned that she better forget that nickname again, but he was smiling when she walked inside. She realized then that the past hurt, but not everything about it was pain. Some of it had been worth remembering. The apartment was dim and quiet when Koro entered. The scent of tea lingered in the air and Aries' soft humming came from the living room, a half-mumbled tune from a cartoon. Koro kicked off her shoes by the door and padded in, the fabric of her school uniform still warm from the day. Aizawa sat on the couch with a cup of tea cooling on the table beside him, and he noted mildly that she was late. Koro said she had taken a walk. Aries' face lit up when she saw Koro and she called out her name. Koro greeted Aries with a nickname and the little girl beamed before turning back to her cartoon, content simply by Koro's presence. Koro moved deeper into the room and sat cross-legged near Aizawa, where she always sat when something felt important but not easy. She told him that she had remembered something: the old playground, the dome bars, the metal slide. Aizawa listened without interrupting, his eyes attentive. She slackened her scarf, as if she did not need to brace herself tonight, and said she had remembered being happy. Her voice caught at the end, as if she still found it hard to believe. She explained that she had remembered laughing, remembered the rain, and remembered crawling under the slide to pretend it was a wolf den. She recalled Deku giving her his hoodie and Kaken letting her use his shoulder when she had been. Koro remembered telling them she liked the rain. She looked up at Aizawa now, eyes glassy but not sad, only overwhelmed. She admitted to him that she had not thought she still had memories like that. Aizawa's expression barely changed, but his posture softened. He reached out gently and placed a hand over her head, threading his fingers once through her hair, and told her that she had always had those memories. She only needed the right reason to find them again. Koro did not answer right away, but she leaned into the touch a little. She did not need grounding tonight, not because she was spiraling, but because, for the first time, she had something good to hold on to and did not want to let go. The cafeteria was loud in a lively, comfortable way. Koro sat at the end of the table beside Bakugo, arms resting on the surface, her tray mostly picked over. She did not eat much in crowds, but she was here, and that meant something. Shiro was mid-story about something Kirishima had done during training when Kaminari, with a mouthful of rice, asked if Koro even did combat training. The whole table paused. Kirishima nudged Kaminari, annoyed, while Kaminari clarified that he did not mean it as an insult, he had simply never seen her join in. Koro's chopsticks froze in her hand and the pause stretched. Shiro tried to smooth things over, pointing out that everyone healed differently. Koro stayed still. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet, not cold or angry, just flat. She said she had had enough combat training to last a lifetime. The table fell silent. Kaminari's eyes widened and he tried to backtrack, but Koro set her chopsticks down. Bakugo did not look at her, but he made it clear that she did not need training. He stated that she already knew how to fight, better than most of them. His tone left no room for argument. Kirishima quickly agreed, reminding everyone that Aizawa had said her instincts were incredible. Shiro added that they had all seen her during the team exercise when she handled Shoji, Tetsu, and Kaminari by herself. Koro did not reply, but she reached for her tea with steady hands. Kaminari, embarrassed, rubbed the back of his neck and apologized for bringing up sensitive stuff. She finally looked at him. Her expression was not angry, only tired. She acknowledged his apology, then added that if she wanted to join in, someone would have to spar her. Bakugo glanced in her direction and raised an eyebrow. Kirishima, surprised, asked if she was serious. Koro shrugged and let a small, sly smirk tug at her mouth as she admitted it might be possible. Kaminari grinned and volunteered eagerly. Bakugo snorted that the volunteer would die. Kaminari declared it worth it. Laughter rippled around the table, hesitant at first, then easy and genuine. Koro smiled, not a ghost of a smile, but a real, sly little grin, as if she were allowing herself, perhaps for the first time in a while, to enjoy being part of a pack again. The bell rang. Students shuffled out of their seats, conversations rising, chairs scraping. Koro did not move at first. She was still jotting something in her notebook, head low, tail flicking against the leg of her chair. She sensed him before she saw him, a heavy presence to her left, radiating heat, ego, and a barely contained smirk. Bakugo stood there with his arms crossed and his eyebrows raised, and he asked whether she was going to keep hiding behind Aizawa or prove she still had teeth. Koro blinked, then leaned back slightly, unimpressed, and dismissed his line as terrible. Bakugo shrugged, confident it had worked. She narrowed her eyes and the corner of her mouth twitched. When Bakugo asked if she really wanted to spar, she responded coolly and asked the same. He leaned down a little and said he wanted to see if the alpha wolf still knew how to bite. Something electric kicked in her chest. The classroom was nearly empty. Kaminari lingered by the door, whispering excitedly to Mina, who elbowed him in the ribs. Koro closed her notebook slowly, stood with calm control, and tugged her scarf a little tighter as a practiced motion. She looked up at Bakugo with the old sly confidence and warned him that he would regret asking. Bakugo smirked wider and welcomed it. Ground Beta felt different at dusk, cooler, quieter, less like a simulation and more like a ghost town. Koro adjusted the matte black tape around her neck, not for support but for concealment, and had left her scarf behind. Bakugo was already stretching across the clearing, loose and unbothered in a black tank top and joggers, tape around his wrists. A few students gathered at the rooftops and stairwells. Kaminari, Kirishima, Shiro, Mina, even Jiraiya. Word had spread that Bakugo was going to fight Koro. Some came to see him win, others to make sure he did not go too far. None of them were ready for what they were about to see. Koro stepped onto the pavement across from him, ears perked and tail still. She rolled her shoulders, cracked her knuckles, then bent low to stretch like a predator preparing to move. Her eyes met his with anticipation rather than fear. Bakugo warned that there was still time to back out, calling her gremlin. She tilted her head and remarked that she had not realized he was scared. He laughed and said he had hoped she would bite. She replied that would only happen if he bled first. With no countdown and no rules, an explosive blast detonated and the fight began. Bakugo shot forward. Koro ducked under the first blast and slid across the concrete, tail whipping as she moved, reading him rather than countering immediately. He landed and spun, sending another explosion low. She leapt over it, twisting midair and landing lightly on her toes. The crowd above leaned in. Shiro murmured in awe, and Jiraiya noted that Koro was more than fast. She was measured. Koro darted left, feinted right, and swept his legs mid-stride. Bakugo barely steadied himself with a palm blast. She closed in and circled him, testing pressure rather than trading blows. Bakugo grinned. She fought like a tactician, 10 steps ahead and waiting for him to catch up. He yelled that this was what he had wanted and threw a wide arc of sparks. Koro's eyes glinted as she asked if he was sure. She struck fast with a clean, open-palmed hit to the jaw that made him stumble. He laughed and acknowledged that this was her, the girl under the slide, the one who used to bite jungle gyms, the alpha wolf. She was not hiding anymore. Bakugo's boots skidded across the pavement with sparks trailing behind. Koro did not let up. Her pace shifted from precision to something freer. Her movements retained accuracy, but she now fought with evident enjoyment. Bakugo noticed the twitch in her ears, the arch of her tail, and the way her claws seemed to play with openings rather than just aim for them. Then a wild, unfiltered smile spread across her face, feral joy, like a child tackling friends into piles of leaves and declaring victory. Kirishima leaned over the railing and wondered aloud if she was smiling. Mina's jaw dropped at the sight. Bakugo grinned and remarked that she was awake now, then launched a spinning blast behind him. Koro ducked low, closed the distance, and tagged him in the ribs with her knee. He staggered but recovered. She panted with adrenaline, eyes sharp and shoulders rising and falling, her bandaged neck damp with sweat and hair sticking to her face, yet she did not falter. Bakugo lunged. She dodged and caught his arm mid-swing, twisted it behind him, and slammed him into the ground. The pavement cracked slightly and gasps rose from the watching group. Bakugo groaned and heaved, then looked up at her from the concrete. Koro stood over him, chest heaving and that crooked grin still there, claws twitching at her sides. For a long, electric moment everything froze. Bakugo blinked, then let out a real, small laugh and muttered that she was crazy. Koro raised an eyebrow and pointed out that he liked it. He wiped his lip and admitted that he did. The air cracked, and a second later a loud impact sent Bakugo's body slamming into the side of a low-rise training building, sending concrete dust and fragments scattering across the lot. The entire front wall buckled inward, a gaping hole blooming in the structure like something out of a war zone. Shiro shouted in shock, clutching the railing. Kaminari gawked and wondered aloud if she had thrown him. They did not have time to process. Before the dust even finished settling, Koro leaped. A blur of black shirt and silver hair shot through the air after him, claws glinting, grin wide and wild. She disappeared into the hole like a wolf diving into a den. An oppressive silence followed, the tense kind that made everyone at the edge of the roof lean forward in unison. Kirishima's eyes went wide as he asked whether they should stop them. Jairu warned that anyone who went in there would die. Mina called out, voice strained, asking if anyone would call a teacher. Shiro muttered that the teachers would already be there if they knew and insisted he was not going to tell Aizawa. No one else volunteered to do so. Inside the building, past shattered glass and twisted rebar, the fight continued. Bakugo ducked a claw swipe that sent a support beam tumbling. Koro flipped off a fallen column, landed on his shoulders, and pushed him to use his ability just to force her off. His heart raced not with fear, but with a fierce, exhilarated energy. He accused her of being reckless and feral. Koro landed in a crouch, panting and grinning, sweating her jaw, and reminded him not to regret it. He laughed and charged again. Outside, no one moved closer, not yet, not until it was over. Koro lunged. The concrete groaned beneath her as she pivoted off the beam fast, sharp, feral. Her foot hit a piece of shattered pipe and she slipped, just enough for Bakugo to pounce. He caught her midair with one arm around her waist and the other braced against her shoulder, spinning them both into the broken wall. The impact sent dust motes drifting in the flickering light. He pinned her wrists above her head. The hold was firm and immediate. For a tense moment both of them froze, breathing hard. Bakugo noted that she was fast, and Koro smirked and accused him of cheating. He countered by saying she had slipped, and she replied that he had taken advantage of the opening. He made a comment about instincts, and the moment hung between them. Then Bakugo released her. They both stepped back and stood silently for a beat, catching their breath and unsure what had just shifted between them. Bakugo stepped back fully and let her wrists go. Koro did not try to stand or counter. She slid down the wall with a soft thud, legs folding beneath her until she was lying on her back, arms splayed, chest rising and falling. Her hair was a mess and her black shirt torn at the shoulder, streaked with sweat and dust and a little blood from an earlier hit. She smiled wide, free, and unexpectedly real eyes half-lidded as she stared up at the flickering ceiling light. Bakugo watched her, breathing hard from exertion, and asked if she was done. Koro laughed, a soft, breathless sound that lacked bitterness, then said that she thought she was. He crouched nearby and asked if that was her idea of a victory lap. Koro closed her eyes, still grinning, and said she had forgotten how good it felt to be herself again. Bakugo commented that it was not fighting she missed but being herself, and the silence that followed was easy, without tension, just the hum of old wires and the sense of something lost slowly coming back. Koro lay still for a moment more, then sat up and grimaced when she looked down at her leg. The angle of it was wrong. She let out a soft, breathless laugh and admitted that she thought she had broken her leg. Bakugo blinked and repeated the question, and she confirmed it with a resigned poke that made her flinch. He called her an idiot. She reminded him that he had thrown her through a wall, and he pointed out that she had jumped after him. She smiled and said it had been worth it. Bakugo shook his head and, with a resigned sigh, picked her up as if she weighed nothing. Koro protested that she could walk, then conceded that she might limp. She hooked her arms loosely around his neck, fingers still buzzing with adrenaline, her tail curling slightly and cautious. Bakugo carried her out through the busted building entrance, stepping over debris and traces of blood and dust like it was just another Tuesday. Outside, their arrival drew a chorus of reactions. Mina reacted in alarm at the possibility of injury, Shiro commented on her unexpected happiness, and Kirishima asked whether Bakugo had won. Koro raised a hand weakly and reported that she was alive and that her leg was simply out of commission. Bakugo brushed it off and said she was fine, while Jiru muttered about her excessive grin. Koro leaned her head back lazily and joked that she had broken a leg, not her sense of humor. The squad gawked as Bakugo carried her toward the edge of the training grounds. Neither of them seemed to mind the tension. The walk to Recovery Girl's office was mostly quiet, steady rather than awkward. Bakugo slowed his pace after they got far enough from the others and continued to carry her as if it were no big deal. Koro rested her head against his shoulder and said he did not have to carry her the whole way. He replied flatly that she would slow them down. Koro smirked and accepted being called luggage. Bakugo remarked that she had always been difficult to move, and she took it as a compliment. He noticed that she had smiled during the fight and told her so. Koro blinked and admitted that she had. Bakugo did not press further. He simply kept walking and a small, reluctant smile appeared on his face as well. Far behind them, at the edge of ground beta, Mina was buzzing with excitement about the moment she had witnessed. Kirishima asked what Mina meant, and she explained that the chemistry and the dramatic carry were hard to miss. Shiro wondered if there was something more between them, and Mina said she was sure there was, calling on her experience with shoujo tropes. On the path, Koro went quiet again in a peaceful way, the kind of silence that felt safe to sink into. After a moment she asked softly whether she really seemed like herself again. Bakugo kept walking and replied that she had never left. The sharp antiseptic smell of Recovery Girl's office stung the moment the doors opened. Koro wrinkled her nose and said it smelled like healing and guilt. Bakugo grunted and replied that she said that like it was new. Recovery Girl looked up from her clipboard, adjusted her glasses, and asked after young Bakugo and Miss Koro. Bakugo shifted his grip slightly and informed her that Koro had broken her leg. Koro added that she had fought a bomb with limbs. Recovery Girl sighed and motioned to the cot, instructing Bakugo to put Koro down gently. He lowered her without a word, and Koro groaned as she stretched out, her leg at a bad angle. Recovery Girl examined the bone and adjusted it with a practiced hand, asking Koro to hold still. Koro clenched her jaw as the healing quirk buzzed through her bones. It stung more than she remembered, but she did not cry out. She hissed that she loved her tail. Bakugo snorted and called her a drama queen. Koro teased that Bakugo had carried her like a romantic lead. A knock sounded at the door, and Aizawa entered. The temperature of the room seemed to drop instantly as he looked at Koro, then at Bakugo, then at Recovery Girl, and finally back at Koro, demanding to know what had happened. Koro opened her mouth, but Bakugo interrupted to say they had sparred. Aizawa stared. Recovery Girl dryly reported that Koro had broken her leg but that it was healing fast now that she was no longer feral. Koro offered that she had been enthusiastic, Aizawa replied that she had been reckless and unsupervised. Koro wilted slightly. Bakugo muttered that it had been his idea, and Aizawa acknowledged that. The silence that followed felt sharp, then Aizawa exhaled slowly and walked over. He stood beside the cot and looked down at Koro, no longer angry but tired. He asked whether she was smiling again. Koro blinked and nodded. Aizawa told her to try not to break anything else while she was at it. She smiled sheepishly and admitted she could make no promises. Aizawa's lips twitched almost into a smile. The walk to the empty classroom was silent. Bakugo followed Aizawa down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Aizawa opened the door and ordered Bakugo to sit. Bakugo complied. Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo had brought Koro to ground beta with no staff, no safety measures, and no one who knew they were there. Bakugo kept his eyes forward and said Koro had insisted on it. Aizawa reminded him that Koro was still in recovery, still had triggers, and still carried a history they barely understood. He warned, softer this time, that Bakugo had almost awakened the part of her they had been working to keep asleep. Bakugo did not flinch, but he did not look proud either. He insisted that she had smiled and needed it. Aizawa's jaw twitched and he said he knew. He acknowledged that Bakugo was right but made it clear Bakugo was not off the hook. Bakugo stood and left when dismissed. 10 minutes later, Koro sat in the same chair with her tail curled tightly around her side, ears flat, and arms folded over her lap like someone who knew they had gone too far. Aizawa stood in front of the desk with his arms crossed and asked if she was okay. Koro nodded slowly, then whispered an apology. Her shoulders hunched as she tried to explain that she had not meant to spiral, that it had felt good for once and she had lost control for a moment, forgetting she was not supposed to enjoy it. Aizawa told her she was allowed to enjoy things but that she had scared him. Koro's breath caught when Aizawa said she had fought as if she did not care what happened to herself, as if daring her old self to come back. She shrank further, chin dipping, fingernails curling against her sleeves. Aizawa admitted his fear of losing her and of the precautions they had worked to tighten coming loose again. Koro looked up with eyes that shimmered and whispered that she did not want to fall again. Aizawa moved forward, knelt, and placed his hand gently on her head in a small, silent gesture that said he was still there to protect her. He reassured her that she had not fallen, she had only slipped. Koro sniffled, nodded, and promised to do better. Aizawa looked at her softly and told her she already was doing better. By the time they reached the apartment, the sky was dark and the streets were slick from earlier rain. Koro walked a step behind Aizawa, head low and tail tucked, not in fear exactly but in shame. Inside, she slipped off her shoes and started toward her room, intending to disappear under the covers. Aizawa called her name in a low, firm voice. She froze, turned slowly, and walked back toward him, fingers fidgeting at the hem of her sleeve. Standing in front of him without looking up, she whispered another apology and tried to explain she had not meant to frighten him. Aizawa reached forward and pulled her into a hug without words, solid and steady. Koro stiffened at first and then melted into the embrace, pressing her forehead to his chest and breathing in the familiar sense of fabric softener and coffee. Aizawa rested his hand gently on the back of her head and told her she was not in trouble. Koro reminded him she had broken a leg. Aizawa replied that she had also broken a wall. Admitted she had scared him. Aizawa said she had scared herself. She nodded slowly against him and said she had only wanted to feel strong again. Aizawa assured her that she was strong. They stood in the hallway for a long moment, her small frame tucked against his chest and his arms steady, holding her in the present and away from the edge. The cab pulled up to the quiet building on the far side of Mizurufu. The weather was cloudy and calm, softening the edges of everything. Koro stepped out with an overnight bag slung over one shoulder and a scarf wrapped neatly around her neck, her tail flicking slightly. She moved up the steps thoughtfully, ears twitching as she listened for any sign of movement behind the door. She knocked once and the door opened almost immediately. Hana called Koro's name, voice catching in her throat. Ren appeared behind her, hair damp from kitchen steam and a dish towel over his shoulder. The two of them stared not at the scars or the scarf but at her face, relaxed, eyes clear, posture open in a way they had not seen in years, as if a door had finally cracked open again. Koro offered a small, almost playful smirk and explained that she had been promised real food and limited emotional drama, and she intended to hold them to it. Rin blinked, then barked a laugh and teased that she was still a gremlin. Koro replied that she was a refined gremlin and stepped inside. Hana hovered at the entrance, eyes a little misty, clearly wanting to wrap her daughter in a hug but pausing as she watched Koro's shoulders, ears, and breath. Koro noticed and smiled softly, allowing the hug but asking that it not be too tight. Hana let out a shaky laugh and wrapped her arms gently around her, more a press of palms and cheek than a full embrace. Koro stood still, her tail twitching faintly. Rin offered a fist bump when Hana stepped back, and Koro bumped it without hesitation. Dinner was warm and homemade rather than cafeteria trays or takeout boxes. Koro sat at the table between them with her scarf still on but her hands visible. She did not flinch when Ren handed her a bowl, made a joke about the old rice cooker making a strange noise, and even asked about Hana's garden. Later that night, with Koro napping curled up on the couch, Hana whispered to Ren that Koro seemed different. Ren nodded slowly while watching the quiet rise and fall of his sister's breath, agreeing that she was different but not gone. The smell of fermented soybean soup and grilled fish filled the apartment. Koro yawned as she wandered into the kitchen, still barefoot and wearing one of Ren's old hoodies that hung off her shoulders like a blanket. Her tail swayed low and lazy behind her as she dropped into the chair at the small table, blinking blearily at the sunlight spilling through the windows. Rin greeted her around a mouthful of rice. Koro asked if he had cooked again, rubbing her eyes. Rin teased that she should not act so shocked and added that boiling water was part of the process, calling her a gremlin. Koro smirked. Hana placed a plate in front of her with eggs, grilled salmon, and a small pile of pickled vegetables and mentioned that she had remembered Koro like this. Koro hesitated for a moment and then nodded that she did. They ate quietly in a way that felt comfortable rather than awkward, the kind of quiet that comes from people relearning how to share a life. Koro did not talk much, but she answered questions and asked a few of her own, and she laughed once when Rin nearly choked on soup while rushing through a story. After the meal, while Hana cleaned the dishes and Rin scrolled through his phone, Koro stood and wandered down the short hallway to the second door on the left. The door creaked when she pushed it open. It was her childhood bedroom, small but cozy, the lavender walls faded with age, the bed neatly made, an old stuffed wolf at the corner of the pillow with fur dulled by time, and a dusty bookshelf full of comics and storybooks. A cracked photo frame lay face down on the shelf. Koro stepped in slowly, tail low and ears tilted back, and ran her fingers along the edge of the desk. She did not sit, she simply stood and took it in, like someone cataloging a museum of memories. She turned the photo frame over and found a picture of herself at 5 years old, grinning wildly with her arm thrown over Ren's shoulder while he held her up with one arm, and Hana laughed in the background, half reaching to steady them. She stared at the photograph for a long time. Her hand trembled slightly as she set it back down. Footsteps approached, and Hana said that she had not been able to bring herself to pack the photo away, even when others insisted Koro was gone, because something in her had refused to believe it. Koro answered that she did not remember the photo but thought she remembered the moment. Hana stepped into the room but kept her distance and asked what Koro did remember. Koro inhaled slowly and described that Hana was cooking. Ren had been supposed to watch her. She had climbed on the couch to attempt a wolf-like ambush on Ren, and she had missed. Hana laughed softly and recalled that Koro had hit the floor and bitten Ren's pant leg. Koro admitted she had done that often. Hana reminded her that she had been 5, and Koro said she had thought she was the pack alpha. Hana affirmed that she had been. Silence stretched for a moment. Koro turned, eyes shining but without tears, and offered a fragile smile, saying that she thought she wanted to remember more. Hana nodded and led her to old photo albums. For the first time since she returned, Koro stepped forward close enough to feel the warmth nearby, not into a hug but into presence, and allowed herself to be there. The hallway at school buzzed with the usual Monday morning energy, students chattering, locker doors slamming, the shuffle of feet and half-awake greetings. Midoriya stood near the end of the corridor, animatedly discussing weekend homework with Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki, gesturing bigger than necessary as Ida reminded him to focus. They all heard the unmistakable sound of running bare feet, fast and light. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and said to wait, but it was too late. Koro barreled into Midoriya from the side with a whoop, sending them both rolling once. Midoriya landed on his back with a grunt. Perched above him like an exuberant young wolf was Koro, though she did not seem to be the same person they had known entirely. Her smile was wide and real, a scarf wrapped loosely around her neck, her ears perked and tail swishing with restless energy. She laughed, bright and unrestrained. Uraraka let out a gasp at seeing Koro. Todoroki observed that she was smiling. Midoriya, pinned beneath her, asked what was happening, and Koro corrected him by offering the nickname Yuck. Midoriya froze, eyes wide at the name, the childhood nickname he and Bakugo had given her. Koro climbed off and helped him to his feet, beaming and admitting that she did not remember everything but that she remembered enough and seemed to be regaining more each day. Ida pushed his glasses up, stunned by the display and noting its lack of dignity but also its sincerity. Uraraka whispered that the moment had been adorable. Todoroki quietly commented that it had been a nice tackle. Koro, now called Yuck by some, grinned and brushed off her skirt, explaining that she had seen Midoriya and simply had to act. Midoriya smiled with watery eyes and said that it was really her. Koro acknowledged softly that she was not entirely herself yet but felt she was getting there. From down the hallway, Bakugo emerged from a classroom in time to see her ruffle Midoriya's hair the way she used to. Their eyes met across the corridor, and something in Bakugo eased at the sight. She was back. Yuck was back. By lunchtime, word had spread through Class 1A like wildfire. Students whispered that Koro had tackled Midoriya that morning. Some expressed surprise that the quiet, withdrawn Koro had suddenly been so openly joyful. Rumors circulated about her grin and her joking about being feral. In the cafeteria, Yuck sat with the Bakugo group. Her scarf remained on and her arms were still covered, but her posture was relaxed. Her tail swayed lazily behind her chair as she munched on steamed buns and teased Kaminari about using too much soy sauce. She was not loud or performed, she simply existed, and that authenticity struck everyone. Shiro leaned toward Mina and pointed out that Koro did not appear tense anymore. Mina agreed, saying it looked as if Koro was no longer merely surviving but truly here. Jiro observed quietly that Koro felt more human now, finally taking up space again. Bakugo stayed silent but watched her closely. Midoriya sat beside him, both eating quietly while Yuck enthusiastically argued with Kirishima about whose abilities were more bite-resistant. To most of the class, this felt like growth and progress, a confident girl stepping into herself. To Bakugo and Midoriya, it felt like the return of an old, familiar wildness, the same pup from their childhood who had raced birds and led them into muddy playground scrambles. The girl who once leapt off a slide to ambush imaginary villains and howled in victory when she landed on her brother's back was returning. She was the one who gave everyone nicknames, not the other way around. She had sworn she would be the strongest alpha of a hero wolf pack with her two best friends at her sides. Midoriya whispered that she was coming back, not quite looking at Bakugo. Bakugo grunted with his arms crossed, but his voice was low and steady as he agreed. No one else knew the name Yuck. No one else would recognize the way her grin crooked farther to the left, the way her ears perked when she was about to tease, or how her tail looped once when she was happy and trying not to show it. They did because they had been waiting years for her. She was finally coming home. It began simply, with a quiet, thoughtful question after training. She called him Izuku by his real name, and Midoriya turned, startled by both the sound and the look in her eyes, hopeful, nervous, a little shy. She asked if he could take her to some of the places they used to go when they were little. Midoriya responded instantly that he would go anywhere. They went to the old candy shop where they had once pooled their change for sour gummies. The owner had changed, but the smell was the same, and Yuck recognized the tiny squeak the door made. She murmured that she remembered being angry because she could never sneak in without someone hearing it. Midoriya laughed and reminded her that she had used to throw her shoes at it. They stopped by the small neighborhood park with the broken seesaw and rusty swings. She sat quietly on a swing and looked at the ground before pointing at a tree stump and admitting she had bitten it once. Midoriya grinned and remembered that she had done it because it had looked smug. They climbed onto the rooftops they used to sneak onto, ran errands at familiar shops, and wandered the alleyway where they had once found a stray cat and tried to convince it to be their team mascot. Each visit brought back not whole memories but echoes. Laughter, warmth, the sound of running feet, stubbed toes, scraped knees, and mud-streaked giggles. With every echo, Midoriya's smile grew wider. She was back. Bakugo noticed. She walked a little closer to Midoriya now, laughed more freely around him, and bumped shoulders with him like she used to. The casual contact she now offered sparingly seemed effortless with Izuku. Bakugo found himself disquieted by how much he did not dislike it, because he remembered her too. Their yuck had been part of a unit of 3. If he were braver, if he weren't so dim in Bakugo, she might be walking beside him. He was not there yet. The triangle reformed gentle on one side, stormy on the other, and at the center stood Yuck, slowly remembering, slowly healing, and slowly deciding. The rooftop they sat on was nothing special. A flat stone ledge above a quiet shopping street, a few vending machines humming nearby, the air heavy with the scent of takoyaki and early summer. The sky, however, was painted in strokes of gold and orange. The sun sank low behind the city skyline, casting everything in the warm haze of almost night. Yuki sat cross-legged, one arm resting on her knee, her scarf hanging loosely around her neck. Her hair fluttered gently in the breeze, catching the light like silver thread. Izuku sat beside her, legs dangling off the edge, sneakers swinging slightly. He tried to watch the sunset but found his gaze drifting back to Yuki, to the way her ears tilted when she relaxed, to the small smile tugging at the corner of her lips when the wind brushed past, to the slow, contented curl of her tail that he had learned to read like a language. He wanted to be closer, and he moved a little, then a little more, until his shoulder almost brushed hers. Yuki sighed, content and dreamy, and murmured that she used to think sunsets were boring because she had wanted to chase things, to run around, and had thought slowing down a waste of time. Izuku remembered and smiled, recalling that she had once barked at them. She laughed softly, denying it, and Izuku teased that she had tried to bite the sun. She smirked that she probably gave herself retinal damage. His laugh came more from nerves than the joke. After a comfortable silence, Izuku confessed that he had missed her, and the easy sameness of sitting with her, laughing with her, just being. Yuki blinked, then admitted that she had missed it too, even if she did not remember everything. The sunset dipped lower. She leaned slightly, their shoulders brushed. Izuku's cheeks grew pink but she did not pull away. For a few more seconds the world was still, the wind, the light, and the soft click of memories settling back into place. The apartment was quiet again. Yuki sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the low table, slowly flipping through a textbook she was not really reading. She looked casual and relaxed. Eri sat beside her, curled against her side with both arms wrapped tightly around Yuki's waist, cheek resting against her. Eri had not let go for the past 10 minutes. Across the table, Aizawa stirred his tea and told Yuki that he thought it was time for her to move into the dorms. Yuki did not look up. She scratched lightly at the same old spot under the edge of her scarf. She hummed and said quietly that she was fine where she was. Aizawa met her eyes and reminded her that she had earned trust and that staying in the apartment was not the end goal. She had said she wanted to be part of the class. Yuki confirmed that she did. Eri tugged on Yuki's shirt and pleaded that she did not want Yuki to go, her lip trembling. Yuki stroked Eri's white hair and promised she would still see her. Eri said she would miss seeing Yuki every night. Yuki had no immediate answer. Back at the dorms, in the common room, Bakugo's voice cut sharp as he argued that Yuki should pick him. Midoriya, sitting on the couch with a book forgotten in his lap, sighed and reminded Bakugo that Yuki was not a prize. Bakugo snapped that Yuki had asked him to take her to the playground. Midoriya countered that Yuki had asked him to take her to all the places she used to go. Todoroki, reading in the corner, only commented that they were arguing about this again. Midoriya said that Yuki had laughed with him and said she missed the way it felt. Bakugo argued that Yuki had told him to be mean and suggested she would not say that to just anyone. The two stood, glaring, neither backing down and neither admitting what lay beneath their rivalry. Back at the apartment, Yuki murmured to Eri that she did not want to leave her, but she nodded when she acknowledged she had to keep moving forward. Eri sniffled and carefully adjusted the scarf around Yuki's neck, a small, protective gesture. Yuki gave a small, broken but honest smile and promised not to be forgotten. Late afternoon light filtered through the curtains, soft and warm. Eri had finally dozed on the couch, curled up against Yuki like a small animal, one hand clutching the hem of Yuki's hoodie. Aizawa stood in the doorway between the kitchen and living room, watching and waiting. Yuki spoke calmly that she would move into the dorms, but she asked if, on some weekends when things were quiet, Eri could stay with her there. She explained that she would follow the rules and that she did not want Eri to feel like people disappeared when things changed. Aizawa considered her and told her that dorm life was not a playground or an every-night sleepover, but he agreed to speak to the principal. Yuki blinked at his answer and, surprised, asked if he was serious. He said she had shown growth too. She allowed herself a small, real smile and settled her hand over Eri's as she slept. For the first time she let herself look forward, imagining the future not with fear but as something small and manageable. Full of pieces of her own choosing. The dorm building loomed tall and familiar, UA's signature steel and stone wrapped in wide windows and the warmth of voices echoing through open doors. Yuki stood outside the entrance with an overnight bag over her shoulder and a scarf neat around her neck. Eri clung to her opposite arm, a tiny bundle of nerves in a yellow hoodie. Aizawa carried a cardboard box under one arm and a rolled-up bean bag under the other. He dryly noted that the bean bag was for sitting, not fighting, as Yuki eyed the giant gray puffball suspiciously. Yuki muttered that she could make no promises. Eri giggled. The glass doors slid open and the noise hit instantly. Mina bolted down the hallway in fuzzy socks, squealing that Yuki was moving in. Siro followed behind, shouting that they had snacks. Jairu appeared from the common room doorway with a nod and a rare smile, noting that Yuki's room was next to hers and warning her not to play music past midnight. Yuki admitted that she did not even own music. Kaminari popped into view and promised to change that. Eri pressed closer to Yuki's side, overwhelmed by the noise, until Momo knelt and gently offered her a wrapped cookie and welcomed Eri as their guest of honor for the day. The nervous tension cracked. Yuki's tail flicked once and a smile tugged at her lips. She told herself that she could do this. It was not huge, but it was hers. Her name was on the door. The walls were bare for now, but Aizawa set the bean bag by the window and the box on her desk. Inside were small comforts. A lamp, a few framed photos of Yuki with Eri and with Aizawa, and a folded black throw blanket that smelled faintly of clean laundry and lavender. Yuki marveled that it was the softest thing she had ever touched. Aizawa observed without emotion that she growled less when she was comfortable. Eri helped unpack the smaller things, organizing pens, arranging 2 sets of mugs, and carefully placing her sketchbook in the drawer as if it were sacred. The scarf stayed on. Her sleeves were rolled up, and she was not flinching, not once. Outside at the dorm entrance, Bakugo leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, looking vaguely irritated as usual. He did not come inside or make a scene, he simply waited. When Yuki came back out, dusting her hands off from unpacking with her scarf still in place but her shoulders more relaxed, Bakugo tilted his head and asked whether the room was decent. Yuki replied that it had a chair and a beanbag. Bakugo called her weird, and she smirked and returned the sentiment. A pause followed, then Yuki told him that she was glad he had come. Bakugo shrugged, his jaw shifting, and admitted that if she was moving in, someone should warn the others not to test her in the morning. When she asked whether that was a threat or a compliment, Bakugo muttered that it was both. Yuki stepped past him, brushing her shoulder slightly against his as she went inside. He did not move, but his eyes followed her. When the door shut behind her, he stared for a moment longer, then finally walked away. Yuki's dorm room was small, but it did not need to be. The beanbag had become Eri's official throne, a fluffy green blanket borrowed from Momo wrapped around her like a cape. Her hair was in the gentle braids Yuki had clumsily done the night before, and one of Yuki's oversized black t-shirts swallowed her frame like a dress. They had not gone anywhere, not even downstairs. Yuki's scarf lay folded on the nightstand, She had worn it once during the weekend when a bad dream had startled her awake and she needed its weight to breathe. Eri had crawled up next to her, curling close without a word, and they had fallen asleep like that. Now it was late Sunday afternoon. Golden light filtered through the window, catching flecks of dust and drifting across a pile of snack wrappers and crumpled drawings. Eri lay sprawled on the bean bag, coloring with intense focus. Yuki sat on the floor, back against her bed frame, stretching her legs and carefully adjusting a makeshift bandage on Eri's stuffed rabbit. Eri had explained solemnly that he had tripped during a very intense mission. Yuki praised Eri without looking up, telling her she was a good hero, very gentle, and more qualified than half the people she had met. Eri smiled shyly and asked if Yuki really thought so. Yuki assured her that she did. Silence settled in comfortably, the kind that meant there was no need to be on guard. Yuki reached out and flicked one of Eri's braids and then teased that she expected a thank you for elite braiding service. Eri giggled and pointed out that Yuki had messed up 3 times. Yuki called that creative interpretation, and more giggling followed. The smell of microwave rice bowls lingered in the air. A stack of half-watched cartoons sat paused on the laptop, and one of Eri's little slippers had fallen off near the window. This was healing, Yuki thought, not speeches, not sparring, just this. Eri looked up suddenly, wide-eyed, and asked if she could visit again soon. Yuki blinked, then smiled and said that only if Eri promised to keep outranking the beanbag chair. Eri nodded very seriously and declared the deal sealed. The knock at the door came just before sunset. Yuki did not start, she already knew who it was. Eri scrambled off the beanbag, still wrapped in her cape blanket and barefoot, and ran to the door without hesitation. When the door opened, Aizawa stood there in his usual black, hair tied back, eyes slightly tired but soft. Eri greeted him with a grin, and he returned the greeting with the nickname he always used for her. She leapt into his arms without a second thought. He caught her instinctively, lifting her with one arm and taking her little overnight bag with the other. Behind them, Yuki leaned in the doorway of her room with one hand on the frame and the other idle near her neck, grounding herself. Aizawa remarked dryly that she had survived the weekend. Yuki smirked and admitted she had barely survived because Eri had eaten all her chips. Eri helpfully added that the chips had been spicy. Aizawa took in the state of the room, the lived-in neatness of it, the bean bag by the window, the scarf on the nightstand, and noted that for once there were no signs of panic carved into the floor, the sheets, or her skin. He did not comment aloud, only nodded toward the hallway and asked Yuki to walk with him. She hesitated, then nodded and followed. They walked in silence down the corridor, Eri half dozing in Aizawa's arms, and stepped out into cool evening air. The sky was lavender and gold, the first stars peeking through. Aizawa told Yuki he was proud of her. She blinked and said that was new, he warned her not to get used to it. She smiled faintly. She then asked him more seriously if he thought she would be okay here. He did not hesitate and told her that she had already proven she was. She looked down, tail flicking once behind her. Aizawa shifted Eri's weight and noted that Eri would miss her. Yuki admitted she would miss Eri too. Aizawa reminded her that Eri saw this as a step forward, not away. Yuki looked up at the stars and quietly thanked him. Aizawa nodded once and turned to go. Eri, half asleep, raised a tiny hand and waved goodbye to Yuki. Yuki waved back and said she would see her soon. The door closed, leaving Yuki alone in her dorm for the first time in a while, not lonely, just alone in her own space and life, and this time it did not scare her. The next morning the sun stretched long shadows across ground beta, casting warm gold over the concrete training zone. Class 1A was already moving, stretching, warming up, laughing between drills. Yuki stood at her usual spot near the field's edge, hands in her pockets and scarf loose. Aizawa watched his students a few feet away, arms crossed, occasionally glancing at her without forcing anything. She appreciated that he never pushed. Today she was tired of watching and being the shadow. She watched Uraraka floating across platforms, Todoroki sending frost, and Bakugo launching into the air with practiced force. Midoriya glanced her way once, then quickly looked away, clearly hoping but not wanting to stare. Yuki inhaled slowly, feeling steady rather than racing. Her tail flicked, ears twitching forward, and she announced quietly that she wanted to join. Aizawa remained calm and asked if she was sure. She nodded and said she did not want to just watch anymore. He instructed her to start simple, partner drills, observation-based work, no full combat yet. She agreed. When she asked what else, she muttered that she would tell him if something went wrong. He answered that was good. Aizawa then called for Midoriya. Midoriya's head snapped up and he responded with respectful surprise. Aizawa informed him that he was paired with Yuki for the day. The rest of the class reacted with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Bakugo even stopped mid-lunge and stared. Yuki stepped forward deliberately, her boots meeting pavement with quiet purpose. Midoriya met her halfway, his nervous energy buzzing around him, stumbling over words as he asked if she was sure and if he could help. Yuki rolled her eyes and told him to calm down, reminding him she was not made of glass. Midoriya flushed and collected himself, and the drills began. Yuki muttered a curse about nerds as she cracked her knuckles and stretched her arms overhead. Her sleeves were rolled to her elbows. No one stared at her arms anymore, and even if they did, she did not care. Yuki announced that it was time to go and that she was ready. Midoriya smiled slowly, proud. For the first time, Yuki stepped off the sidelines and into the pack.